We are alive. David, what is this picture? Why do you have this? What's going on here?
Today is National Chili Dog Day. It is National
Says
Chili
who?
Dog Day.
According to who? Who made up these stupid day rules? What is this SI?
Good question, Benjamin. We are doing this because of something I found on the internet. So it's 100% true. It's from the internet.
Oh, all right. Sure. All right. What about your face? You don't have a face today? You didn't put on your makeup yet?
My face it expired on the 24th. My bad.
Yeah, you gotta.
Doesn't last any longer.
You gotta get on that again. Then you gotta pasteurize it, get it to unexpire. Well, we're live, and everyone is welcome to join the stream. The link is there. I don't know how to put the link though in the chat. I click on the 3 dots, it doesn't let me do it. But anyways, apparently there's a way to do it. Yeah. Wait, so what have you been processing this week? How's your week been, David?
All right. I could start off with just peacocking on my demon sensory. So before last stream, I spent a lot of the night just trying to install a CPU into my computer. I was feeling real techie. You know what I mean? I'm feeling all techie and stuff, and I'm researching and gotta make sure it's compatible. I was scared it was not going to be compatible. So the particular specs we don't have to get into, but
did you check to see if it was a bottleneck too?
And I checked a lot. I did a lot of stuff. It's like hard to remember all the details.
Did you check to see if it would be a bottleneck between all of your hardware and the CPU? No?
Probably not.
Probably not. You should do that too. But that doesn't matter.
Okay, how do I check for that?
I don't know. You got to.
How do I check for that though? I want to know.
You just got to go to like a bottleneck.
I'm doing it now.
Bottleneck. Yeah, just type it in Google. There's like all kinds of stuff that has up to date.
Oh yeah,
you just
the internet. I forgot.
You enter
internet saves my soul here.
Yeah. Because sometimes it's compatible. It just causes a bottleneck. Are you going to share screen, or are you going to do it in the middle of our conversation? Is that what's happening right now?
I do. I mean.
Yeah, you'll just do it right now.
No.
All right. Well.
No.
Who's the analogy commander? Ooh, what's up, analogy commander? Welcome, Jared.
Command those analogies, man.
All right. Well, let's get on you instead of David, because David is busy looking up what a bottleneck is. How was your week?
Oh, okay.
Anything to report?
No, my brother roped me into doing this pickleball tournament, so now I have to work with him.
Nice. Enjoy.
And
brothers.
Oh my gosh, he's like the ball is like if the ball hits the line, it's in, and he's like calling stuff out that's like totally. I'm like, dude, oh,
he's reffing and playing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a self-reffing game, so you're supposed to be honest, and he cheats a little bit. I'm like, no, don't do that. I'm like, dang it.
Sounds like you're gonna have to let him win. He's sensitive to that.
I know, but we're on the same team though, so.
Oh, all right. Okay, so let him fight.
The other guys that I always play with, they're like looking at him like, "What?" I'm like, "Sorry." So
yeah.
Anyway.
Well. Yeah. Oh, I came home today and there were people standing in front of my building, and they're like, the building is unsafe to be in. It could collapse at any time. Go in at your own risk. And they gave me like a letter from the city. So if anything happens, I jump off stream or something, the building collapsed and I probably need the hospital or something. Yeah.
What's going on?
I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. The building's not okay. Like, you can see the support beams at the bottom, the foundation beams. They're all like crumbling and cracking. So
for real?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. No idea. But they're gonna come fix it, I guess, next week or something.
Crap, man.
Yep.
There was a brush fire behind my house a couple years ago, man. Gets your blood pumping pretty good.
Yeah. Do you have something around your yard to stop fires from getting in?
Not really. I'm like I'm on the edge. Like the wild brushland is right behind my house, so I have nothing blocking.
Hey, Annie's not feeling well, so let's wish her to get well soon. And I'm on the second floor. Yeah. But there's floors above me.
Oh man, if you hear some creaking noise, man, you.
Yeah, well, I'll feel the vibrations first. I got a window here. I can just dive right out.
You can rely on kinesia stick
Yeah,
sensing power, like Spidey senses or
my
something.
sensing power. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So you're gonna like have a place to break your fall?
Not
jump?
really. Yeah, not really. It'll be okay. I'll be fine.
It'll be okay. Give me like a
Yeah.
percentage.
What have you been processing this week, David? Have you been processing pathways?
I really don't know. Probably
No.
not.
Probably not.
I've been processing stuff I can't like. I don't know how to explain because they're like visual things, and so I'm still like discovering that world. You know, I haven't not done it for a while. So
All right.
that's one thing. Another thing is just like energies between like my kind of stack versus a blast last, like a consume sleep play.
Yeah.
So I feel like recently I gotten a lot of exposure to a lot of these consume sleep plays, like just a few of them. And, like I'm just like seeing how our energies interact, or just the connection between, or what the dynamic is, or what I go through in my mind.
So you're doing the
Their
associations.
I don't know.
You're doing the play associations.
Okay, I bet I am. I don't. Wait,
Yeah.
what is that? The play association.
Yeah.
Doing what? Oh,
You're
I know what you mean. You mean like I'm mismatching people onto like other people, like
yeah, you're finding all the
associating.
associations. The FENE together is all about associations.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why it's hard to talk about it, because I'm like trying to like explain like an NF thing. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
enough.
the
Yeah.
the vibe is like so many. There's so many different STs. It's not like there's one. There's like all these other ones. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely that.
Mhm.
I'm always doing that. Apparently, I'm always doing that. Apparently, I'm always doing that. So
Apparently, according to
watch
who?
out for that. Like just like I don't know. It's just like I feel like we just kind of like discussed that. You came in with
Yeah.
you hit me with your point, and like I felt that. I'm like, okay, I know that's right. I forgot what that was, and then I uncovered that. And I realized like, yeah, I have been doing this connecting game just for the past
Yeah.
years.
I didn't watch the
I'm like,
video yet,
God,
but
like process it out loud on stream.
Kevin Hart apparently is a 1. Somebody put down. Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah, Kevin Hart
if that's how
is
you wanted to find one.
apparently
Yeah.
he's a social one.
Yeah. Apparently.
I haven't seen that video. Anyone
I
that has
watched
seen
that
the
video.
video, please give us your perspective.
Well, we can watch it at some point later. I already got Kevin Hart as an ambitious 4. Yeah. In one of my videos a long time ago. What's that?
You said ambitious 4?
Yeah. Yeah, because he's on the social hierarchy of friends. Like he's on the friends hierarchy. He's not in a leadership hierarchy. He's not trying to have people under him. He's not trying to be a leader, but he's trying to be in the friends hierarchy, and he's trying to excel at the friends hierarchy. So I think he's a 4 with just a lot of ambition.
Yeah. So how would you separate ambition? Because ambition can look a whole bunch of different ways. Like how would you parse that out? And
well, you have ambition is for your hierarchy, right? It's to get to the top of whatever hierarchy you're in.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a double decider, so he's cool with the people, and if he's how can you distinguish those two then? If he's double deciding or if he's friends?
I mean, like, okay, look at Paris Hilton, for example. She can double decide, and she's a 1, and she's all about getting to the top of, her empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I had him typed a while ago as a very ambitious 4.
What would be a non-ambitious version of that?
Non-ambitious 4? I don't know. someone who's we don't know about? Someone who just has a wife and kids and is happy doing barbecues?
My brother-in-law.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, interesting to try to sort that through. Okay. I've been processing. All right, what have I been processing? Information space. I reached out. I talked to some Dr. Michael Levin. He's doing all kinds of interesting stuff with bioelectricity. And so I got a meeting with him. We're going to talk and trying to frame. Because basically what he does is he's talking about cognition in cells. He's talking about that cells have a minimum version of cognition and it's bioelectric and they can communicate with each other and they're like problem solving agents.
100%.
Yeah. And so
Talked about that.
Did we? And that like
you mentioned it.
Yeah. And so like instead of micromanaging, like if you're gonna go and fix and solve cancer, right? You can like micromanage and take out the cancer physically, or you can send signals to the cells, and the cells are their own agents, and they can start repairing things or doing things like you can trigger the cells to grow or trigger the cells to do all kinds of stuff. So apparently they're independent agents. And anyways, so in information space, what I was doing with binary cognitive mechanics, I ended up creating like a minimum cognition, like a cognitive atom or something, and it ended up looking like a cell in a lot of ways. Like a cell was just a metaphor for me. And then so like when I started seeing his stuff, I'm like, oh, maybe a cell isn't a metaphor. Maybe like a cell is the very basic cognition. Yeah. But like, so we're all growing in information space, I guess. And our cognitive functions are operating like there's structures in information space and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, might be an interesting talk that I have with him, but it's later. It's not this week. It's like in a couple weeks.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
Metachlorians, man.
Metachlorians. There you go. Yeah. What's up, Nico? How's your week?
It's been well.
Yeah. How's your COVID?
It's gone aside from the occasional like chest pain.
All right. You're back at work?
Yep.
All right. What are all these memes you're sending me, by the way? You're sending me all kinds of weird videos and stuff. You're sending me Minecraft stuff. What is this? Explain yourself.
I just like see something I find funny and I'm like, I think like my people will like this. So I just sent it. It's like just kind of, meme communication. Just like instead of directly like being like, hey, you want to like chat or like whatnot, it's like blast last. I'm just going to send you something funny and hope you laugh. So like World War III China lol.
Yeah, I saw that. That's like a year old though. It's fun. It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like weird stuff.
Look,
cool.
The more surreal the meme, the better.
Are you back at work?
Yeah.
How's that going?
It's going. One issue though, I was a little dyslexic in reading the hours. So instead of working 10 to 4 today, I work 4 to 10 today, and I only learned that by going in.
Oh, well, that happens. Yeah, that happens. But it must have been an observer freak out a little bit.
It was pretty annoying.
Yeah.
And the other annoying thing is that my sleep schedule is gonna get like kind of rocked up a little because it's 4 to 10 it's 4 to 10 right into 10 to 4 tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Which is it's a little.
Those shifts are
a little annoying.
Yeah, but then you get more time on the other side of it. You get more time before.
Yeah, I do.
And
Yeah.
After. Yeah. Well, that's the way it goes, I guess.
I also had an interview with Kendrick yesterday, which is pretty good.
Did he post it?
Yeah, you posted it.
All right, I'll have to check
it out.
The
thumbnail is like it's horrific because it's like my eyes, they look like they're derping in like 2 different directions.
All right, we'll have to look that up. Get on that, David. Let's see his thumbnail.
I just watched that.
You want to see it?
How's your bottleneck, by the way? Did you get there?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You're doing good.
Oh yeah. It's like a 13%.
13%. That's not bad. Yeah, that's okay. Nice. So okay,
wait,
so
you watched the interview? What's your name?
Jared.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you watched the interview? Hey,
Yeah.
it just. Oh shit! Cool.
Yeah, it came up. I think it was right after it posted. It came up, and I was like, "Oh, I'll watch that."
nice.
Hey, you did good.
Here,
Yeah,
let me present an image of it so we can look at it.
So let me just go quickly on what the cognitive atom is. So in information space, I don't know what accesses information space. Oh, nice. Yeah, that looks okay.
If you look at the eyes,
Look at,
Well, it's
Look at the eyes.
shade. There's the shade from your cap, so you can't really see it. Yeah.
you gotta like zoom in. I don't know. I zoomed in and I'm like, okay, the black parts of the eyes, right? The iris and pupils are just like pointing in 2 different directions. Like I was not there whenever he chose that picture.
Looks okay to me. I think you're good. But yeah, I just wanted to address this comment. So if you have information space, it's like, okay, what accesses information space? Can atoms access information space? Maybe. Cells can access information space, maybe a little bit more. Can we access and create structures in information space? Yes, we can. Our cognition is way more broad. So like, if you look at like a spectrum of evolution or whatever you want to say, everything can access information space to a different degree, to a varying degree. And yeah, throughout our lives, we're growing in information space. So what is the most basic structure in information space? It's an interesting thing. Like, what is the atom in information space?
Potentially, I think that there's, potentially like kind of like what the ISTP guy was saying. Like, there's another universal force of consciousness, and that it's based off of how structured a certain being is. And tying that into your information atom, it would be based, consciousness, could be based off of how structured and able a certain mechanism is able to access the information space that you speak of.
Yeah. So in terms of consciousness, I think there's like a different, I guess we have to define our terms, right? So consciousness for me is we have representations. Like all we really have is representations. Our entire being and existence is a world of representations, and our consciousness is interacting with those representations, I guess. And so I don't think a cell is creating those kinds of representations and interacting with representations. I think it's more basic. Like I would say it's cognitive. Like cells are cognitive; they have cognition, but they don't have consciousness. Consciousness has to have representations to interact with.
Okay, well then what is a representation again?
Everything.
Okay, so if a representation is everything,
like
the
for
more
example,
representations you go on.
Yeah, like the world as we know it is just representations, because all we are is consciousness. So like sound, for example, the representation of sound is not sound, it's pitch. Like we hear sound as pitch. So that's the representation of sound in our consciousness.
So
we're not hearing the vibrations, we're not hearing pressure waves, we're hearing pitch, we're hearing timbre, right? The cognition in some way converts it into a representation for us to interact with.
Okay, all right, I see where you're coming from. Well, I mean, I do think that it's. I do think that with the more representations there are in a system, like essentially the more a certain entity is able to access and interact with those representations that you speak of, which in turn needs a form of complexity to essentially perform those interactions, would allow for a higher degree of conscious processing. And what I'm not saying that consciousness is like created. I'm saying it's more like like the human soul theory, where it's like, okay, well, only a certain percentage of spiritual force is able to, inhabit a system based off of how complex the system is. Like, I think that is.
So yeah,
I think that's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, complexity in and of itself doesn't mean consciousness. Complexity in of itself also doesn't mean information. But information can be stored in complexity. We put it that way. And so like within information space, so our cognition can access information space. It can work in information space and create a consciousness. So I think consciousness arises from cognition, and it interacts with cognition and with the representations that cognition creates for us. Like cognition is rendering representations into our consciousness. If that makes sense.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick a big old potentially on like all this.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay.
Well, I've processed.
I don't truly. You've had a long ass time to really like piece this together. I mean, it's like based off of how complex the system is. I mean, whenever we look at like, say, the human brain and its ability to process, alongside its complexity, it is one of the most complex, it is one of the most complex systems, imaginable, all stuck up in a nice little noodle.
But once you abstract information space, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. The cell has access to the same information space as the brain does.
To a lesser degree.
The computer has the same access to information space as a brain does. It just, the computations are different. Right? All that kind of stuff is different. But it all has access to the same information space. And so, yeah, the other thing is there's like collective cognition, which together as humanity, we have access to a lot more information space, and we're communicating with each other and sharing that information. And so our information space is really wide. Like I've built up in my cognition information space about information space. And so when I'm talking to you about it, I'm helping you also build it up. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Right. You're also building up an information space about information space.
Yeah. I concur with what you say. And I mean, with
right.
what with essentially that, what you're saying is essentially scaling. Like a cell is they're able to access the same information space to a higher degree. Now, I think, and like what I was saying, I think consciousness is based off of the amount of information space able to access, which ties into a degree of complexity.
Yeah. So the way consciousness is defined for me, like consciousness doesn't make any sense in this framework unless you're talking about.
I'm going to need to mute.
You're what?
I'm going to need to mute, but continue.
Okay. Yeah, so the way consciousness works for me is like, it doesn't, like, I know how people are talking about consciousness. I think what they're really talking about is accessing information space. And I think that's some kind of cognition, some kind of computation or access to information space. But then consciousness is like awareness of our own cognition, or having representations, having cognition create representations for some kind of self to analyze. Like our consciousness is like self-awareness, I guess. Because like I don't know what kind of
Yeah.
representations are cells creating. Are they creating representations for a consciousness? Probably not. They're probably like all reacting automatically, right, to things.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Like your white blood cells are
right.
their programs are to go fight the bad.
But like, is our heart conscious? I mean, it's like the one place in the body where we don't feel it. We don't feel our heart. We don't feel it pumping. Yeah. There's
Not all the time. I mean, yeah, you get, but like
there's no nerves. Like there's no nerves that are feeling the heart pump all the time, right? That would just wake us up at night. But like in our stomach, we do have a lot of nerves there. We do have like another brain in our stomach. So is our stomach conscious? I don't know. Does it have its own consciousness? And it's just like, hey, stupid, why can't I talk to you?
it's yeah, we can't talk to our
What
stomach.
kind of representations does our stomach get? Does our stomach get representations?
Well, like we feel like our stomach. We could feel our stomach like with our mind, or you just feel it.
Yeah.
And then those are just like other cells that are processing other cells, which then get sent up.
Yeah.
To
Well, it's
your
interesting that
neurons.
there is a brain there. Like there is a brain in the stomach, but like it might be conscious. Like it has a purpose. Its purpose is to handle a lot of functions there and communicate with the brain, right?
But yeah, I don't think any of those get even close to like verbal, being able to talk to us.
Is that your entry level for consciousness is speech?
No, it just like doesn't like have ears or have or an ability to think like that. It doesn't. I don't.
Essentially, it's how would we?
Why
know?
would it evolve? Why would it evolve that way?
Well, it's clear that like a dog, for example, has representations, right? It has a consciousness and it has representations. It's creating its cognition is creating representations for its consciousness to interact with.
Yeah.
In which the more information, like again, it's like I think a lot of consciousness, right? It's it's awareness of your own processing. It's awareness of the information space that you gathered, which I think requires information space, which requires a greater access to information space in general.
Well, the fact that cognition is accessing I think cognition is accessing information space for us. Like we're not actually accessing the information space. We're accessing,
but it's awareness.
We're accessing it through cognition, and so then cognition is using information space to render things into consciousness, render representations,
which would essentially, and then the consciousness is essentially awareness of
that's
those
what I think,
renderings.
That's what I think.
So we're on a very similar page. I think we just had a bit of an argument of definition.
Well, because like there are people today that are talking about consciousness in rocks and consciousness in cells and stuff like that, and I just think that's kind of I don't know. I could get on board with that if you define consciousness differently, but like we have to define all of our terms and what's going on and have a similar language in order to interact. Like,
I mean, it makes with the rocks, right? It makes sense. Like I can see that.
I think ants have consciousness. The little ants. Sorry, go ahead.
But there are levels. There are levels of consciousness as well.
Yeah, they might have representations.
Well, my biggest level of consciousness are the mosquito bites on my.
Yeah, they have eyes. They have representations. They have probably desires, and follow them.
Yeah, and
what about trees? Trees have desires. They move their.
Yeah, so trees have cognition. I think. I don't know if they have consciousness, but they have cognition. They are accessing information space.
Which would
so this guy's talking about a bowling ball. A bowling ball is cognitive. It can access information space, and the information space it accesses is like it's physics. So it'll access, if it's like on a hill, it will roll down the hill to its lowest energy state. That's its trajectories. So he's talking a little bit about
gravity.
That's just gravity, but
sorry.
You can categorize gravity as a form of information space.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so like it's gravity, so that's the whole thing, right? We don't know if gravity is more than information, because all we have is information. Like our entire cognition is subject to information space. It's subject to being in an information space and having these representations. We can't see anything outside of representations, and representations are all just information from information space. So yeah, a lot of it is information from experience, like it's an experiential type of information. But it's still rendered like sound. We don't hear sound, we hear pitch.
Okay. Define what you mean more by like representations, like the sound and the pitch, and like, give me a few more examples of what you mean by because I feel like I need to understand that word a bit more.
All of your feelings are representations. You're being represented.
I've just never used the word of representation, so like more clarity of it would be nice. Yes.
Yeah, it's a philosophical.
Yeah, it is weird.
Idea. The world is representations. The world as representations. It's a perspective you can have on the world.
It is weird. Like I've never heard of that. Like the way I am processing the idea of representations is essentially the ability to perceive such information, like how it's processed within you.
Right.
But that's like. But I'm gonna need to like do some consume on that. Like
I was just processing it as I don't know. So like for example, internalizing versus externalizing. So externalizing is creating representations through projection. You're projecting your representations onto the world, and then if you're wrong, you update your representation, or if you're right, you update your representation. And then internalizing is taking impressions and building those impressions into representations.
So one of the things that happened whenever I got like high was I was getting a flurry of symbols, but they all meant like certain places and locations.
Yeah.
In which I think that is like I think those are essentially representations.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All the near-death experiences, they see loved ones or whatever, and they come in different representations.
So I also get pure
dreams
symbols.
are completely representations. It's a representation world.
Yeah. So I also get pure symbols, which just like
symbols.
It's just so abstract. It's like I don't know.
Yeah. Like this microphone. This microphone is a representation. Like there's actually a lot of hollow space here, right? Like can you see it? There's it's mostly hollow space. There's no, like, if you look at the atoms are just mostly empty. Like there's mostly space between the atoms. But
so an electromagnetic,
right?
We see it as
representation. Yeah, black is a representation that we have in our mind. The shape is a representation, so it's a representation of a microphone, not actually a microphone.
And that's process, and that's essentially coming through the four fundamental forces.
That was a bomb. Okay. So like when you drive down the street, there's like let's say there's a bunch of trees, right? You're not going to actually look at every leaf on the tree. You know it's a tree because you have a representation of a tree. And if you remember the last tree you saw, you won't remember the leaves, you won't remember the trunk. You'll remember generally the representation of a tree, but not the tree itself.
So would you say
this might be max skill in SI, but I remember the first time I got glasses, all of the details, like all the intricate details of a tree, and it was insane. But anyways, gotta.
Or like, how do you identify a dog? Well, you've got a representation of a dog. You see a dog, you're like, okay, this matches my representation.
All right.
So you're comparing representations as well when you see like a dog. Okay, I see this dog. I have a representation of that dog in my mind, and I have a representation of all of the past dogs, and that's how you can identify things.
So,
but I guess your cognition does that a lot for you on its own.
Yeah, I know. I've read about that. Yeah, it's a lot with what they're trying to do. The same thing with like AI in cars, to be able to like know what a plastic bag is to like a truck.
Yeah, right.
Do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no. Yeah.
What is this?
Would you say,
Davis? An example of.
She was giving me an example of what a representation is, and I don't know what that means. The word to vec for words. What does that? What is it? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
Word to vec for words.
Word to vec for words. Do I need to search that up? Because is it more like symbols?
Well, here's another thing. You can't actually love somebody. You can only love your representation of them. You can't hate someone. You can only hate your representation of them.
Word to vec is a shallow neural network model that learns to represent words in continuous vector space.
Yeah, there you go.
I need an image of this. All right, let's see if this makes any sense to you.
Okay, I get where you're coming from on representations. Cool.
Yeah,
I've fully integrated it. Feminine NT.
I was going to say, wow, Luna, you know a lot of stuff, but that's her field. She's doing a master's on data science. So she knows this stuff.
Feminine NT is so cool.
Oh, what is this?
Right.
So what is happening?
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah. So it's how translations work too. There's a vector space on words and their meanings. And then, yeah, it's actually interesting. Yeah, I've seen this.
So what happens if it comes like on all three axes? It doesn't do that here. Or is that, wait, sorry, which way are these going? Are they all, I can't tell the 3D.
They all have a different vector. Yeah. All words and meanings have a different vector. This is only showing 3 axes, right? You've got cosmos, nature, and technique.
It's only showing like comparing these two, these two.
But like there's thousands of dimensions in information space, right? So these are vectors in information space. There's thousands of dimensions there. These are just sort of representing in 3 dimensions these sort of vectors. Okay. And so yeah, every word has a different vector. And so it's the way you can sometimes there's like 2 words to mean one word in one language. And in another language, it's like 3 words to mean what you said. And so it's like when you're translating stuff from one language to the other, the vectors are still pointing to the same spot. I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh, I do know what you mean.
Right.
All right, cool.
It's not a dimension per word, but
just when I think I know something, I there's always something new. That's great.
I mean, this is also us trying to break down what the AI is actually doing. We don't actually know how many different what its vector space even looks like, but yeah, it's making it efficient.
Yeah,
and so right.
What's at the middle here? What's that 0, 0, 0?
It's just a 0 line for vectors. All vectors need an origin.
I mean, it says nature is over here. Nature's in this direction, and then technique is all over.
Technique is that direction. Cosmos is that direction. Right.
If there's going to be
this is 3-dimensional. I mean, AI is looking in like, I don't know, thousands of dimensions. This is only 3 dimensions, and we can picture it because we're human.
But it just they keep spinning off, and they shoot in every direction. Okay.
Right.
They equal words. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Good. Have we tried dumping the memory and analyzing it?
Oh, the AI? It's hard to analyze what AI is actually doing. I think you need an AI to analyze AI at some point. We'll get that. One of the things they do is they reverse the AI. So with image interpretation, that's how they started getting the AI to create images at the very beginning. Is the first AI was just interpreting images, and then you invert the direction of all the signals, and then you type in dog, and then it just puts the concept of a dog onto a picture, something like that. So one way to see what's in the AI is to invert it.
Yeah, one thing interesting about AI and like it's picture taking. Recently, they did a GeoGuessr AI.
Wait, did the time change? Is it now Carousel Day, or is it still Hot Dog Day?
It's Carousel Day. It's at the same time. It's yeah,
okay,
it's merry-go-round day. You know, it's your NI tidal wave day. That's what it is.
All right.
Okay, so I didn't mean to say that. It just came out.
I don't know what you said. It's okay.
I just said it's.
Did you ever get a spanking as a kid?
Yes, tons.
Yes.
Tons.
Okay.
I didn't say anything bad. I just don't know how I said it. I said like, you said carousel. I'm like, oh, it's a merry-go-round. And it's the merry-go-round of life. And then I said, it's your NI title.
I don't know. I could have. I thought to call it merry-go-round. Just it sounds a little bit. Carousel sounds a little bit better than merry-go-round for some reason. I don't know why.
No. It's a fair word. It's a fair word. That's what it says on it. I just like, oh yeah, it's a merry-go-round. I don't know what that means though.
Merry-go-round sounds like very 1920s. Let's invent some weird ass words.
Okay, it is a carousel. It's not your NI tidal wave. Like it's not that go around. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. Well, why don't we talk about pathways a little bit, because I was pressing those too, on how you jumped your pathway. How did you decide to jump pathways? How did David decide to jump pathways in university to a different subject?
Yeah, so I can always change the subject no matter what. So hot fudge. It's also caramel hot fudge day as well.
Right.
Forget about these delicious.
But like, is it when you hit an obstacle on your pathway, is your automatic instinct to change pathways?
An obstacle? There's like a million obstacles that we have to like fight through already. Like there's everything is an obstacle. I don't know.
How do you interpret obstacles on your pathway? Like how do you get around them? How do you overcome them?
Hey guys,
you're always overcoming obstacles to find the best pathway. There's not like you know.
Okay.
Trying to like preserve all your pathways by not let the obstacles like be able to solve them as fast as you can and then just move on.
You don't want them to divert you from your pathway.
Hey guys, you know, with the AI stuff, I know a guy who whose like whole field is AI from my frat. I want to see if I can call him up and get him on this, and he might know a lot more about the AI stuff.
Go for it. He's welcome. Everyone's welcome.
Cool.
And Hank, you're welcome too. Get your ass up here. What are you doing over there? Hank emailed me this week. Yeah. So how do you get around your obstacles then? How do you pathway through them, or around them, or over them?
The problem is, it's like I don't know at this time. I know, like.
Let's give an example of an obstacle that you're facing. Your pathway in university is a good example, right? So you change subjects. Why did you change subjects? Was the obstacle too big, or was the goal not good? Like, how did you decide to change subjects?
The obstacle of doing something I knew I wouldn't have liked for a long time. And then I didn't know I didn't like until later. So, you know.
Right.
So that'd be like, that's a big part of it. Is it's like, yeah, you realize like you didn't, you know. So it's like,
right, and you didn't want to stick through it. You wanted to jump because you saw where it was leading, or potentially leading, so you jumped.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Is
right.
Basically, yeah. You could say it's basically that.
Yeah. I think maybe NISE has a lot more sunk cost fallacy as well, where like, okay, I've already been in this for 2 years. I might as well just finish it. Like I'm on this pathway. Might as well stick to it.
You're right. I think you're right. Yeah. Because why would I just like change pathways like that? You know?
Well, you would change pathways if you found a better one, right? Isn't that how it works?
Like, yeah, but like I know what you're saying. Like the NI thing you're talking about, the sunk cost.
Right.
You know. Like I was just seeing that like once they start.
But like let's say you found another subject that you would like even more than this one, would you jump?
Man,
or would you even look? Like maybe you don't even have a reason to look because there's no real obstacles. I don't know. Like do the obstacles stimulate you to look for a new pathway? Jared's got something to say here.
You could just combine those two. If you found two pathways that you like, then you could do hybrid.
You could.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the word pathway itself, it's like I don't even know what I'm looking at because it's like It's changing a lot. I don't know. There's unknowns in my life that are coming up shortly with the new year.
So you don't see your pathway as a pathway.
Yeah, it's like you like I used to like at least for the word pathway, maybe just that's not the right word to activate.
What's the right word?
Maybe it's like plan, something like maybe like plans, but I don't know.
Plan?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, non-existent.
Option or something like that.
So your plan. Okay, so you have a plan. How do you jump plans?
So how do I jump plans? Well, you make another plan, and you make that the best plan that you can. But because even though your last plan didn't work out, the fact that you started to okay, that's really cool.
Guru. Yeah, that's the guru.
That's exactly, yeah. That's what you find your guru, and then he writes you a new plan, and that's how you get your next plan. You failed once, your guru will help.
Come on, you're supposed to be a DI, man.
No, you listen.
You can't go to other people. No, you can't listen to other people. You got to do everything on yourself. Come on.
But understand, to get to the guru, you have to do a deep introspection to know who you are. So
why are you saying guru like that?
I don't know why. Why are you pointing it out?
Because you're insecure.
Damn it. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Thanks a lot. I just want to. Okay. Let's get back on
Guru.
track. You say it. Is that the right way to say it? That's the wrong way to say it.
Guru.
Guru. Yeah, I do say it weird. That's okay.
I don't know. Maybe you say it right according to some language that I don't know about. You're not anglicizing it though.
My bad. I should have done that.
Yeah, you're bad. Never do it again. You're in trouble. Everyone's gonna laugh at you.
I already have. It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah. Well, at least what everyone was saying about you is right. So at least there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Everyone?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, what everyone's saying about you. Yeah. All the tribe.
Every single one?
Yeah, yeah. Well, not everyone. I mean, I'm not listening to everyone. I'm just an IP, but most of them. All the ones I hear.
Yep.
How to stress out an IP. There you go. Yeah, pathways, plans. So you have a plan now to do psychology, right?
No.
No. What are you learning in school? Business?
Yeah.
Business and
psychology.
And psychology. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe they're not right in what they said about you. So business and psychology. So how did you decide that pathway or that plan? How did that become your plan?
I looked at all the options. Remember, I sat down one day. I looked at all the options and made another step forward the next day.
Uh-huh. And so you decided you were jumping before you looked at the options or after you looked at the options?
Only after. I should have done that before, but
so you looked at the option. You wanted to jump, but you didn't decide to jump until you looked at options on where to jump.
Well, yeah, I mean, going all the way back to like before I even took my first pathway, it was like, here's your strengths finder, and they gave you the strengths finder, whatever. Like, oh, right. You're gonna be good at this. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna crush this. And you're like, okay, and then you're like, yeah, I didn't.
Where's your DI, man? Why are you going to strengths finders? Where's your DI?
So like, I did really well.
Well, I mean, you got to it eventually. You got to your DI eventually.
I know. It's just, at the time, I was like, I was doing one of the best in like a lot of my classes. I just like,
yeah.
I just like didn't like it. I just like don't know how to explain. I just didn't like what I was doing. I wasn't even failing at school.
Yeah.
I just wasn't like,
You see,
no, there's a lot behind it's like it's a big life change, and I'm not fully processed from it yet, or I'm like just wrapping up the chapter. I'm like, guys, the bow tie is not here yet. Like, let me talk about this in like 20 years. I'll be like, I could tell you what happened. I don't know. I'm in the midst of it. I'm in the midst.
Well, I mean, this is the best time to talk about your pathway processing, because you're like pathway processing once you're done in retroactive. That's boring. We don't want to talk about that.
That's a lot easier because now I'm like, I gotta like predict the pathway and then talk about that prediction of the pathway, and I don't even know either of them. I don't have enough time predicting it, and I don't have enough time living it.
You didn't like wake up at like 12 years old and was like, yes, I saw like 2 Nile Red videos. I'm gonna be a chemist now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, yeah, something like
that's
that.
what I did. And also with your school stuff, I can relate, except I just didn't do it, so I failed.
What's up, Hank? That's the first time I've seen you in that hat.
Yes.
Oh wait, what? He's got a new hat. Hang on. Do a 360.
Didn't you have a green hat in that shape though, with like plaid? Yeah, is that your only plaid hat?
Hank,
I have two. I have 2 of them. One of them lights up. I'm wearing a. I'll do 2 170s. Yeah, I'm wearing
All right.
Nice. Yeah.
So
what if you wear it backwards? What does it look like when you wear it backwards?
Looks like crap.
Looks like crap.
Yep.
Here you go.
Bro, it's like a farmer.
Nice.
So, curse you, Nico and David, you got me somehow. So I have pizza that happens to have pineapple on it. So I'm gonna.
What?
Ooh,
no way. What?
Nice.
What'd I do?
Are you gonna eat that?
Yes, I lost somehow, so I had to do my side of the deal. So I'm gonna eat this horrible, disgusting pizza.
What did you lose? You don't lose.
This is crazy.
Hank lost. Holy shit.
Hank lost an argument. He'll
never live this one. He'll never live this one down. Oh no. Oh god, the tribe's pointing and laughing at him. Oh god.
I was gonna do that. Oh no.
How is it?
That, Hank.
Is it as bad as Dave is projecting?
I don't know. It's horrible. I'm dying.
Nice. He controlled the tribe. There we go. He's good at it. That's
so
just
Hank,
perfect.
Hank, you messaged me this week with an interesting topic, right? You messaged me with why do stupid people think you're stupid, or something like that? Should I open?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Oh my god, that pisses me off so much. Wait, continue. Like they'll like there's one guy who like in my frat who's just like, oh, look at this fucking idiot every time I walk in the room.
Right. So they were calling,
and then whenever I try to like,
they're like, he's not retarded, he's autistic. No, but he's retarded and autistic. I don't know, some weird.
Yes,
I think it was rant, right?
Yeah.
And like every time I try to like disprove him, he'll just speak louder and over me.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, because he goes, oh well, if I'm the loudest guy in the room, I'll always be right, even if I'm wrong.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, I'm going to headbutt the wall now and possibly throw you in a ditch. God, it's so offensive. I'm sorry. That gets my TI.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Which is like my head counters like measures like this. So when I'm on a panel, I can just hold a protest sign. So you can keep on running your but now you look like an idiot still.
You got the good SI there.
What is that? What is that sound? Holy crap! I'm dying.
Someone jingling keys.
Oh, someone jingling keys. The computer keys.
Yeah.
Not the piano keys.
Yeah, no, that was I was gonna comment on something, but I forgot of it.
Yeah, so some people are convinced by just talking loud and fast, so that's why they use it as a tactic. But
so how did why are you retarded? You know what I mean? But why?
Yeah, just like that's loud and fast. It's like that's humorous, loud and fast.
Wait, so how'd you? Hank, how did you like take an L? Like what happened?
I lied.
He's joking.
I lied. Just we're gonna have the pizza right in front of you. It's just an excuse to get the pizza because I didn't think pineapple pizza was that bad.
Now the truth comes out.
You're a monster.
Is it that bad?
It's wonderful.
Yeah. What about corn on pizza?
No.
Corn pizza. I never tried it. I had to customize
He
myself.
said no.
That is just a sin.
Yeah. So what did I reply to you? I said,
what you said was you didn't think they thought I was dumb, but they just didn't like I thought differently than they did. So that's the only thing they could hold on to.
right. Yeah.
Don't worry, Hank. They're not free thinkers.
They're slave thinkers.
Yeah. No. We prefer the word indentured thinker. Thank you.
Right. It's just easier to dismiss you than to acknowledge a different way of thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid people don't want to think. They call you stupid to avoid it. Yeah.
And it doesn't convince most people. So
Yeah, people want to avoid thinking. Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, they don't want to think. They don't want to provide citations. They don't even want to argue and negotiate. So
someone like Rant is as well as like Gnimking, and he's gonna any way you try to like talk about a different topic or whatever, he'll always bring it back to the same topic and keep going. He'll ignore most of your points.
Bruh.
Yeah, which is very bad for him because I usually go for a stumper as soon as possible. Like yesterday, he said we have a soul, and I asked him to show me a soul, and he couldn't do that. He's
just gonna call you names if you can't do it. Yeah, that's how it works.
Show me a soul.
Yeah, show me a soul. But he's just, I guess he assumed a priori, but his assumptions start to contradict themselves because if God made everything, then all parts of your body was made by God, so you don't need a special soul module. And if there was one, you could pull it out. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he should do that on stream. That's kind of gross. That's kind of the sort of thing you do in a closed room together.
Bruh. With socks on or without socks?
I don't know. Yeah, users define it.
Socks
however
off.
They like. Socks off.
Yeah.
Ooh,
pull out your soul module. Rant. Pull out your soul module.
You need to. The only way you can access it is by taking off your socks.
That's how souls work. Souls don't work with socks. Yeah.
Oh, they don't work.
No.
But
that makes sense.
Yeah,
you see a person with sandals in public, actually a soulless heathen.
Soulless heathen.
Yeah.
Actually a soulless. Yeah.
So they go for insults, but I just counter with straight man style mockery. Then they look like an idiot, and it's
an
pretty,
idiot.
Pretty, yeah, and it's a pretty common pattern. So I've gotten really good at it.
Yeah, I bet you have a lot of practice.
Developing strategies. Yeah.
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 Dude developed his fucking anti-idiot scheme.
He's gonna sell it.
Yeah, it works in the corporation, but I don't know. I don't know where to go from here yet. So
with Red, I got him to shut up when I was just like, yeah, just give me an example. He was like, he couldn't give an example. Yeah,
Dude's gonna write a book. Dude's gonna write a book on how to be a free
If you ask him for examples, he won't have any examples ever. That's just the pattern with Red.
Yeah, that's a hard counter. It works on Rant. It works on Binding Christ. It works on Officer Snaps. It works on Pussy Paul. Works on
on all the intuitards. Yeah, works on all the intuitards. Yeah.
Hank, you're gonna write a book one day about how to be a free thinker.
I probably should.
It's so ironic. It is so ironic.
Assuming I know. I don't even know. Because I could just tell people to go read Principia Discordia and use the web version because the PDF version apparently leaves some stuff out. I discovered that this week.
Oh, really? That's criminal. How dare they?
Yeah, that tribe. I don't know.
It's how they get you. It's how they make you buy the book instead of just looking at the PDF.
Yeah.
Buy the book.
Yeah. I forwarded that video you sent me, Benjamin, to the Machine Lies.
Did you? Cool.
Yeah. I
was
said you.
Had the machine
and it said it was
lie
from
its
you.
way out of this one.
Did you take a look at it? Did you watch it?
Oh yeah, I watched the whole thing pretty much.
Oh, what do you think about that kind of thing?
It's pretty much what Machine Lies and I were going for, based on just showing people the limits of science and
Science and technology.
Yeah. Because it has limits.
Yeah.
But one thing I did
learn, has to have limits, otherwise it's not defined and it doesn't exist.
Yes.
And until you find the limits, then you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, and but one thing I did learn for sure was that totalizing, that I didn't know where the totalizing culture came from, and it's came from ideologies without limits. So
that's right.
So that's something I didn't actually know before.
Yeah, so he used evolution as an example of an ideology without limits, where they start applying it everywhere, and then the Nazis hijack it and start using evolution to justify their thing and whatever.
Eugenics.
Even though what their actions didn't actually confirm to the actual theory, it's just an excuse. So
right. Yeah, so until you find the limits of any theory or idea, then you don't really understand the idea.
Yeah, and I'm like the guy who tries to put things into boxes. So I'm limits are the first thing I'm looking for. Context limits. So that's why because talk and think past other people, because I'm looking for the limits so I can know when to ignore the rules, and other people just apply it blindly everywhere, even though it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, breaking rules. Let's go.
No, Hank's a rule follower. He's going to put you in jail.
Oh no! Oh god! He's gonna make me into an indentured.
What was this whole thing they were talking about? Hank, you're not black. Why would they say you're not black? What does that even mean?
Oh, it means he's brown.
But it's
like, no, Hank, you would go in the hood and you would get beat up. You're not black. You're autistic. What does that even mean?
So I can go to hood anytime I demo, please.
I know.
Nothing happens to me.
Of course not.
But it's a joke based on something Biden said. If you vote for Trump, you ain't black. I have 3 Trump hats.
Oh,
I did vote. Yeah. I have 3 Trump hats. I did vote for Trump twice. I won't vote for him again because January 6th, if I vote for him one more time, he'll just declare himself king and just not leave. And it could be a bad thing because he can't manage.
I think he'll leave. He'll be done.
Maybe.
What?
He's not going to try to make a 3rd term. I don't think so.
What did I just hear?
I mean, technically, if he did win, then his term's going to be over really soon on January 5th. So he can't really run again.
Yeah, that's factual.
What are you what? I'm missing like important bits of context here. What are you? What's going on?
He's not going to vote for Trump again. He says. So who are you going to vote for?
Vivek Ramaswamy, the Swami.
I mean, if you vote for Trump, you're not black, apparently. So you have to vote for someone else.
I could just not vote.
You could just not vote. That's true.
You could vote for the batshit NITI Indian guy.
Vote for him. He's not running. He's not running.
No, he dropped out.
Wait, what? Bruh, dude actually got his ass handed to him.
He's supporting Trump. He's not running. Is he? I don't think
no. He spoke like, at least based off of the one ops video that I watched of him, he had aspirations.
Right, yeah. Well, one day. He's still young.
He is.
Yeah. Apparently, so what happened this week? Biden dropped out, and then Kamala stepped up, but then they're telling Kamala she has to win primaries first. So I don't know. Apparently it's a big mess.
Just one big observer fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a level of like craziness.
And then now Yahoo got there and he gave a speech in Congress.
Oh, he did? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you sent that, yeah.
Yeah.
What like October 7th? Wait, I didn't like fully watch the thing. Is that like whenever like Hamas launched the missiles or something?
What?
I don't know. What was the October thing?
That was this week. He wasn't there.
Oh shit! Wait. Then why is he saying like October 7th will be remembered?
October 7th is the day that Hamas invaded Israel.
That's what okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I swear, the whole one bad apple spoils the bunch ideology.
It's funny how like half of Congress wasn't even there. So the half that was there was very enthusiastic. It was like standing ovation room because all of the others left.
That's
it backfired. Their boycott completely backfired. And then Kamala went to talk to a sorority instead of meeting a world leader. Like, that was a good plan, Kamala. Yeah.
Dude, her NI is just so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
Politics.
America's just such a weird place right now. It's always been. You guys are always weird, but right now it's even more weird than normal.
Yeah, America, fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nationalism, let's go. Let's go. Okay, anyways.
Yeah. It's funny talking to other non-Americans about America. They're just like, what is that place? Like, what are they doing? What's wrong with them? Why are they so rambunctious? Like, why can't they just sit still and chill?
You see, like every time there's like a non-native, I gotta be like, America, let's go, and then I just turn around and curse it under my breath. Just like God.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with liking.
They don't know what they're doing.
There's nothing wrong with wanting your country to do well. If the country,
no, no.
If the country does well, you do well. Like same thing, you're working in a company. If your company does well, you can probably get a pay raise at some point. If your company fails, if you hate your company and it crashes, then you're screwed. You got to find a new company to hate.
Well, it's
to join in.
Unless you're an executive, because if you're executive, you always fail upwards.
Oh, that's true. The executives
you trip up you trip up the stairs.
Yeah.
So okay, what do you might call it? I think a lot of the craziness from America, like why can't they just keep to themselves, or like they're like always like policing and whatnot. It comes from they're like basically the Rome of of the modern world, and that has some very peculiar implications. I also think a lot of
most of the world doesn't need policing, and
yeah, but the thing is that the boomers, all right, if you've watched like Star Wars,
here we go,
like their whole defeat the whole overlord shit, they're like smoking that pack. They're like smoking that pack. There always needs to be a villain type stuff. They gotta be it's like a savior complex.
I mean, I don't see any difference with Gen Z. Gen Z is making the boomers the villain. What's the difference?
Yeah, there is none. I completely agree. It's just I know that a lot of Gen Z's pissed because they blame the boomers for ruining the economy.
Join up, Joe. I don't think you've been on the stream before, but you've been in chat. You're welcome to join up.
Joe Biden.
No, Joe
Wake
up. Joe Cool, yeah.
He's cooler. Yo. He's cooler than
Hank's pretty enthusiastic about you joining up. Yeah. Did you see how did you see the vandalism on what monument was it this week? There was a couple of monuments that got vandalized.
Bruh.
There's like a Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell was vandalized, and then
bruh. Continue. Sorry.
There was some other monument that was vandalized. I don't know what it was.
I'm just having like a massive bruh moment over here.
With a graffiti.
Just like I don't know. I
mean, this is how revolution starts. Revolutions are not good for anybody usually.
No, they aren't. They really aren't. And my generation's going to be like smack dab in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just like, God.
There does seem to be a big disconnect. Like the rest of the world, Gen Z is different, but America Gen Z, there seems to be a big disconnect between crazy. You guys and the rest of the world. Even what up, Joe?
The closest thing that
Thank you.
Hey, we got the same headphones. Look at that.
The closest Gen Z that
headphones I got from
the closest thing to like America's Gen Z would be like Europe's, like more particularly Western Europe's. Yeah,
maybe
that's like the closest.
What are you saying, Joe? What are you up to? How's life?
Life is really grand. I had a full day yesterday. Where'd I go? I went to our town hall meeting. That shit was great. In fact, I downloaded like 4 minutes of it so I could go over with someone if you guys want to see, some mess at the town hall.
Town hall. Where's the town? Which town?
It's Chicago. In my neighborhood, it's Chicago.
Chicago? Yo. Oh God, that's a place I will not go.
I got a hardcore friends in Compton and shit. Be like, no, Joe, I'm not coming to your neighborhood.
I'm not. No, God, no.
After that, I went to a Palestinian protest downtown. It was fucking great. Oh my God, the venom. I must be a troll because I was loving some of the shit they were saying. It was horrible shit. Woo. Just the emotion and shit though, and and they've been through a lot, and they get no love from America. I get it. What else? Then I stayed up and did a bunch of shit. I didn't get to bed till I don't know 9 or 10 o'clock this morning, so I'm just waking up. So I've been having a blast. I'm finna go out of town. I'm going to stop in Ohio, then Kansas, then Texas, then Colorado.
The Machine Lies is moving to Ohio.
Really? That's 5 hours, 4 in some places for me. Oh, so because he's not a social fuck. He tells me in real life, he's like, he says, "Not no way you 4 hours from me. You're gonna be the most social, weed smoking, hanging out in the streets, motherfucker. Bro, I'll be there every once.
Yo, let's go.
How are you guys though, man? I don't want to. I really this is my morning cup of tea at 1:20.
Nice.
And really, I'm this is morning. I'll be quiet a little bit and maybe catch up on the conversation. I appreciate you guys being really fucking courteous.
Man. You brought a lot of positivity to the chat. Welcome, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Like I see a lot of big cities. I know big cities, right? They have a lot of culture.
Yeah.
But I also see them as GTA lobbies. Is that true?
What's GTA?
Grand
like
Theft
GTA
yes.
5.
Yes.
Like you just have like some like they're like the super corporate guys, and then that are just like scamming the hell out of you, and then you have like that one gang member in a flying motorcycle that just like
it's probably not the way you're representing it in your mind. It's probably
just pure chaos.
No, okay, it's not the way. I was gonna say because the real GTA people go about their lives and you follow the crazy fucks. I would say that's how it is here. And the crazy fucks are as crazy as they are on GTA. But the normal person just walks down the street and all of that shit. They're not involved in the gang, the drug. They're not affected by that shit. Ain't nobody running up on normal people. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
But we're clowns and we do dumb shit. No, really, you got like white folks, church folk. Everybody walks up, and now the immigrants now are moving into the neighborhood. Everybody gets along fine. It is us. It would be the the young hip hop heads who believe on that respect shit. Keep my name out your mouth. You know, those knuckleheads will be getting in trouble. Your mom and your sisters who go to work and shit, they'll never see none of that shit, bro.
How did you make it past that age, Joe?
Not well, because I did the horrible shit. I was the one of 6 of us. I was the one who joined the gang early and sold drugs, got kicked out the crib. So it's a miracle. I didn't think I'd be. I just stopped when I started.
You're one of the lucky ones that made it out. Yeah,
I'm very, very lucky, and like I would say, even blessed because, you know, to come. I'm getting emotional thinking about that. I feel like such a bitch. Yeah. God, I don't think I can say it.
I see why you're so positive. Like you've been through a lot, man. Shit.
And
that takes a lot of growth, and
it's different how you present yourself than what you really are.
Right on. I think people got you know, judgments of me because the only shit that anybody's gonna see and shit is the temper part. But that's my being in the hood. If I don't interpret people as disrespecting me, this is me. I love this shit. I do this shit for weeks and months. You know, and here in Chicago, no one disrespects you. The price of disrespect in his life. So I go years here and I see no disrespect. So when I do see disrespect from a cop or someone, I flare and I probably don't act good. That's the part that everybody sees in me.
So like, okay, so you I can relate to your temper, man. I have a pretty bad temper as well.
I think it's trauma.
But it seems
for me,
everybody processes trauma differently, but yeah.
I didn't mean to belittle that. I think all of our shit is going to be a result of trauma in some way, including mine. I don't know if that might not be unprobable. I don't mean that it excuses shit and all of that, but really the reason,
no.
You know, it all would go back to something your dumb ass didn't resolve when you was younger and shit.
One of the things we see is we all get traumatized by different things. Like we could go through the same experience, and then you would pull out a different trauma than I would from that experience, right?
I'm giving you trauma. It could be in grammar school, but that's the trauma. I'm not saying nothing about its validity and shit, but just because you come up in a grammar school where everybody was racist and you or your brother was black, that was your experience, or your sister got bullied. Now you respond to bullies in a certain way. Whatever it is, determine how you were going to be later. I'm probably not speaking well because this is morning to me.
No, you're good. You're good. We got you.
You're good, bro.
All right.
Honestly, it'd be pretty nice to have you back on for other streams. You seem like you seem pretty insightful. I'm not gonna lie.
I appreciate that shit, bro. Right? I appreciate that shit, and I like peace. I can't stand drama rooms where niggas yell over each other and shit like that. It may be
the drama channels,
yeah. But this is what I prefer. And if I don't know, but if you guys get intellectual. Oh, I'm fucking somebody. I'm gonna hit on one of you guys because that's what I really like, man. What motherfucker get to finish a sentence, and I like opposing ideas, because I started off hating the cops and fucking with cats on here, especially the ones with the opposing ideas. That's getting me out of that. I don't want to use the word trauma because it's bitch shit, but it's my instinctive reaction to shit. It's the people with the other point of views that drag me. People who telling me, yeah, get them, Joe. Don't help me much. I love you, but you don't help me much. So anytime a person will debate something with me, Joe, government plays a good role. Joe, they do this. I prefer those fucking roles.
Yeah. Excellent.
I get you, bro.
So I sent an email to Benjamin. Why do stupid people think I'm stupid? Do you have an idea why?
Stupid?
Yeah, stupid. Yes.
Yeah, I think you're smart, Hank.
Yeah.
I don't know why stupid people think you're stupid.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if anyone really thinks you're stupid. I'm sure when you make someone mad or something, they would call you that, or that's their go-to or something. That how everybody tries to cut low. That's probably what they go to. But I imagine most motherfuckers know that they don't even understand your shit, and you be right. When you say something in those rooms, you'll say something people gloss over. I totally understand you. I'll be like, I see exactly where it's coming from. I think they believe that you're smarter than them in real life. Most people.
Yeah. They're not on your level, man. They just dismiss you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
What
Yeah, I
they
was
don't
surprised.
realize
like
is
this.
that if they legitimately think I'm stupid, I like being underestimated because it makes my fights much easier. So
Yeah. And you love a fight, Hank. You do, Hank. You love the smoke. I ain't gonna bullshit you, bro. You'd love it. He be smiling and just loving it when motherfuckers talk shit.
Yeah. Hank likes his troll attention.
What if this is gonna be damn near impossible to do? But what were you guys talking about? I got a habit of just jumping on
Oh,
without
yeah.
listening.
Well,
Yeah.
we
So
were
what
going
was the
through a bunch of
topic?
topics. We had a topic last week where we were talking about pathways, how we plan out our pathways differently in life,
Give me some of
and
that.
how we look at obstacles and stuff like that.
Give me some of that. Is it what I'm thinking? Give me more, because already shit popped in my head when you said
Yeah.
that. Okay. Are you talking about like?
Well, okay,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
we noticed that there's two different kinds of people that are looking at pathways differently. Some of us are looking at pathways as just very simple, like I am. I'm just looking pathways very simple, just like there's a goal, there's obstacles, you overcome the obstacles, you get to your goal.
Male shit. That's how men think. Should think.
Yeah.
So
Just
yeah.
stay away from the gutter, stay away from all of the things that can go wrong, and you'll get there eventually, basically. But like giving that advice to people who are looking at pathways differently is just bad advice for them. That's not how they do it.
Oh, that's dope. Because I'm a
Right.
different guy. I won't stay away. I'd rather go around to the low end and the bad people and shit and learn. If I'm going out cop watching in the city, I'm gonna hang out with the guys who I like and do what I do. But I'm gonna make sure I call the guy who maces motherfucker, who gives the citizens shit for no reason. I want to be there and sit there. And when we're done, I'm gonna take them back to the restaurant and I'm gonna talk. What motivates you? Why do you do this? Blah blah blah. I'm okay with that shit. I'm not the guy out there yelling at an old lady, calling her names or something. But it's interesting to me, and it was gonna happen whether I'm there or not. This dude's an asshole. I don't mind seeing it, and it's my job under God to give him a little. Hey man, you could, in my opinion, you could do better here, or maybe she didn't deserve that today. I love it. I had so much fun.
So what do you do?
I film the police and I film government officials. Period. And this.
Oh, you're like a muckraker.
Muckraker. I forgot what that was.
That's a muckraker, whistleblower. Essentially, people who uncover the muck of
Yeah.
like societal activities.
I
So, like,
guess.
say a factory is like, say it's like doing child labor or whatnot.
Right.
Muckrakers are the people who would expose that and get them in trouble.
Okay, well, I'm a little different than a muckraker. An auditor, under that definition, is definitely a muckraker. They do what would look like a conventional news stories and social media exposés and backgrounds and all of that stuff. I'm more of a documentary guy, I guess. I just film it, and I know I don't take time to get this info. This guy was involved in that. I don't do all that. I just show people and let them come to their own conclusions. Yeah, so. Like, for instance, this is why I'm a cop watcher. People call me a cop watcher, not an auditor. I go out there and I'll film and be quiet as long as the cop breaks no laws. And 9 out of 10 or 15 out of 16 of my shits you won't ever see on YouTube, because the guys were polite and we got along and all that. So I'm not looking for a story or whatever muckrakers do. However, if the cop tries to tell the person, yeah, you have to ID when you don't, then I feel the duty to step in and say the cop's lying and help the citizen. I'm not sure that's muckraking anymore.
What's your YouTube channel?
Joe Cool.
Joe Cool. Let's look it up. Joe
Yeah.
Cool. Joe Cool.
All right. There's This is. Oh man, I always enjoy getting on these streams because there are a lot of people who can, like, I don't even want to sound egotistical, but it's like there are a lot of people who can talk on my level here, or even at levels higher.
I found you.
All right. Yeah.
I got all these peanut cartoons instead of your channel.
Wait, when I first got here, I didn't know nothing about YouTube, so I signed up as Joe Cool. I didn't know 10 or 15 years later that I'd use that name, the Cop Watch, and I had to fight Snoopy. Right? Anytime someone looked for me, they found Snoopy. Yes,
this is what you do here.
Wait, who's Snoopy?
Can I ask you a question?
Hey, pause.
Is it your policy to identify?
Step back.
Wait, he's asking to pause.
No. He good.
What's
You're
that?
good. I thought I'm kind of goofy. I told you I just woke up. I had some incidents yesterday, and I had put them up. So I thought you had clicked on one of those, but that's still unlisted. So this will be a regular video.
Okay, what the fuck is all this about? She said yes, and you guys come in like your thugs.
Have a nice day, sir. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
My job. Step back.
It's not your job to answer questions. You are a public servant. Is it? I just did. You want me to step back again?
You're on the way down the street. Go.
What?
What's wrong with you?
What's the fuck wrong with you? I'm fine. I'm fine.
Have a nice day, sir.
I will. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Is there a reason you stepping up on me?
Why are you stepping up on me?
I just stepped back. I was over there. You ran your bike on me. Then you hopped off because you're the one being aggressive when you're supposed to de-escalate. You with all that. Do you need help? Did I ask you for help? It's 27 cops on this one corner.
Okay.
I know how to find help. Is your number still 911?
Yeah.
I'm good.
So that's the type of shit I do. Yeah.
So that's Joe Cool. Subscribe to Joe Cool.
Thank you for that.
So who is Snoopy?
Snoopy is Joe Cool. It's one of his characters. And if you type in Joe Cool, Snoopy used to pop up. I thought I was #1 Joe Cool now. Snoopy, nobody could find me because everything was Snoopy. So
everything was Peanut Snoopy.
Yes.
Joe Cool Chicago is what it is.
Yeah.
What were they? You're just making trouble for cops.
I was at the gun rally in Virginia. I travel. I don't do it in Chicago. In fact, a ton of my videos are not. I've been traveling for years now. That's in Virginia at the gun rally where they tried to make it illegal to have guns. Everybody came from different places. They put fencing around the Capitol and metal detectors and guards. It was fucking great. All the citizens were armed that day with ARs and shit. That day was special, bro. And I met some of my heroes when I was selling dope when I started this and doing dope. And when I stopped and started watching the cop watch vids and squared up and cleaned up, went to the methadone clinic and all that shit, and my mind cleared up. There's one guy, Brian from High Impact Flicks, it was called at the time. He was like speaking of stuff like, no man has authority over you. You don't have to bow to motherfuckers. And I'm sorry, the dog's barking next door at people walking down the street. But I got to meet him out there and a couple more people who I credit with changing my mind from thinking about me to thinking about other people. Right when I go out there, I might not even film, but I'm going to stand out there and make sure the guy or the girl is not abused. It might be a domestic. They might have kids. I won't even pull my camera out for any of that, but I'm going to fight for her rights, and live your life for other people, not for yourself.
How do you find this stuff? You've got like a police scanner or something?
I got a police scanner, and then I've been doing it a while where you learn little techniques and shit, like and like sometime the first thing I do when I go to a different city, Compton, what's the other one, South Central or whatever, anywhere, Vegas.
All you're missing is a bat cave, man, in a bat suit.
Yeah. You can always go straight to the police station. When I first touch down in the town, I go straight to the police station and walk in with a camera. What you up to? I'm just doing a tour in the station. I'm from out of town, and they're gonna lose their mind. Where you from? And where you at? They're So
you walk into a police station with a camera and you start getting up in their faces.
I do it everywhere. Yes, across the fucking country.
Okay. I have a question. I have a good question for you. What would you do if you were a police officer? Like, say you became a police officer and like that was your job. That's how you paid the bills. Like, what would you do? How would you do things differently?
A bunch of flipping answers came up because that's a great setup for a joke. I'd end my life or whatever the fuck. A bunch of shit popped up, but I'm gonna give you a serious answer to it. First, morally, I couldn't do it. I don't believe I could. I can't force myself. For instance, if I think you're doing something, Hank's a friend. If I think Hank's doing something wrong, I can advise him. I can't force him to do anything. Police think differently. I couldn't hurt anyone on someone else's authority. For instance, me and you, we have to follow the 10 Commandments. You can't hurt no one, steal no one, steal it. But suddenly, when you become a cop, you can hurt people, take their property and shit. I would have a real moral issue with that. So it'd be hard. But assuming I went in like in the military. I want to help my country. I would be trying my best to change the image of it, because that's what it is. The bullies. Give me your ID. That's the whole thing. If they were kind and courteous, I would start there. I would be, accept. Hey, can you look up a cop named Matt Thornton, Detective Matt Thornton. I do what he does and find one of his shorts.
On
Maybe
YouTube?
even on YouTube. Go Detective Matt Thornton and find one of his popular shorts because he does so much shit. But if I was a cop, and he's the only one, and I know him barely just through chat or whatever. He know a lot of my friends personally. They hang out. I haven't hung out with him yet. But that guy, I gotta tell you, I'm impressed if not amazed. He will. He'll stand up when all other police back him. Yeah, get that ID. You never know what he is. This guy will be like, oh, you can see for yourself. This is not be no.
They
Short,
say when
babe.
you're gonna kill yourself, that there's certain triggers
Do
that
a
will
short,
trigger
bro.
you to finally have.
Because he
that?
does all sorts of community work. Do a short. Go to a short. He does community work and shit. The shorts will be.
Hi there. How you doing? Good.
You're
Yeah.
giving me
Away from your hot steaming water.
away from hot in the water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Oh, that's
could
not the one you
look
want to watch.
Go watch the entire 18-minute version of this execution of Sonia Massey. From the second he steps out of his vehicle, he checks the box for every single point of being a bad officer. His condescending impatience when he knocks on the door. Oh, I'm sorry, are we bothering you, public servant, to do your job? His condescending tone the whole time. His chase after his ID crack. Never even attempt to make a human connection with her that entire time. And then, of course, the execution, which I don't even need to explain. He was just waiting to pull his gun out. And then afterwards, demeaning her, calling her names, cop-splaining why he did what he did. Do not entertain the notion that this is isolated. We have a huge epidemic problem in the police culture. I've been screaming this forever. Any bootlicker or officer who tries to justify this nonsense, we rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Cop-splaining? Like that.
Yeah, cop-splaining. Yeah.
Cop-splaining,
But
yeah.
I'd have to do that. I like what he does, man. He stands on his morals as a person. And he is an active detective and all of that shit. And so, the hate that he gets and all of that, and it's really cool. Some cops rally around him. It's so interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how you resist becoming a police state, I guess. And
How do you resist becoming a police state? I mean, I think.
well, I mean,
know
what you're doing, what you guys are doing.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. But there's a but in there, a hesitation, But I think you think there's a better way, though.
No, I don't. I mean, I've been in countries where things are pretty bad. Yeah, cops are like that everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, I'd agree, and maybe even worse because in some countries they take you out and put a bullet in your head or actively. At least here we got cameras and you got a little small moniker of protection.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it's gonna look like, and I hate it because I like being courteous and all of that shit. But when I'm in the passenger side of a car and a cop asks me, tells me I must ID.
This guy is Steve Jessup. You ever hear of him?
I don't think.
I know my rights. He's older.
I would have to know him if he was on some know my rights shit, but nothing's popping in my head.
I think it's all skits, right? It's not real stuff. But he does weird. It's all pre-planned, but it's like 9 years ago here. Like,
yeah, see, they before my time.
Another block at North 8.
19 for day 1.
Oh, this clown.
This guy?
What's with all the beer, man? What's with all this beer, man?
Right.
You got 3-4 cases here.
Man, this is how I do it.
You rode this chair 2 miles.
Yeah, well, it's got a good battery, yeah.
Got a driver's license on you?
Do I need a driver's license to operate a chair?
That was dope, right?
I'm gonna need an expediting it to my location, please.
What?
Got that going off the chair.
Man, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Put your hands down.
Well, what's the deal, man? I didn't.
Put your hands down right here, man. Come on, man. We gotta take you in, man.
What? No, man. I gotta get this beer back to my...
Steve,
Come on.
don't do that.
Stop resisting,
Steve,
Steve.
don't do that.
Yeah, I
Don't
didn't
wanna
do that.
Stop
Come on.
resisting.
God dang it. I know my rights.
Did you say these are skits? Because I've only seen a couple. I thought they were real.
I don't know if they're real as shit, but like some of the stuff he does is just hilarious.
Yes, I thought that maybe the cops were pacing with him because they knew he's an asshole. I only saw maybe 2 or 3 of them.
North Edgeville Road. White male, black coveralls, ball cap.
It's like go by.
Sir, pull that lip to the side of the road. Stop
Yeah, definitely a
now.
skit. Definitely skits. You're right.
Yeah, over. 443.
Still funny though.
What the heck are you doing out here? I'm working a job site right there, man.
45.
Right down there. What are you doing down there? What are you doing in this thing?
I just came to get some lunch and sodas and whatnot for the guys.
What's your name?
Steve.
Steve? I can't have you driving up and down the street in this Skyjack. You're sitting on beer.
That's
Of
right,
course.
sir. I'm not drinking it now.
What about that beer there I saw you drinking coming out of the driveway?
Oh man, I was finishing that one was from earlier. That's
Steve, I can't have you driving down the road in a
Man.
Skyjack drinking beer. Why don't you come on down and talk to me here for a minute? Let's figure this out.
man, I gotta get back to work.
No, just come on down. We'll get this figured out and we'll get you back to
man.
work.
No.
Steve, come on down. Steve, come on down.
Come get me. How about that?
I'll tell you what,
Smart.
Steve, we can do this the easy
Smart.
way or we can do it the hard way.
Come on up.
The
buddy.
hard way, on the way to jail, we're going to stop by the hospital.
Oh, maybe I'll come down. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll come down. Maybe I won't.
Steve,
Come get me.
come on down. Just come on down. Let's work this out. Get you back to work.
Oh man, why don't you just go on your way and I'll go on my way?
I'm giving you one more chance, Steve. Come on down the easy way.
I know my rights.
All right. You want to play it the hard way?
I pay your salary.
You want to play it the hard way?
I pay your salary. I pay your salary. How you like that?
Are you going to come down or are we going to bring you down, Steve?
Man, why don't you do your dangest?
Go ahead.
751.
What are you doing, man? I know my rights. I'm 2 blocks from my work.
Put that
site.
cigarette down.
247.
Put your cigarette down.
Female subject walking.
Dang it.
Anyway, yeah, we can stop this.
Hey,
something.
I got a request for a video playing as one of mine.
One of yours? Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you. Joe Cool creating cop crushers. This will tell you. I narrate how I started doing it. Yeah, cop crushers. Yeah.
That seems violent.
Which one is this?
One
This one
called
here?
creating. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, creating cop crushers. I think that's it. Yeah.
Excuse me, officer.
Yeah, that's it.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can I ask you how you doing, man? You got a good looking smile over there. Can I ask you what happened here?
It's a bomb threat at the Walmart.
How you doing? Does the dog do double duty? Does he do drugs and bombs?
Nope.
Just bombs?
Just bombs, and he's a therapy dog.
That's a Walmart evacuated in Aurora, Colorado. Bomb threat. But that's going to have to wait because this vid is about you and these guys.
I've got one that can see.
There are a lot of cats out there that I admire.
What's up, Mr. Cool?
But there are a special few that without them, me and you would have never met.
Any chance I can climb up on that hill there?
No, this is all private property.
Is it really?
It is.
Not this that we're on, is it?
Yeah. Well, on the sidewalk, yes, it is.
Yeah.
This sidewalk's private?
No, on this side of the
Oh,
sidewalk.
no.
Private.
Well, that's what I was getting to.
Even though that cat's covered up, a lot of y'all know that voice. That's Philip, High Desert Community Watch. And he's part of my origin story. Every cop watcher's got one. Years ago, I'm sitting at home on house arrest, can't stand a cop, can't do nothing about it, and I see this vid.
What do you need a permit for?
Why are you here at the post office?
You're doing a story on your post office.
You do what?
Story on your post office.
Oh.
Do I need a permit?
Yeah, sure, but we'll see if I got it.
Oh, look, they're right here. Perfect.
Perfect.
You know what? You should stick by.
Stay here so
you
you can
should
get
hear.
educated. So you can get educated.
You might want to see this.
So Cop Crushers is like your crew?
No. People who confront cops, cop watchers and stuff. I'm saying that this is how you create them. I became a cop crusher. I'm calling it. No one uses that word. It's just something I came up with.
Oh yeah.
You guys keep going at it. Thank you guys. Have a good one.
I'm surprised the cops didn't get out.
What's going on?
Never mind.
Public photography.
Cool.
First Amendment.
I got one right here.
All right.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, we don't want to answer no questions. You guys have a good day though. Be safe.
You guys have IDs on you?
No, we don't need to provide one. We haven't committed a crime.
We're fine. So why are you?
We haven't committed a crime, so no, we don't have an ID.
But you know, it kind of raises our suspicion.
It doesn't matter what your suspicion is. You have to follow the law. No, I don't need to listen to you. You have a good day, okay?
Thank you.
All right. So try your shit on somebody else, not on me, man.
This was the moment. I was still so indoctrinated. I didn't even believe the shit they about to do is legal.
I'm gonna stay right here now. Okay. Well, you're being live streamed, so we'll see when they call your department. I don't care. So I don't care what you say. No, you're not asking for ID.
There's a lot of terrorism.
Let me see your ID. You're the terrorist.
Terrorism.
You're the gang member. Yeah, you're the new face of terror in the American streets. So go ahead. You want any other spiel? Because I got one for everyone you got, man. Ever since 9/11, the boogeyman wears a badge.
Don't sleep on what he's saying. This is the United States. We don't bend, we don't bow, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Bullshit. 20 years ago, they did some shit, and police still violating everybody's rights because they still scared. The terrorists have won.
Are you on probation?
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Are you investigated for internal affairs? Are you being investigated for beating anybody, or for killing somebody, or for violating somebody's rights? All right, thank you. I don't answer personal questions. Thank you, sir. I don't answer personal questions. Thank you, sir. You're being intrusive now.
You're on probation.
You're being intrusive now. Thank you. You have a good day, sir. So he tells the guy we're fine, but then he's going to come out and trying to violate my rights and ask me for ID, put his lights on, and he's going to get sent packing. You're dismissed, by the way.
Never said you're committing a crime, sir.
You're dismissed. Go find. They go find the real criminal. Let me see your ID. Where you live? No, where you live. Exactly. I'm not going to tell you where I live. I don't tell people with guns where I live. So nice try though. No, you're dismissed. You're going to leave before I do. You're not going to get no ID.
Paid by the hour, sir.
Exactly. Overpaid. Peelman, what's your badge number, Mr. Peelman? What's your 2520? We'll post how much you make a year on the video.
It's none of your business.
No, we'll post it. We have ways to figure it out.
When you're stealing it from me, yeah.
When you're stealing it from me and you're trying to extort me when I pay you, time for you to kick rocks, man. We'll see. You're going to leave before I do, man. So, and you'll just be put on the list of many officers.
Don't go on the private property.
Hey, don't run with scissors. Don't violate nobody. Don't eat yellow snow and suck it easy.
Don't eat yellow snow. Don't.
Told you.
Scissors.
You're dismissed.
Where I come from, that shit was magic, which means I couldn't do it till I saw this cat.
Your worst enemy is not a criminal with a gun. Your worst enemy is a bad cop.
Yeah.
Because if that cop 2 weeks ago kicked me in the head, and now I'm enraged, and
I hate you now.
I'm not going to see him. I'm just going to see that uniform.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that makes it dangerous for you.
There was a lot less people recording back then. Certainly a lot less brothers. But at Nick is where I saw myself. Back then, I didn't know him. I was just some cat in his comments with 2 vids. But without me asking, Nick posted one on his community page.
I got to do. I'm all right, brother. How's it going?
No, thank you.
All right, can we see your IDs?
Let me see your ID.
Sergeant Christian Rogers.
No, your ID with your address and all that on there.
My CRD?
What you want to see my ID for?
Film our police station. Yes, your ID.
Is that against the law?
Remember that head nod? He's going to swear it never occurred.
That's against the law? What law is it against?
I'll do it, CRD.
Because I thought Florida...
identifying you, sir.
I thought Florida Penal Code 901.151 states the only time I must present ID to you is when I'm in the commission of a crime, about to commit a crime, or have committed a crime.
So right
That's
now,
Florida Penal Code 901.1.
Is there a legal reason you want my ID, or do you just want to identify me?
Right now, I'd like to identify you.
So you like?
You would like to identify.
Well, I'm going to identify you.
No,
right
you're going to violate my rights to do so.
How am I violating your rights?
But because Florida Penal Code 901.151 states that the only time I need to give you my ID is when I'm committing a crime, about to commit a crime, or in the process of committing a crime. So what you need to do is give me reasonable, articulable suspicion that I'm breaking the law. That's not, the Supreme Court room photography in itself is not a crime. And this is a governmental facility, and I have every right to come out and record you guys in the course of your duties. So what crime am I breaking?
You're filming in the back of a police.
You said that 5 times. You don't need to know. Who are you?
I'm asking to get your identification.
And I'm telling you, and you're asking me, and I'm respectfully declining no. You're not getting my ID because I don't have to, because you haven't shown me yours.
Yeah. What are you trying to figure out why exactly you guys are filming our police station?
It's not your police station. It's our police station. This is our police station. It's not your police station. You work here. I allow you to work here.
I don't mean to interrupt,
Right?
but this is the crux of our issue. The government thinks we're incapable children that need their instruction, and me and Nick believe the people hired you to watch over our shit till we show up.
You're asking, you allow me to work?
Yes, by paying my taxes, giving you employment. It's suspicion of felony or misdemeanor.
Suspicion?
Yeah.
Suspicion is not a crime.
So it's not a crime, so it's not a law, so you don't have anything to enforce.
Film in the back facility. Facility, absolutely.
Okay, but is that against the law?
I didn't say it was against the law.
Okay, then thank you.
He totally said it was against
No, I
the
don't want to
law
talk to you. You
earlier.
didn't want to identify yourself. I don't want to talk. Anything you can say to me, you can say in front of
You got a big crowd there, eh?
friend here. Because until you guys tell me what law I'm breaking, you have no authority over me.
First of all, we have the authority granted to us by the law. We never said you were breaking the law.
Right.
Okay?
So, and again, I'm going to say, until I break the law, you have no authority over me.
And he's a sergeant.
And he's a sergeant.
But after we told you that I didn't want ID, why did you arrest
You
me?
told me I was going to give it to you.
Yes, you were. If your camera's rolling down.
Not really. We just want to record and be left alone.
All right, have fun. Did I give you a hard time at all?
Can you take this officer with you, please? 'Cause I'm tired of hearing him talk.
Yeah, we're all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, like not now, maybe
They're
later,
both sergeants,
slide.
though.
Oh, good.
And
Get him, baby.
he's got 13,000.
Fuck it. I love that nigga. Okay, let's battle. Fuck that shit.
The next cat I can never repay is Chuck Bronson. When I first began, Chicago auditors made a pact not to go out with me. Said I was too wild and I'd get them popped. Chuck drove to Chicago and took me under his wing. We drove across half the country while he generously shared every bit of insight he could muster, when most auditors would stop acknowledging me even in their chats.
I asked you for 3 things.
Yeah, you came to my window lying to me. Go yourself, motherfucker. I gotta show you shit. Take a picture.
Now, I don't want to misrepresent Chuck here. He's normally pretty even keeled, but this cop just lied to pull him over, so he's hot.
No, it's on the license plate, dumbass. Then write me a ticket and go yourself. Bitch. Yeah, I got a current one. It's right here. Make up lies.
Cop didn't know Chuck keep like 8 cameras rolling at all times.
So this cop pulled me over.
You guys are gonna get in trouble.
Telling me I was speeding. I knew the cop was behind me. I
You're
put him
playing a
on
dangerous
cruise
game
control.
outside of that.
Said I was
it's a
doing
dangerous
42
game.
and a 35 is a fire. I put it on cruise control on 35 for that reason. The second he got behind me.
It's some EP
Joe
stuff
Cool
here.
visiting from Chicago all the way to Bakersfield.
San Joaquin Valley Transparency stuck his head in when I needed a friend, and he's helped more channels than the rest of us combined, and I ain't never seen him ask for shit. Thank you, bruh.
If you're not with the party, you need to leave now.
Why is that?
Because
This is a private event, so if you have no business.
But is this not open to the? Okay, what is this right here?
It's closed for the day.
It's closed for the day.
Yeah. If you have no business here, you need to leave because this is private property and there's a private event here. And I don't think that they would appreciate you videotaping.
Is this private property or public property?
It's a wedding.
Uh-huh.
They don't want to be videotaped by people that they don't know. Okay?
But what building am I in?
You guys all need to leave, please.
Well, the question was, is it a private property or?
Oh, look at. Recreation office, hours of operation. Look at
These
Friday
are
through Saturday. Friday through
These are
Saturday.
private, though.
Friday through Saturday. It
These
says
are
right there.
private. Sir,
Show
you
me where
need
it
to
says.
leave.
Show me where it says.
You need to leave.
Show me where it says.
You need to leave.
Look, it says
These are
it's open.
private parties right now.
It says. It says.
Here just taking pictures of us and all that.
How's it going today, sir? So I'm trying to just get information, basic information about the establishment. Where I'm at, what I can donate if I have to donate to, if
This
you know,
is a
just
serious community center.
right. So this is open to the public, right? This section right here.
This section here is open to the public for another 14 minutes.
Oh, so this you're wrong. Go away. Go away.
You need to back up now.
Why are you acting so threatening?
Yes.
Calm down.
You need to back up.
Calm down.
No,
Your
you
mouth
need
is-
to back
Hey,
away.
You smell disgusting.
Now.
Cigarettes.
You need to leave.
Okay, look,
You need to leave. You need to leave now.
This is a
Back away from me now, please.
Now, all these cats I featured, channels are bigger than mine. But if you haven't already, please go sub them up. All the links will be provided. I don't know about other YouTubers, but this is not my channel. It's ours. If you have an issue, you now have a voice. Can I also suggest you go visit Here's the Deal, James Freeman, and John Felix. These cats will free your mind. And if you haven't figured it out by now, this vid is a thank you for 100K subs. And I'm really thanking you. See you in the comment section.
Well done.
Thank you. There's the origin story. Yeah.
You, oh my God, I'm on I've been stuck on personality typing mode.
Yeah, that's some EP stuff there. That's
yeah, tell me. I got buddies who do it. I don't
It is,
understand
it's
the
very
short
EP.
forms. I don't understand the short slang of it. But what does personality EP? Tell me a little bit. What is it?
So,
you don't like to
would
be
you like to go,
controlled.
Binyam?
You like freedom.
Yep.
It's your kryptonite.
You got it.
The other thing with
am-
EPs is
I'm also
you're not
one.
afraid of people. Yeah, and people issues are not a big problem. You sort through them easy. You might have a bunch of people problems, but it's not going to be where your trauma is coming from. Your trauma is going to be from systems that are controlling you.
Yeah. And it's like you said, I'm a man, so I try to problem solution shit. It don't bother me to in between. I just try to plot a path, problem solution. I don't have to.
Yeah. Sounds like you might be a thinker too.
Yeah, he's to me, he seems kind of like, at least at the end, that's not, you sound very play. Like, we, like our talk, we talk.
I mean, he's
it
definitely
sounds
going out
like
extending energy.
some TE. Like,
You're-
it sounds like some form of TE.
So the thing about play above sleep is you're going to learn through mistakes. You're going to learn by you're going to learn that the flap hurts by sticking your finger in it.
He's right again.
Yeah.
learn through interacting with other people.
Yes. It costs
everybody.
nothing. It's fun. I agree.
Do you typically like to share ideas and ways of thinking with others? Is that
I
something you do?
I think I love that in hearing your ideas. I'm not about forcing my shit on you, but and I wouldn't try to make you do shit, but I love hearing other people's ideas and sharing mine. Yeah. I think I learned a lot. I'm really good at this shit. I've been arrested one time doing this shit, and people with as long as I have, they're in the teens and 20s with arrest. I think I've learned how to move around, and I like to share that with people.
Yeah,
And
sounds like that.
here's one that most people are unwilling or unable to do. Police are mostly bullies. I could go into reasons why, but I hope you guys would agree with that. And when a bully is confronted, he backs down. Police are used to their bosses telling them, damn it, if you don't do this, you're gonna. That's how they're used to the people in authority talking to them. So sometimes that is absolutely a weapon. When I see a cop bully up, I raise my energy higher. If you step back or shrink, you get arrested. And I've
They
seen
get
it.
bullied by people who are above them, and they feel like they're above you, so they get to bully you.
Yes, but when you bully them, they just totally stop and they won't arrest you. If you shrink and let them bully you, you end up in jail. No, the only reason I was out here, no, officer, what I really meant to say, that's how you get arrested. You're like, nigga, I ain't going no fucking where. That guy is like, I don't want to challenge him. It's weird, but I've learned that. And it's a tool
It's
that
very
some people can use.
Darwinistic.
Yeah. It's very, very primal, very animalistic.
Yes.
It is,
And that
it
would,
is. But I mean, humans can be quite a bit.
yeah.
It's
And
just it's behavior.
It's emotional.
Behavior
behavior,
mechanics.
too. It's emotional too. It's emotional. I'm aware that
Yeah, that one clip where like you were challenging that one guy, then the whole station came out. Some other sergeant was like, "Oh, all right, fine, you can do that. That's not against the law."
Yeah.
He's like, "No, don't worry, he's going to. He's going to." He's like,
Right.
he was
Everything
killed.
just
Not all cops are
disperses.
bullies. Yeah, not all cops are bullies. That one wasn't a bully. It was just like, oh, okay.
Exactly. They will never get that negative energy. These are the ones that I tell you never see on YouTube. I talk to them, hey Joe, cool, how you doing? Because they don't have egos.
Only the ones that step up. Yeah, the ones that step up are the bullies.
Yeah, the other ones we get along with so great. They pull me aside and be like, "Hey Joe, man, you got to get to those lieutenants and stuff. They're the ones with the entrenched ideas. They're trying to, I met a lot of them last night at the Palestinian after the protests. I stayed around and talked to the cops, and and the young ones. And I told them exactly what I told you. I'm like, all you young cats seem to be the same. Yeah, laid back. He got a porn mustache and he's friendly and shit. And I'd say, but the older cats are the ones who you stand over there and feel like
Nico's
they
got one of those in his
around.
picture there. What is that picture,
Yeah,
Nico?
okay, let me zoom in.
I don't know. It's like I had a
cop.
character. So I had a character that was essentially based off of like the 80s cop stereotype, who was just like he was just pure representation of police brutality. Just like, here's the warrant, jump you, get on the ground, stop resisting, while they're just beating you with the baton.
Right. Stop resisting.
Stop resisting. They're just like beating the shit out of you.
Test you
It's
guys.
it's like he's like one of that. And I found that and I'm like, oh, that's hilarious. So I just put it up on my YouTube thing. And it's just kind of been there. I think I should change it at some point.
Well,
It's been there for like several years.
Yeah, it's okay.
I believe it means something. So I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily.
It's just a character reference. It's nothing like.
Let me question you guys a bit. You guys seem smart, and I really enjoy doing like little logic games with motherfuckers and shit. That's how you get to know them quickly. So I'm gonna ask you about 3 or 4 quick questions, and we don't have to belabor any of them. I'll get an idea of your baseline. If you guys are now, you're the guy, you're the dictator, you're not the president. You get to change laws, do whatever you think society needs. You say it, and it's now a law or an unlaw if it's one you don't like. You've been given the power. What are some of the first steps you do to change society for the better, or to envision it the way you want it, which I assume is for the better?
First one for me is land.
Very good. Go ahead with that. I know where you're about to go.
Yeah. I get where this is going.
Government's going to buy back all the land from all the people. Nobody owns land anymore. Everyone gets a plot of land.
Very good. That's a really good one, bro. See, you learn a lot from motherfuckers. It took 2 seconds. What about you, Nico?
Oh, well, I mean, I think what I do is enlist laws that essentially allow for a form of like I'm going to try and essentially balance control and chaos. Because essentially you need a balance of both to essentially have a good functional society. And I think that's what I'd try to do. I am a fraternity president.
Okay.
But I was kind of like how you were in how I put the scenario on you where you're like a cop now.
Yep.
I never thought I'd be in such a position. So whenever I was essentially thrust into that position, I didn't take much action.
I hear you.
I didn't take much.
So are you saying
essentially tried to make the environment more positive, to where there was more amicable cooperation and friendship between stronger brotherhood.
Let me make sure I understand you right, because it's interesting, if not fascinating. You wouldn't come in as that authoritative figure. You try and just make shit better where people can work it out. I probably rephrased it wrong, but is that where you're going?
Essentially strengthening, I guess you could say working it out, but like essentially strengthening emotional bonds and bonds of brotherhood between between people.
All right, now
to
I got to ask you,
where
Nico, how do you do that as a authority figure? What law can you change or whatever to strengthen bonds? It sounds like a great aspiration, but how, because you're a powerful person, you're gonna strengthen a
Yeah, what's
bond?
the SI, Nico?
well, that's something that I'd really need to puzzle out a lot. And that's something that I've been working on through my fraternal presidency of like how can I essentially promote a positive environment where better men can be built.
So what
Because
Joe
if we
just
don't
did is
know,
Joe found your demon and he asked you, "Hey, give me the SI," and now you're just giving him more NE, man. You're not answering his question. You're just giving him
but
more
that's
NE.
well, I answered it in the sense of I answered it in the sense of
And it's the sense of
look,
giving more
I don't
context.
know just yet.
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
I don't
the
know just yet.
answer. You know, the
I don't
answer
know.
really don't matter. I'm with Benjamin.
Yeah,
What really matters is how long you hesitate or dance and shit. That's the type of shit I was really looking for. I don't give a fuck. Here's the next question. Who's going to be the next president and why?
I think Trump will.
And why?
That big, massive publicity stunt that happened after the
You
assassination attempt.
didn't think he was going to be the president the day before that?
I thought he was going to
Oh,
be.
I thought so, but that definitely solidified it.
Yeah.
Whenever I saw that, I'm like, there's not a shadow of a doubt in my mind that he's either going to get assassinated or he's actually going to make his way to presidency. I'm like, I don't really see an in between. I don't see another pathway here. It's just that pathway is way too strong.
No, there's another one, jail, but
okay. Well,
a lot
well,
can
a lot
change
of
in 4 months.
that is true. A lot of the allegations and whatnot were kind of like dismissed. But I don't know, man. I really don't look too much into into that kind of politics stuff.
You know,
Because it's like
answer,
the second I start talking about it, and like being like, "Oh, Trump's gonna win." Oh, so you're a Trumpy now? You're gonna get like kicked in the balls or whatever. It's like
Benjamin, and you're explaining everything. It's not the political thing of it. Your answers, show a lot. I would love to come back up and converse with you often and talk about some of those things that you
You're
just
always
said.
welcome, man.
Benjamin,
Yeah,
what
man,
about
you
you?
heading
Who's
out?
going to be the next president and why?
I mean, Trump, and the reason why is he's just popular right now.
Yeah, it is popular.
But a lot can change in 4 months.
Yes. I didn't really need to know who was going to be the next president. I just wanted to see your philosophy. And one last question is: you're in the passenger side of a car. You've broken no law, and the police come up to you, and he's asked the driver for his ID, and now he asks you for yours. Do you present it?
What country am I in?
You are.
That is a good question.
You are in Waukegan, Muskegon. Pick somewhere in the U.S.
All right. So I would ask him first of all: am I required to by law? Am I required to by law show you my ID?
You absolutely are. Yeah, you have. Well, wait. I'm playing the cop, so don't trust me. I'm playing the cop though. Passenger. While he's getting that guy's ID, I need your ID.
All right. Am I required to by law?
Absolutely, it's under law. If you don't do it, you can risk going to
Which
jail.
law?
I'm gonna need your ID, please, sir. I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm
Can
gonna
you-
need your ID.
Well, which law? I need to know which
Cite the
law.
specific law.
Sir,
Cite the specific law.
Sir, I'm gonna let you know the law after I get your ID. But the first thing you're doing is you're disobeying a direct order. That's
That
another
makes
charge.
logic. That makes no logical sense.
No.
All right.
Okay, you want to answer, Nico? Go for it.
Sorry, I'm like answering with you. Like, we're both passengers. I'm like the backseat driver.
You can't do logic with cops. You can only do law with cops.
But that was great. That's exactly what I
Well,
wanted
it's
to see.
supposed to be ingrained in logic. If
No,
there's,
you can't do
it
logic,
should
only law.
be.
No, laws aren't logical.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, laws are not logical, so you can only do laws with cops. You can't do logic.
Ooh, wait. All right. Right. Let's go on to that. That was the end of the questions anyway.
That was a good one. Appreciate it.
I'm like, I got a big ass smile on my face, like a little kid. I really enjoy this.
You enjoyed being on the other side for a minute?
Yeah, that's right. The authority. God, no, that
Oh
fucking
God,
lost the
it's oh
question.
God, the hypotheticals corrupted him. Oh God.
Yeah, but
Oh no.
Oh
you
wait,
No,
you
oh,
got a
skip
oh
good
him.
no.
represent.
Oh, one more
You
question apparently.
you've been gathering good representations of how police behave and stuff.
Yeah, I have a
Oh
lot of
yeah, that isn't
interactions.
what we were talking about. Representations.
Yeah.
But continue,
Hank,
continue on.
you're now, yeah, Hank, you're now in on this one. I want everybody to answer. Uh, are cops moral? Go for it,
Negative.
Hank. And why? You got to give me a why not.
Well, they don't follow morality, they follow law if they're good. So they're not moral
All
by
right.
definition.
What about you, Cats? Are cops moral?
I can answer if you want.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a yes or no answer to that. It depends on the cop.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm-
oh, go ahead, Nico.
I can speak on the idea of cops,
Yeah.
and I believe that there is some moral justification in the idea of cops, in the sense of if you have no form of order enforcement, then things can essentially run rampant,
Right.
and a lot of chaos can happen. So
I'm not sure that
you need that mediator,
I'm not sure that speaks
but
to their morals at all, though.
that is true. I'm not speaking like I'm speaking on an
It's
observer
moral
sense.
to have cops. Are cops
Yes,
moral?
if
Is a
you were
different
going that way, then
Right.
yes. But the way you're taking it, and Hank ruined the surprise because whether you're moral or not, it doesn't matter because you have to follow the morals that another motherfucker put into law. And so Hank
Right.
immediately, ruined where the fuck I was going. Yeah, with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but some cops don't. Some cops don't stick to the law. They, try to not
Good point.
catch you. Yeah, they can be a little bit more moral, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yes, it could go both ways. Some
Yeah.
cats don't stick to the law and
I mean,
harsher, and some cats,
right.
cops don't stick to the law and be like, man, go on with that weed.
I mean,
You have
the law is there. Like, okay, so I'm divorced, right? So talking to my ex-wife, our settlement and law and custody and all that stuff is there only if we can't agree on things. Like if we start fighting, then we'll be like, okay, well, this is what the document says. We can't do anything about it. But I mean, ideally, you don't ever want to fall back on the law if you can work things out without it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid law. I mean, we don't even know how much law there is on all the books.
It just gets bigger every year, man. You just get more and more. That's how laws work.
Yeah, you can go to Wolfram Alpha, ask how many laws, it won't have a clue.
I'm gonna ask in just Illinois alone. Let me ask, hey Siri. Hey Siri. Siri's not listening. I gotta type in. Oh, there she is. Oh, hey Siri. How many laws were created in Illinois last year? She couldn't just give me a time because more than 300 in Illinois in this year alone.
In a year,
new laws, yeah.
I bet they're like very like business loophole laws.
Yeah, no one will know what they are.
Yeah. Same thing with like tax codes and stuff. Taxes just get so damn complicated.
Yeah.
They just keep adding more
taxes.
and more.
Driving, they say a person can't just drive throughout the day without breaking the law 89 times or whatever the figure is. Everything, you never know. You go from state to state, and the laws vary, and they want to tell you a criminal when you break the law. Will you guys tell me what a criminal is?
Right.
I'm
I mean,
asking.
breaking a traffic law is not a criminal.
Yes. What is a criminal? Hank, you're in it too. If you got
Criminal is someone who violates a natural law, not a statute or a ordinance. Yeah, violating actual.
Okay, well, Hank.
Law.
Well, Hank. Very good. All right, but I want to make sure you agree with that and you're behind it. I live in Illinois. Weed's legal, and the next state over, it's illegal. I'm here. I'm a taxpaying citizen. I'm smoking. I'm a good guy. When I cross that line into whatever that next state is, now I'm a criminal.
That's how it works.
Yeah, it is. I believe a true criminal is somebody who has an intention or has already or is involved in the violation of human rights. like the natural, like essentially the natural rights
Oh
that
shit!
humans are given.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I also don't like. I don't like the label of criminal.
Yeah.
I like calling someone a criminal if they break a law. It doesn't. Yeah, and until you're convicted of the law, then you can say, okay, you're a convicted criminal. But
yeah. But
I'm not-
yeah, this is a technicality. The things, most laws
Yeah.
are stupid. Even if you're a criminal, it doesn't make a difference. I only care about the violent ones.
And then the punishment always should fit the crime. Like depends on the crime.
Or the scammers. I hate scammers too. So violent
gotta
ones
cut-
and scammers, but I kind of group them together.
I got to cut out. I want to tell you what I think a criminal is: a person who leaves a victim, meaning you've hurt someone or deprived them of their property. I was not sure the law shit applies to it. I got to make a call, and I hope you guys are here when I'm done.
Yeah,
we will be.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
you interviewing for a police chief position, I assume.
Make sure to grow out your mustache, bro. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back. Yeah.
That's an
Interesting
interesting
guy.
profession. Yeah, I would never want to do that.
Nope.
David is maybe considering jumping pathways, right, David? You're going to jump to do that instead of psychology and business.
Yeah. Jump. Do the any jump.
Jump and be abrasive with cops. that's not for deciders. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm not a decider, and I couldn't do that.
I could, but I don't know how well it pays.
Well, yeah, it doesn't pay. Unless you got a YouTube channel where you're getting paid for ads, it doesn't pay.
Ads
What do you
don't
do now,
make
Hank?
big money.
What do you do now, Hank? Do you have a job? Do you work?
You asking who are you asking?
I'm asking you. Yeah.
Oh, logistics. I do logistics. I move stuff around.
At a company or
Yeah, warehouse. Yes.
warehouse
We're
logistics?
Megacorp. Yes.
Do you guys need a forklift? A forklifter?
We have outside contractors to do any forklift stuff we do, so we don't need one on staff.
Do you have any connections to those outside places that you can get a forklifter hired?
Yeah. There's like a rental place right down the road, so I just need to talk to them, and they'll probably point me in the right direction. But, and there's another logistics place that does use a forklift. So yeah, so I work at the FedEx ground, but the XPO down the road does use forklifts inside because
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
How far is that from you, Nico?
Pretty damn far.
Pretty damn far. Do they have universities with sororities and fraternities there that Nico can go?
They probably have a triangle chapter.
Triangle chapter. There you go.
Well, everyone
Triangle's
needs
a
stuff.
pretty good frat.
Everyone needs stuff shipped, so there's probably someplace closer, unless he can't get orders. So there's someplace closer where he can use that.
Do you do logistics interstate or just within your state?
I do just within my state, but we have line hauls, so someone else does it interstate between facilities.
Right.
Oh my God, he does logistics, guys. He's a Myers-Briggs ISTJ. Holy shit!
Could be.
I could be, but I'm not. I don't care about logistics. This is just an easy way for me to make money.
It's an anecdote. Don't worry about it. It's yeah. If you like logistics, then you're an ISTJ. No.
Yeah, it's nice, funny anecdote. Yeah.
But that is how I perceive, not necessarily ISTJs, but just the SINE axis on how you guys are.
We are very
plans.
punctual.
No, how you guys are making plans. Your plans are all about logistics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we make sure they get. What you might call it. That's how we make sure it gets done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what else has your week been like, Hank? What are you processing these days?
Well, I need to get rid of some stuff so I can deploy my new workstation. I didn't set up yet, so I'm throwing stuff out.
What, like a PC?
Yes, it's
Did you check the bottleneck?
No, I didn't even get that far yet. What was it called? It was eBay. I could tell you what Marvel's is real quick.
Did you buy it or you bought it
I
already?
have it. I
Oh, you
have
have
it.
it?
Right. Yes, I have it already. But I just need to make more room. So
Yeah.
it's an HPZ 440.
Oh, it comes pre-built.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was pretty much a corporate workstation, but it just fine as a game PC. So there's no need to buy parts separately. It has it's about the same specs as this, except it's a newer generation.
Cool. Well, what do you say? Grats on getting something new. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Is that hard for you to get new stuff?
No, it's just not very necessary because my stuff don't slow down because I use Linux instead of Windows.
Right. Are you installing Linux on your new one too?
Yeah, I did install Fedora 40 on it. So it's not that my computer's too slow. It's just you had to refresh every once in a while.
When did you start using Linux?
Like 2010. Yeah,
2010.
2010. Yep.
It's not so long ago. It's not bad. I tried Linux like way back in the day, and I couldn't. It's just a lot of work to get anything working. It's just you can do it. It's not that you can't do it. It's just a lot, and you learn a lot from doing it. It's just why?
Well, now it doesn't take a lot of work.
Really? Other people are doing all that for you already.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It
source.
doesn't take. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of work to get anything working. It's actually slightly easier because you have a repo to work with. I mean, you can have your cat just walk on a keyboard and get it installed now.
All right, that's good. Yeah. So it's more user friendly now.
Yes.
Yeah. And you still have the control you need over the programs, or you know how to do that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. You can designate how much RAM a program gets and stuff like that.
Oh, that's been easy for a while. You just use your U limits to do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't even take a problem if I just use U limits and you just use you can do per program per user. That's pretty easy.
And do you disrespect people who don't use Linux? Do you think we're plebs?
Well, you know you're plebs now, so I don't have to say it.
Oh.
I don't have to say it anywhere. You know you're plebs. Especially these rights and freedom people who say that don't use Linux. They just, oh, you're a joke. You don't need it.
Do you have a way to destroy your computer if you need to with a push of a button?
Yeah, it's the remove recursive. It's just see remove recursive. And I think there's a flag to get rid of the protected stuff too, or it can do.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was all into that. He didn't have a keyboard. He would click with his mouse on random. He would scramble the keyboard on his screen, and then he would click with random places to write, and then he would scramble it again, so that like someone who was trying to track what he was doing couldn't do it because like the keyboard would keep getting scrambled.
Yeah, and or to shred. You could just shred the device. That's probably even simpler.
And then his whole operating system was on a USB and not on his computer, and so he just pulls out the USB and the whole thing shuts down, and they can't run it again without a password.
Yeah, I could do that. I haven't figured out a way to make sure that you. No, I have figured. I need to try it again because
my real question is, why was he so paranoid? What illegal shit are you doing that you get so paranoid?
Is a federal agent.
Like, what are you doing? Why do you need so much protection? What are they going to catch you on if they actually look at your data?
He was a Fed that was assigned to protect Epstein from getting caught.
I see. So what do you think about technology in general?
I pick and choose the ones I want to use, pretty much. And there's a couple that I can't choose because
what about the acceleration, the speed at which it's developing?
You mean like it's like Intel's used processors that came out with Rust on them, not the programming language, but they just oxidized. I guess we need to put the brakes on so we could do the proper testing before we release the stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree with that. No, but it's like I don't know. Humanity's technological state is accelerating really quickly.
Yeah,
Like,
I kind of disagree because
within 2 generations.
I disagree because what we're doing is we're cutting corners. Pretend we're trying to go. Pretend we're progressing. We're cutting corners. So we're gonna trip over ourselves with stuff we would normally dodge.
What corners? What are you talking about?
Well, we're releasing stuff that's not working yet, like those Intel chips.
Yeah.
We have a whole bunch of software we have no idea what it's doing.
But I mean,
because
overall, a cell phone it's a remarkable piece of technology that didn't exist.
Yeah. So yes, we didn't see those coming. Most of us. So
Yeah.
But
I mean, I never would have thought, like, the old phones. I'm just like, does it make calls? That's all I needed. And I just need a cell phone to make calls. No, you don't do calls anymore on phones. Phones aren't about calls anymore.
I think I still use mine for mostly calls.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't know. It's just funny. It's like like a phone is for a phone call, but now a phone is for everything else but a phone call.
You still call people on your phone? Oh,
yes,
that's
I do.
so like 10 years ago now. Anyways,
right?
Okay.
It's weird. Like not calling people on the phone, but like it's weird that phone calls are just like out of style now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only
but
They're like so
we're
out
in
of
a video
style.
call. We're in a video call right now, saying phone calls are out of style. I guess they're different now.
I'm on my computer. I'm not on my phone, but I could be on my phone, but I wouldn't be using it for a phone call. It's a video call. It's very different.
Well, I'm on a
I am
PC
on my
too,
phone
but
right
you
now,
can just
currently.
you can do phone calls from a PC. It's the same thing pretty much.
Right.
But it used to be different things, so I guess you made your point.
Yeah. And landlines don't exist.
Nope, they're gone.
What are you on about?
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember
landlines.
the first time people were calling me up from the TV company being like, "Hey, can we install cable?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Why don't you want cable?" It's like, "I got a computer. I don't need cable. Sorry." and like slowly but surely, everyone sort of follows suit. No one uses cable anymore.
I have Netflix. That's all I need.
I mean, this was all pre-Netflix, right? But yeah, now it's
Yeah,
pretty
but-
much standard. No one has. Yeah. Hey, what up,
God,
Samuel? How you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
How's life?
Life's all right, yeah. How about you boys? How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Just hanging out. Anything happened to you in the last week? Any processing? What processing you doing?
No, not really.
No.
Nothing that I can think off the top of my head. Maybe later. Maybe later I'll come up with something.
Do you have cable?
I think so. You mean like a satellite on my house?
For TV, yeah. How do you get your
Yeah.
TV? You have a satellite?
Honestly, I don't watch TV.
Yeah, right.
But when I did, it was satellite, yeah. But you can watch most TV on the internet now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the point.
All right.
No, I was just finding it funny because, like, I don't know, when was it? Like, it was like 10 years that I didn't have a TV or cable because you don't need it. And then someone calls me up, "Hey, can we get you cable?" And I'm like, what year are you from? Who has cable? Like, who wants a TV? Like,
Time traveler.
Are people saying yes to you? It's like, yeah, everyone's saying yes. What are you talking about?
This
Yeah, it must
current
be a-
year, we don't need that anymore.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, technology is advancing really fast.
Must be a generational thing.
Mhm.
I don't think it's advancing that fast. I think we're
I mean, my
stagnant.
grandparents used to sit around watching radio, listening to radio.
Yeah.
The radio was the size of their, like, a table in the living room.
Have they moved on to colored TV by now?
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think technology advancing that fast. We're just cutting more corners.
Okay,
Oh,
well, look, 200
think
years
it's-
ago, like
it's
cars
sloppy?
are only like 200 years old.
Yeah, I agree with that. Then we
Yeah.
had horse and buggies that were like 800 years old.
Masculine SI chop talk.
So
Sorry.
yeah, like we're advancing pretty fast. So acceleration, and I don't know. I'm just wondering what you guys think about that.
Oh my god, he's wondering what we think. TE. No, anyways. I mean, yeah, it's moving pretty fast. I think there'll be a lot of exponential growth.
You think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Let's do feeling.
I think it's a thing.
Is it good for humanity or bad for humanity overall?
I think it's largely,
Samuel, you're in the bad camp.
made
Okay.
for the benefit.
Yeah.
Why is it bad?
I don't know. Just from my personal experience, like, for example, I've not had great experience with like tablets with like pens, which is like that's like something that they're trying to move forward. They're like trying to get
Tablets
rid
with
of
the
pen and
pens.
paper.
So Hank
Yeah.
hates rusted CPUs, and you hate tablets with pens.
Yeah. When I was in university, almost every other person
had a tablet with
had
a
one.
pen.
Yeah, and all you can hear is just like plastic
All right.
screens.
Yeah.
And your handwriting changes a lot, and
Why wouldn't you just use a keyboard?
I think it depends. It depends on what you're studying.
Depends on the pen.
Yeah.
It depends.
I still have a hard time typing on a phone. I'd much rather a keyboard. I don't know. I've seen some of you youngins just not even look at your phone and just go blah, 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 like fast. Your thumbs move fast.
Yeah, it is weird. Like I can't do that. I can't move.
Wanna
that
see
fast.
something cool?
But I also have a bit of dyslexia.
What
at
is that?
this.
What is this like? What is that?
It's
a
a
keyboard.
Bluetooth keyboard, yes.
Uh-huh.
That I use with my phone.
And you type it with your thumbs or you type it with your fingers?
Sure, all of it.
Okay. All
He
right.
does everything.
I wonder if you hate phone keyboards because there's no like tactile feedback.
It vibrates a little.
Yeah, that's a new thing.
Well, you don't know where if your finger is on a key or not, right? You could be pushing in the middle of two keys or swipe on keys. Like they even let you do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know who uses that.
Yeah, it's like built in automatically now too. You just start swiping around on keys. Wherever you stop is the letter. I don't know. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah. At least they're trying.
Did it.
That's how I see technology. They're just trying a bunch of random things.
Well, I mean-
and whatever sticks.
I mean, I've asked this question before. Would you ever install a Neuralink?
Nope.
Probably not. No.
Hank, would you put a
Negative.
Neuralink?
No, negative.
Sorry, Musk.
I was thinking in like third generation I might try it, but not first generation. I'll let all the canaries sort out the bugs first.
They're gonna.
Ninth generation's at least for
Neuralink's
me.
gonna make you into an indentured thinker, Benjamin. No.
What if I don't need to type on my phone anymore? If I have a Neuralink, I'll just type with my brain,
Okay, that's pretty pog.
right?
What if they start
But
playing
still.
ads though?
That's right up your butt.
What if you can train your memory to just
Transmitted.
access the internet and remember stuff from the internet?
You can access.
I can already do
ads.
that.
You can remember things from the internet
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
that
called
you've
memes.
never looked at before.
I never looked at before. I have not too
Okay, well,
many
that makes
things
no
that I never
sense.
looked at
Yeah.
before.
I mean, that'd be interesting if you had like this collective memory you can access if you wanted to,
Yeah, I used the Black Mirror. So
as if you already remember it. Yeah, as if you've already seen it. It'll feel like you've already seen it, but you've never really even seen it.
That would be weird. It's also even weirder because I'm SI. It's like collective memory. I know it exists, but you.
Yeah.
It's icky. Like that's to me that's icky, but I know that's also
I don't know the
just
potential
my
of it yet,
personal
right?
existence.
But I was talking about this too, where like they had mouse brain cells that they installed on a computer chip, and they had all of these little petri dishes of different mice, and they gave them all names, like these different mice brains on computer chips, and then they would plug them into like a flight simulator, and they would be able to like fly a plane on a flight simulator.
Pog.
Yeah.
Are they conscious?
I don't know if they're conscious, but it sounds like they are. They're getting representations from the computer. So they're clearly getting representations and externalizing some kind of feedback to be able to fly a plane. I don't know. It's just like our brains are naturally able to connect to technology if you stick neurons. Like, yeah. Other thing is like, okay, let's say someone was blind. You have a neural link. You can just hook up a webcam on your forehead and you can just see. Yeah.
That's the main thing I heard was it was going to be used for like disabilities.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need glasses anymore. You don't even need eyes. You switch to infrared mode.
Mode change.
What? I don't know. Just dreaming. Just thinking. I don't know. You can see infrared radiation. You can see where your phone is because it's putting out radio waves. You want to see radio waves?
Cool.
There you go. See radio waves. You want to find
That'd
a
be
bug
pretty
in your
cool.
house?
I'm not gonna lie.
Someone's bugged me. There's a radio wave coming out of this table over there. I don't know. Whatever you can connect to is a different sensor. They got a guy who was connecting tactile sensors to a Neuralink. Tactile feedback sensors. So like he would touch somewhere on this suit and it would send a signal to the brain, and eventually your brain is able to coordinate where it is on your body, and it would feel like someone's actually touching you there. And then through that suit, you take off the suit later and you can just send those signals into the brain and it feels like someone's punching them in the stomach or something like that.
Oh, that's
right.
That's cruel.
Well, they're doing it for like obviously for virtual worlds, right? So in order to get access to your
not for amputees or
well,
something
for amputees as well, yeah, for amputees as well, to know like to have tactile feedback on their hands and stuff. Yeah, their amputee hands. But yeah, like looking at cell regeneration as well. I mean, technology is advancing fast. There's no reason why you can't regenerate a limb in a couple of generations, or grow it on a clone and then transplant it or something.
Put on the clone, cut off the clone's arm.
Right.
Do you know who Brian Johnson is? The guy who tries
Supplement
to like reverse his age.
Oh, right. The OP class did a TISI, right?
Yeah. He says you just have to live for the next like X amount of years, and then there will be all this like advanced
healthcare,
yeah,
to reverse your age.
Maybe someone else said that, like Neil.
I mean, yeah, there's
deGrasse
gonna be an age where if you live long enough, you're not gonna die.
Yeah. That's
gonna happen
that was
eventually.
the idea.
Yeah.
I kind of cringe. I'd like there to be an end. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that's what gives meaning to your life, is the fact that it will end.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So if you get rid of the end, I think people would lose their sense of meaning, or a completely new sense of meaning might come.
The thing is, like, reversing aging is only part of it. Reversing aging is one part of it, because there's all kinds of other stuff that can get you. I mean, regardless, eventually everybody gets cancer after enough time. So you're going to have to cure that too. chances are you already have cancer and you don't know about it yet. It's gonna develop at some point.
We always have cancer, and our body's always destroying it.
Right.
You know what's
But
funny, Brian?
sometimes our body fails to do the job, and that's where it actually shows up.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny about Brian Johnson is people just joke about, like in his comments, like this guy's just gonna get hit by a bus one day or something.
Right.
Or he's gonna slip and hit his head.
Slipped on an ice cube and got covered in boo-boos.
Just the most intrusive thought.
What's that joke?
Imaginable.
What's that joke? Oh, you don't smoke? Oh, you're gonna die with clean lungs. Where are you living, Samuel?
I'm in Scotland.
Where? Scotland's small, I guess.
Yeah. The northeast.
Northeast?
How big is it?
Do you know where Aberdeen is?
Your accent's very light in terms of a Scottish accent.
How big is Scotland compared to Israel again?
It's way bigger. Israel's tiny.
The reason my accent.
Oh yeah, it is just
so
like
neutral.
a small little dinky thing, right?
Yeah, the reason my accent's neutral is because I didn't live here till I was like 12.
Where were you?
Oh yeah, it was like Uganda or something. I forget the actual place. What was it?
Somewhere in the Middle East, Qatar.
Somalia? Oh, Qatar. Yeah.
So, just a big.
Oh, you're from Qatar?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not from Qatar, but I lived there till I was 12. Then I moved back here. So by then, like my accent had kind of formed.
Right. Wait, Scotland is part of the United Kingdom now? There's no separate place called Scotland?
No, I mean it is a country. It's its own country, but to be honest,
why is it not showing it here?
What's your opinion on the Irish?
They make good stout.
They do. Okay. That's right.
Well, I don't know. I've only ever been to Ireland once. Didn't really do much. Yeah. I don't know. To be honest,
I had a friend that went there. I've never been there, but I had a friend that went there. He's like, they just drink too much. Everyone's drunk everywhere. Like in the airport, people were drunk.
Pog.
I don't know how true that is. That's what he said.
Hopefully not the pilots, though.
If you've got a 9 a.m. flight, you're drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning.
God, there's this one quote that was pretty good. It's not the drunk drivers that get us in trouble. It's the drunk crashers.
I know. They gave us a bad name.
Israel is about a quarter of the size of Scotland. Scotland's pretty small too, then.
Yeah, it's probably like same size as one of the United States.
Man, your guys' states need some more carbs. They need the bulk.
They're missing a big part though of Israel. This big part's gone, so it's probably a bit bigger.
What big part?
This area here, it's missing. Yeah, this is part of Israel. It's just all missing. For some reason.
It got amputated.
Yeah. I don't know why. This is where Jordan used to own it, and then Israel took it back. They annexed it from Jordan. Judea and Samaria. Anyways, what are you sharing, Hank?
I'm sharing a post I made to Jay Dyer. So, this is a reference to his video. Jay Dyer is an ontological realist. I'm going to read the post. A couple months ago, you said you were an ontological realist. If you're still one, I have a question for you. Why that spin? Yeah.
What cup size does the universal woman have? What?
Yes. Yeah.
Note that there are
Note that-
multiple cup size standards and size instances of women.
Yes.
Why?
So-
Why are you asking that question in order to trip him up?
Absolutely, to trip him up, because ontological realism just a dumb. It's a model doesn't work. I'm just putting up. I'm just gonna
Hey,
trip him
Rebecca,
up.
come on. You're welcome to join us.
Yeah. So in his model, he won't be able to answer that question. He does because it's just nonsensical.
What model does he have? What are you talking about?
He's an ontological realist. He doesn't like nominalism. But now, if he tries to put that question,
What's an ontological realist? What does that even?
Oh, so
how is he defining it?
He imagines that there's a world of forms, and that's where the one real thing comes from, and everything we have is
like
modeled based on the
Plato.
real thing. Yes, like Plato. But I'm a nominalist. I'm a nominalist. I don't think there's like a magic world of forms where things are where we get our stuff from. We just make it up. It's just labels.
It's just labels. I agree.
Yes. Yeah. So, but if I'm wrong, he would have an answer to this. But if it's labels, well, that we have to just look at the particulars in our world and just label them.
Well, can't forms be different sizes?
Well, if there's one universal woman, then no.
Why is there one universal woman? Can't all women
The
have a
true
different form?
woman. The woman of all time.
Well,
Don't
multiple
women have
universal
hearts?
women.
And
there's
aren't hearts a simple form?
If there's multiple universal women, then we're pretty much we're back in nominalism, right?
Nominalism.
Yeah.
Why? What if the form was malleable?
Nominalism.
What if the form was cells? What if he's actually talking about cells and not women and not people? You can take the form all the way down. It's built up of several forms.
Nominalism.
Nominalism.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like a dumb stance to try to defend, and you're attacking it in some way.
Yeah, he can't defend his stance because there's just too many contradictions.
Right.
Just think about it a little bit.
Well, that's why people call you
just in a mess.
stupid and don't answer your questions because they can't. There's your
Yeah.
answer. Yeah. Why do dumb people call me stupid? Do you get that, Samuel, that dumb people call you stupid?
I think so.
You think so? What are your people problems?
Me.
You? Yeah.
I hate being asked all these.
Yeah. Eh?
Like, what are your TI truths? What are your
TI truths? Yeah.
I can't come up with that like on the spot.
Right.
What are my people problems? I don't know.
Just stay away from them. Just what people?
Yeah.
People exist. People are real. Which people?
Yeah, I definitely have to go to certain people to like make decisions and like talk it out because.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Like, because it affects them, or because you need advice?
Well, no, just because like I don't trust my own like judgment of people. I never really have, because I just never have been able to lock that down.
You don't trust your own judgment?
No, not when it comes to like taking stances or taking sides with people.
Oh. What about like on your life path? You trust your own judgment for that? What job are you going to take? Are you going to take a job or not take a job?
I probably wouldn't put too much thought into that either. No, I mean, yeah. With people problems, like for example, if there's some like family drama going on, I can I can kind of see both sides.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I don't know, hard to explain.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's crazy that people think that deciders can't see both sides.
Yeah, I can see both sides. I just don't know what to do next.
But when you're involved in a problem, that's different.
Yeah,
it's hard to see the other side when you're in the problem, and I think that's where deciders get tripped up more. Yeah. Hank, can you see both sides when you get into a problem? He's just. I don't know. Do you trust theirs? What does that mean? Theirs what?
Do I trust their point of view?
Yeah.
Probably not always, because there's multiple, like in a family, like in family drama, for example. Everyone's got a different opinion.
You have a big family?
No, not really. But some people are like, just let it go and forgive. That's what Jesus would do. And then some people are like, no, draw the line. They did this wrong, and we will hold a grudge.
We will hold a grudge.
Yeah, and I can see both sides.
Yeah,
and I can see
kick them out of the tribe.
Yeah, I can see why you would take either sides, but it's hard for me to pick a side. And I don't want because I don't want to remain neutral.
Yeah, I agree. Why pick a side?
I disagree. I pick my side only.
Yeah, pick your own side.
That's a good answer for everything. Don't think about it too much.
You don't like them and they don't like you, but I like both of you, so fuck off. Or I hate both of you. So you're both against me.
Yeah, so get to fighting. I don't care. I'm a winner.
I'll be on whoever's side wins. Cage match.
Now I'm just gonna destroy the other one once the match is over.
No, there you go, Hank. Well, Hank's don't ever get on Hank's bad side. You got to stay on his good side.
What about you? What about you, Benjamin? If you ever have to deal with family drama.
Family drama?
Yeah, or
I don't know. They always come back. Like I can just shut them out and then they come back and then
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you good with boundaries or no?
I'm horrible with boundaries, but with my family, I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not good with boundaries. I'm getting better, but
yeah.
Like I set them and then I forget.
Because it's like you play a game of chicken, like who can stay away for longer. And if somebody's wronged me, I can just, shut you out of my life until you're ready to realize what you did. Yeah. I can be very cold like that. It depends on the person, but yeah.
Yeah. If it's someone close, probably not. Or I don't know. That's what I would say for myself.
Yeah. If it's someone that I actually want to have a relationship with, then yeah, I'll work it out. But if it's someone that it's like, I don't know.
I kind of see it as like in my family there's like an inner circle, so like my parents, my sister, and then there's like people around it, like grandparents, uncles.
So they're the center. Yeah, they're the dominating ones.
Yeah, definitely. I imagine most people would be the same. Yeah.
No, it's different in
Really?
a lot of families. Yeah, I was married into a matriarchal family where the mother was the dominant one, and any decision I ever had to make had to go through with the mother-in-law. It's a interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
And I couldn't shut her out because
is that any sort of like
my ex-wife was more aligned with her mother than she was with me. So no. No, it's just I don't know. It's the way the family developed. Yeah. Yeah, sure, it's different in every family. A lot of times it is though a matriarchal thing in families. A lot of times there's some figurehead, a grandmother or something like that that's in charge. If it's if it's like a real family. Today we don't really have any real families much anymore.
Yeah. No, I see what you say now.
So many split families.
I have that too. Like the grandmothers in my family, they are like the least laid back. Most like they're taking stuff to the grave. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And we were talking about The Godfather last time, where like that's not a matriarchal family, right? You got the it's like the Italian families. You got the center guy in the family, like the Don or whatever. It's like a different family structure.
I'm sorry, I've never seen it.
You haven't
seen The Godfather.
I mean, don't be sorry to me. I'm sorry to you.
I've seen Sopranos. I can do.
Yeah,
I can jump on with that.
Right. Similar.
But that's probably a little bit more modern take, though, isn't it?
I guess. Yeah. It's definitely a different time period.
Yeah.
But a similar family structure. What's your family structure like, Hank?
Yeah, so it was a nuclear family, but I think a couple people died, and now it's just me and my dad right now, and I pretty much have a bunch of control, except he has retirement money. I'm just trying to figure out what my next step is, but things aren't looking that bright. There's no real direction for me to go in because it's stupidity everywhere. So
yeah. What's this next step? You don't want to have a goal, an end point. You want to have a next step.
Well, I used to have goals, but it just got ruined by too many stupid things. So I just refuse to plan that far because I can't trust it.
Right. Yeah. What about your family, Nico? Do you have a matriarch, patriarch? You still here? How long did it take us to figure out you were gone, Nico? David, too. You guys are bailing on me. All right, I'm taking you guys off stream until you come back. There you go. David, you can put yourself back on stream. Oh, you're still here.
I'm here. I just didn't want to hear no spoilers about The Godfather.
No, I was talking to you earlier and you were gone.
It was now 20 friggin' years ago. You don't get spoiler show now.
It was from a different time zone.
All right, what's your family structure like?
My family structure.
Who's the boss of your family?
Mainly, like the entire family, or just like
the entire family? The entire family. The greater family.
That sounds a lot of people. I don't know how to. There's not that many. Like it's more like each parent has each parent has the most control. I'd say. That's what makes sense the most to me.
So your grandmother's not in charge of your house?
No, my grandmother's in charge. It's like whose property's what?
Who always gets like the final say?
Who can kick someone out of the family social order?
Who's got the power?
Like you're not invited to the family convention anymore because we don't like you. Who's the one who decides that?
Or there's some family drama.
That doesn't really happen all the time.
No.
Who's taking whose side?
Oh. Good question. I don't know the answer. When I think about it, it's mainly like the parent is in charge of most things.
Who wears the pants in your house? Your mom or your dad?
My dad.
Your dad?
They both work excessively.
Hey, what's up, Denizen?
They're good workers. They're good parents.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Sounds like you have a wholesome home.
No. That's not true at all.
No, good for you.
Oh, David,
that's true. You got your sister.
Which one? I got two sisters.
Oh, you got two sisters? All right. The one who's
David,
always right makes you apologize.
Which one? What? Excuse me?
The one who's right and makes you apologize. That sister. The one who makes you cook lasagna.
That's my choice. That's my DI.
That's your choice.
Yeah.
David, how did it go for you? Dragging your family into OPS.
Honestly, like if it's the top down is like I liked the system a lot and I could see it, and through a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, I'm like, I don't really care anymore. And so I realized like, yeah, some people were like weirded out by it, but then like a couple like you realize like not people are not like caring a ton. So like a couple of days later, it's like, oh yeah, that's just one of his interests, and they don't really bother you much after that. Cause that damn tribe, you know.
Yeah.
No. Let me get to a better point. That's not good enough. That's not even close. But yeah, no, I would understand a lot of the positives and a lot of the negatives of it, and I was just aware of them, and so I was able to cater it, to people how they wanted to see it. So it's so a lot of it's like more of it on an individual basis, like as an IP or a DI would do it, and more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to blast it to them? You want to teach them? You want them to be your students?
No. I just
want them to be into it. You want to share conversations about it?
No, because that's not good. No. Well,
yeah.
It's just like if it's more of like if they can see it, it's like if it's a readily solution to them to a problem they're having, that's like the only value it has. So they're starting to get to the point. Like they haven't been studying it that long or even that intensely or like even at all. Like they just don't do that to them.
Mm-hmm.
But they are already like starting to like come back from their like their friends like hangout, and they're like, well, like I could tell like these guys are just freaking out because they're the observers, and these guys were like, just like calm and quiet and nervous. Oh wait, those are like they're like getting there. So it's like it's definitely been
one coin at a time. Yeah.
It's been super slow, but yeah, like just like I'm not doing any like TI with them. I'm just like, what are they going through on that day, and like what's the natural like problem to this? Because obviously like it happens all the time. Like right now in my life, there's a lot of stress around my sister's house, Abby's house. So she's moving houses, and the lead SEs are not the most prepared. I hate to say it, but that's okay because she's got her friends to help her out. And at this time, like we're doing she's getting a house, and it was a house from the 70s, I think 1974. It's a really old house. Everything's like hasn't been cleaned in like 30.
I wouldn't say
years.
that it's an old house. It's not a really old house.
It's just you go in there.
It's the really word.
It's just like a really old house. Like everything is disgusting in there. It's updated like
50 years old.
There's houses in the world that are like 300 years old, 500
for
years
America,
old.
for America. Right. Okay.
My house is like 100 years old.
Yeah, exactly. That's an old house.
I'm sorry. Let me get my facts straight. My bad. It's really old in America, or just if you're gonna buy a new house. I don't need to explain this. You know what I mean. I don't need to explain. Sorry.
I mean, houses in the 70s, they still built them. The newer houses, they're bad at building them.
That's not.
For some reason.
The point is, it's a house that needs updating. Okay, you gotta.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's not like a house you could just like plop in and like, oh wait, we're living here now. Like it's gonna take like
it needs work.
4 months.
It needs work.
Yeah. That's
Well, that's how you get them cheap. You get them cheap like that when they need work.
Yes, and with this, we're
and if you're willing to do the work, that's the right time to buy them.
That's the thing. The lead manager of it is like my sister. She's got to like deal with everything, and like she got finding the right paint for the walls and like trying to work everything out. And it's just like SE at the top, like just there's no plan here. Like we just got to figure out what comes next.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Taking longer than normal, but it was great though. Yeah, it's been going good. It's just last we did put kills on all the walls last couple days ago. This is nice outside. So we did.
What did you?
Yeah, like a primer primer.
Oh,
Primer for
primer.
paint. It's called the Kill.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you
So,
sand the wall first?
I sand the yeah we sand we like chipped everything off as well. It was a really long process, honestly.
And you filled it all in. You made it flat.
Well, I made it flat. Yeah, yeah. Now we said to paint it next week. It's gonna be like this. Just going with a blue color.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't really
Like
influence that. She's not the SE. She'll choose her colors.
yeah, it's kind of like the. It's kind of like looks kind of like look at my picture. It's kind of like the blue, like that darker blue. You know?
That's nice.
And no, yeah, right. That is another point. I could the colors are interesting because she's not like visual. Like they're not punchy colors.
It's like Hank's
They're
hat.
also not-
It's Hank's hat color.
It's well, yeah, for like a lot of the walls, a lot of the stuff in the walls.
Yeah. Hank, you'll go and your head will go invisible with that hat if you walk through a house. It's camouflage.
Oh well. But now it sounds annoying, so I'm gonna get out of here.
You're leaving?
Yeah, I'm not gonna help paint.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
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 All right, he's not going to help
Hank's
paint.
Not,
He's not going to help paint. This is not
he's
going to happen.
not- Just not can't get him. Can't get this guy.
Nope.
I would help you paint, but no wallpapering.
Do people still do wallpaper? Is that still a thing? I've not seen wallpaper in a long time. That's like an 80s thing. They used to do that all the time when I was a kid.
It's rare, but like here I would say you do, you have your 4 walls and you do one. You maybe do like the back one with like
you do one wall and wallpaper? That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Like houses had wallpaper all over their walls all the time, like all the houses, especially in kids' rooms and.
Yeah, it's a forgotten art.
Yeah, and pulling it. You always get the toddlers that pull the wallpaper and ruin it. Yeah. Yeah, walls aren't interesting anymore. Toddlers don't pick at them anymore. There's no wallpaper.
Mm-hmm.
They'll draw on them though. You could get like a dry erase wallpaper and then purposefully.
For a whiteboard marker.
Yeah, for a whiteboard.
I would love one of them. Yeah.
Just a wall you can draw on in your house.
Be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we've got Windows for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Me neither.
So David, you still have to help me figure out what your pathways are. I don't know why you're not you're not talking about it.
Yeah, me neither.
Because like you're not doing what we're doing, right? You're recognizing that at least.
Sure. Yeah.
Or no?
I don't really know.
Like you're not steering clear of worst case scenarios, are you?
I hope I. This is like I need like the visuals. You have the pictures. I need to like see. I'm not if I'm not seeing what we're talking about. I'm like, what are we talking about?
You need visuals, pictures. Here, let me see. Meme. I saw a good one today that looked good.
I still don't know what you mean by pathway.
You don't know either?
Like, yeah, is that like just really, really vague?
Well, I mean, it's vague for a reason. I mean, pathway can be interpreted in any kind of way. It's not only. It's like we're always looking at pathways for everything. So for life, I mean, even just walking, you're going to try to walk a pathway. for how you get through a project, how you plan a trip.
I know what you mean. I think, I know what you mean now. One thing I thought about was like stuff that takes like 10 minutes. I found that like it's easier just not to think about like strategy or anything. So like if I'm cleaning the kitchen or tidying up my bedroom, there's just no point in thinking like
in plotting pathways. It's mostly automatic for us too as the double observers.
Sure.
But I don't know, every so often you get into like some kind of pathway dilemma. It's like which pathway do I take? Where do I go? I mean, that's the kind of stuff you would go to people for advice, or EJs at least go to people for advice on pathways. Yeah.
And then what do they do with that advice?
If they take it, they will rope the other person into helping them do the pathway because they're the one who gave them the advice. And if it's not working, it's just, don't mean to throw you all under the bus, but like that happens. Not all of them, but yeah. I did what you said, and this is what happened. What do you think I should do now? And now they've got someone to come help them out, help bail them out. Yeah, that's why it's a trap. If an EJ comes to you for advice, it's a trap. Just saying, it's a trap.
Yeah.
What's a trap?
Advice. If someone comes to you for advice, it's a trap.
Why is that?
Because if you give it to them, they're going to take it and then like make you responsible for the results of the advice.
So they're going to take your advice, and it could be good advice, could be bad advice, but they're going to not use it, and then.
No, they obviously are good at discerning people's advice and know who to go to for good advice, but.
Right.
How good are you at picking up on like someone's human need, like in just daily life?
Well, I mean, Joe Cool just picked up on Nico's human need when he was here. He was just like, he was like, give me the SI. What are the steps you're going to do to take? And yeah, he just picked up on it. Like I guess you subconsciously know what's missing. You can see the voids and you push people on it. I did it to Rant the other day without you realizing it. He's an IDOM, and I was like, give me an example. I'm like, oh, oops. But it's exactly what he's not giving me. Give me an example, dude. So, I mean, you do pick up on it.
That's what I was thinking when you were saying pathways. Like, examples, please.
Right. Yeah. Abstracting pathway out from specific examples in order to discuss it is, I don't know what that is. Like in general, pathways have obstacles. Pathways have fail cases and success cases. Stuff like that. Like a lot of, okay, put it this way. The whole thing with women wanting to invest time in a relationship to start a family and get married, and then they have the sunk cost fallacy, and then they have the resentment if they break up. It's like, oh, I wasted 5 of my years with you, and now I've got to go and find someone else to invest with, all that kind of stuff, right? So like that's all pathway stuff.
Sorry, what's sunk cost fallacy?
I mean, I've already been with this guy for 3 years. I'd have to go with somebody else now and spend a bunch of time with him. I might as well just stick with this. Like, like if you're in university, you've already done 2 years. You just need 2 years left to do your degree, or you can swap to something else. Sunk cost fallacy is it's better to stay in what you've already invested your time in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, like the pathways are, I mean, that's pretty much all. Like it's a huge part of life is figuring out your pathways and sticking to them or deviating from them. Huge part of Blast too is aligning people together on the same pathway. I mean, if the pathway isn't clear, the plan isn't clear on a job or like with a team that you're working with, then everyone's going to be pulling each other in a different direction, and you'll never get anywhere. Or like this is what I want to know, because like I see NEs do this a lot, where they just keep jumping pathways. Not all NEs, but some NEs. They jump pathways and they just never get anywhere on any one pathway, because anytime they make any progress, they're like, oh, I'm going to go to do a different one.
Yeah. Well, I can say personally, I've lived out my EP years. My EP phase is done.
Right.
Like I've dropped out of 2 university courses.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. I'm done. Like I'm done. I've finally found something that like motivates me, and I'm going to be sticking to that. So.
Nice. Good one. So what's that? Which pathway did you find then?
Well, when I first left school, I went to university to study maths, and I didn't really know what it was. I didn't really know what maths was back then, and then I was like, I left there, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll just do something that leads to a job. So I did like mechanical engineering degree for.
That's right. I remember you saying that.
Yeah, for 2 years.
And you're working in that now?
No, I dropped out of that because I was just spending my whole time doing maths, and now I'm going back to do maths.
Right.
But it's like I'm telling you, it's different now because I'm like self-studying it, and I'm doing it just for the love of the subject.
Yeah, this is kind of a meme of men versus women on pathways. So in the career pathway, men have kind of like a straight path through, but women still have to do laundry or whatever. Like it's kind of a commentary meme, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone has obstacles in their pathways, right? Not just and so like how do you get through them? Do you change to a different pathway once the obstacles, like you don't like math, you don't want to do math all day, so you're going to jump pathways.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Stick it out,
Right.
or look for. Oh, there must be an answer somewhere else. This is obviously not where I'm supposed to be.
Sounds like Alex Vass has some good experience with people in Ireland. So how do you deal with the accent over there? Everyone else has a stronger accent than you, Samuel?
Yeah, I mean, it depends where you go.
Yeah, it's regional.
It's not only is it regional, but like certain towns are just fairly neutral.
Yeah, I mean, you have one. It's just I can understand you. Some people I talk to from over there, it's like no clue what you said.
Yeah, like the town I went to, I grew up in here. There's quite a lot of English people. There's quite a lot of professionals from overseas. It's more of a mixing pot than other places.
Yeah. So David, was that visual okay?
Which one?
Oh, I'm gonna have to pull it up again. Reopen close tab. Here we go. Are you playing your car soccer?
No, I'm doing homework.
Ah, okay. Can you see it?
Yeah. So okay.
So yeah, you've got obstacles on your pathway, right?
No, I'm one of the guys.
You're one of the guys. Well, guys have obstacles too.
I know. I don't know. I don't know if this. you're running on a track, and I mean, I can't. What do they symbolize? I'm losing it.
It symbolizes getting to the end of your degree, for example. That's a pathway.
So it's okay. I've seen better.
You've seen better what?
Pictures.
Cool. Just picture the better pictures then.
Okay. Let me think.
Or find a better picture and show it to us. You've seen better pictures. Well, I don't care about the picture. I care about the pathway answer. Yeah, here you can't really see the goal. Just an endless track, which I guess that's what.
But the women have a shorter distance, technically.
Technically, yeah, they should be starting from further back. You're right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why they have this stuff in front.
Right. Oh, they get fast tracked to the DEI department.
DEI?
I don't know. David, are you working on something? Are you going to answer, or you're just doing homework?
I will try to answer. I just I don't quite have a good answer, like built up in my mind. I haven't been thinking about it so much. I just haven't been feeling it. Like it's becoming less of a concern. I don't know.
Yeah. It's annoying that I keep asking you.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And then help you get there.
Well, I'm not trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, I guess, how you see things differently than me and how to stop projecting on you. So how, specifically in this instance, pathways, how do you see pathways differently than I see pathways? And then how do I stop projecting my pathways onto you? Like if I see you mucking up a pathway, I'm going to go over to you and be like, give you advice. Hey man, you're mucking up your pathway. You should do this and this. But then that would be wrong because that's only right for my cognition. You might still be mucking up the pathway, but I'd have to present you the new pathway in a different way.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. It's like but yeah, projection is the one biggest thing that we're trying to fight is that.
Right.
How do we beat that?
So like how you study for a test is a pathway. Like you're going to do different steps in studying for your test, or how you do an assignment. That's a pathway, like mini pathways.
Well,
how do you make it from your bed to the shower in the morning? That's a pathway.
Okay. Let me answer those questions. Okay, what was the first one? Another abstract questions. But that's that'd be you gotta. I feel like one thing is like proving it, in the sensor of whatever it is. It feels very.
What does that mean?
SI like. It's like whatever.
Yeah, exactly. SI like. It's going to be SI like for you guys.
I'm like, hey, like
I'm presenting it in an NI way, right?
Yeah, those are rhetorical questions. I'm like, I can answer. Like those rhetorical questions are not supposed to be answered. You're like, why aren't they supposed to be answered? So you go look at the answer. You're like, there's nothing wrong with the answer. But yet the point of rhetorical questions are not to get answered.
No, I was actually asking questions.
Yeah,
how do you plan a pathway to the shower in the morning?
How do I plan a pathway?
Or do you even take showers in the morning? I don't know. To get out the door, to go to school. What's the pathway there?
Well, I have to know where I'm going and then prepare everything beforehand where I'm going. So at least I don't I have to have my wallet, my keys, if I'm driving, which most of the time I am, my backpack, and then I gotta know what's in my backpack, or where I'm going, or why I would need it. I would then hire Tony Stark to give me some, sunglasses. This will help me on my pathway.
What about a Neuralink chip?
A Neuralink chip would be the final step. Yep. It's a hard question. It's a hard question because it feels like anything I'd say would be so simple, and then I would be like, I just said something that's really simple. That couldn't mean anything about.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Well, I think even the pathway we're giving you is really simple, so it might even look the same for NI and SI, like getting out the door in the morning. But I do hear some steps.
Yeah,
like I know I need 3 things on me, and I need to make sure I'm dressed, and then I leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like with that house that your sister has to fix up.
Yeah.
So she doesn't need to, she doesn't need to. What's up, Claire? She doesn't need to know where the end is. She just needs to really like, okay, now let's paint the walls. We're painting the walls now. Let's just work on the walls. When the walls are done, what else needs to be done now? And you just keep moving closer and closer to your goal of having the house ready. You don't need to plan out every single step of the way. You just need to make sure that you're working on it in order to get it closer to completion.
Right.
Like that's how the NI would look at it. How would you look at it different?
No, it's like that's to me like that's how it's seen like in reality, like that's what it would be. But like what I'm trying to think about it in as it's like if I could have the most extreme scenario where I do have every single thing planned out, I don't even have to. There's nothing to worry about anymore. It's like everything's already planned out. I don't. There has to be. There's no like intermediate step. Everything's like streamlined all the way to the end, which I guess is all like everything would have been proven. Like, yep, we're gonna do this. But like our plumber guy, Bob, he hurt his back. His back hurt Bob. He couldn't do the job. He has to come by in the next 4 weeks because he hurt his back, and he's okay. He's doing better now. It's just we had like stall that whole entire thing for a whole month. So it's like it's those kind of stories I guess I'll tie to this, as in like the pathway it gets screwed up because you wanted him to come on this day and do this time, but then you had to adjust, and then everything has to adjust.
So you're fitting things into time slots. You're actually doing like you want to know that every little base is covered before you start the first step.
Yeah, all the questions I've been asking my family is like, when do we finally know what is the last day going to be that we're done? Like, I asked this I think yesterday.
And you're probably driving them nuts.
No, I'm driving them nuts 1,000%. This is what NT does, but it's like
Right.
I'm asking like
no, not just NT. It's like the SINE axis in trying to pathway.
I am trying to pathway. I'm like trying to figure out like so what's the day going to be where we just like walk around and like yep this is her house. This is like it's just done. We don't think about the entire like Abby's house is going from a negative connotation just to a regular or positive connotation.
Right.
In
Like,
most people's minds, you hear Abby's house, you're like shit. They're gonna ask me to work on it. No. And then like it's just gonna be Abby's house. We're like, oh yeah, that's where I party at. For some people.
Yeah, so like those kind of questions feel like a waste of time to even try answering. Like instead of answering the questions, let's just work. You know what I mean? Like that's what it would feel like to me with my cognition. Like we don't need to flesh all this out. Let's just do work today. And then tomorrow we'll do more work and it'll be done when it's done.
Yeah,
It'll take about a week, but maybe more, maybe less.
It's very true. I don't deny anything. But
no, you're not denying. I know you're not denying it. I'm saying, but like, what's the need for you to have all of the steps laid out? Like, why is that? Why is that how you pathway?
Why is that how you? I don't know. I don't know why is that the way it is. It feels like the most optimal because it feels like you're always trying to put these steps together and then they always keep falling apart and you gotta like readjust and you're like, all right, just give me the end and then what's the best possible end and like we'll keep readjusting all the way along the way. Because it's like if it's like a fractal, let's say we're thinking about the fractals, like they are always like changing and moving and shifting and like making a bigger, more intense patterns, trying to
Yeah.
work out every possibility. It kind of shimmies down. It's not a real word, but yeah, it angles itself into the cracks of what could already happen. The chapter thing, I think the sensory chapter is like a very, like the SI for like chaptering with SI, then it's like you're chaptering that way. It's like I can't explain what this looks like, but it's like you're putting chapters down of like you're not relieved, you're relieved that it's over, or like it's like check mark, this is the last day of this and it's over. Like you've won. I don't it's like you're sitting, you did all your work that day, everything is good. You're just gonna sit down and you get to relax and everything. Like it's like that's where you want to get to, where there's no like flying problems.
Well, I
that you
mean,
gotta, like,
obviously
shoot down.
the end for the house is when the house is all fixed, right?
Yeah.
So you keep asking what's the end. You got the end. So what are you looking for? What is missing? The house is going to be fixed. We're fixing the house. The house has to be fixed. That's
Missing
the end.
you're missing all the steps. You're like, I know the end. Where's all the steps? I need to like climb up to the end of the house. Where it's like
So then you would have to walk around the house and survey all of the tasks that need to be done.
Okay, let me ask you about one of these things. So there's like a baby raccoon. It's hiding in the well, and it's made holes in the roof. And half of us are saying we kill it. Half of us are saying we find a different way. I don't know what would you do? We haven't decided that yet.
A roof to a well? Where's a roof on a well? You mean like a cover to a well and it made holes in the cover and it fell in the well?
Sorry, there's not like a well, but like, well, those things connected on the side of the house. Kind of, you can look into the basement that way. They're not called wells. They're called
windows.
Not windows. They're not windows.
I think I know what you mean. It's like one of those angled, open up the doors.
Like, yeah, you're in the basement. You had to like stand up and open the windows in the top. You know those windows?
Yeah, they're windows.
Yeah, and like they like look up into the outside.
Okay.
There's like a raccoon. He was sitting he was like chilling in one of those little like those areas.
Oh, like yeah. There's like a little hole in the ground for the window to be there, right?
Yes.
Right. Because otherwise there wouldn't be a window in the basement, so you had to make a little indent hole for the window to be there. And there was a raccoon just chilling there, making his home in that little window alcove in the ground.
Yes, because
yeah.
But we know
there's probably heat coming out of the window in the winter.
Why can't the raccoon climb out? I thought this was like a shallow thing.
He can climb out. He can. It's very shallow. He can climb out if he wants to.
He just doesn't want to.
He hasn't.
Just let him be there. What do you care?
It's not my house. I will say that. I don't make the decision. They'll probably
so then what's the question? If it's not our house, you don't make the decision. Let the house owner decide. Step out of it.
Yeah, but like I'm kind of part in the decision. I mean, she's my sister. I'm helping out a lot.
Okay. So just let the rat chill there. Or the raccoon. Just let it chill there. What does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing a raccoon. It's cool.
If you see a spider in your house, do you leave it or get rid of it?
We leave it or get rid of it. I've killed like
It's outside the house.
I've killed at least 200 spiders in that house. It's been crazy.
Well, some say it's a good sign, because they eat like flies and stuff for you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. They also give you spider bites if they got nothing to eat. You climb on you.
They do not do that. They do not know you're asleep and like go up to you and climb.
They do. They come up and you wake up and you got a bunch of spider bites in the morning.
This is not true. But
yes, you do. You got all these spider bites in the morning because they took chunks out of you.
Chunks?
Yeah.
How do they know that you're
hungry? They got hungry. They ate all there's too many spiders and not enough insects in the house.
I've seen the spiders.
Claire doesn't like
this. Claire, what's your stance on the spiders?
How's your reason than you think?
How's your week? How's life?
That's good. That's good.
So we got Stan here. When I'm about to do something, I'm always writing a list of steps. The steps help me imagine the next situation I will end up. From that situation, I think about the next step that needs to be taken, etc. Another INTP here. Got your back with the steps.
The steps, man. The steps. SI steps.
But like, I mean, will you like, so in the house, will you go around the house, survey, be like, okay, we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to do this. And then, so once you have all of the tasks, will you like order them in steps? Or is it really just a one after another planning sort of thing?
It depends if you have to know how long each task takes, how much time you have. You know, when you'll feel like you'll need a break, when you feel like you'll need to like eat food or whatever.
You have to know all that stuff before you start.
No, you'll be thinking about it as you're going, but like you're planning that as you're going. You start with one step, and then like you can only take steps in steppable directions. And then like jumping is like you're jumping to a different pile of steps. And then you're jumping between your steps.
Well, you're jumping to a different goal too, or you're jumping to a different way to get to your goal.
It's like, yeah, I mean, like, there's a few things that I do personally where I do like, I have a list of steps, and then like I just jump into the thing, and like wherever there could be like 1,000 steps. I'm in this one little step over here.
So let's say you're in the middle of painting, and you're like, you know what? I think I should do screws now instead of painting. Like, we'll save painting for later, or we'll find another solution. And then you're doing the screws, and you're halfway done the screws. You're like, let's do the floorboards now. And so like you end up with a whole bunch of things that are half done because you just keep jumping to a different task. That doesn't happen?
That doesn't really happen a lot. I'd say mainly the project is led by NIs. So I do not have that part, but I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that even.
I mean, not in this specific situation, but like in like a different kind of pathway.
In a different kind of pathway. I don't. It's not like that half done. I feel like it's headed in that direction because
that's kind of what you did in school, right? You like got halfway through whatever you did a year, and then you jumped.
Yeah. I didn't so much as jump as so much I just like walked in the other direction. Like there was not many other majors that I could do that like I had a lot of classes already taken for the major. I didn't really have.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a jump. It feels more just like, I kind of would have been taking all these classes already. You know.
Do you know what we're talking about, Claire?
Not completely, because it seems like overthinking.
Yeah.
And I'm not. It's hard to follow, or there isn't much to follow. There isn't a pathway for your path. Talking about pathways.
I know, right? There's no pathway for it.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of things that are coming up, and I'm thinking about what I would say, but I just see it feels confusing.
Yeah, let me provide you some clarity, Claire. So Minecraft, there's
no. You can't do that. You can't do that. Not like that.
No, listen. I have like this is like just summoned in my mind. It has nothing to do with actually the anything in the game, but it's like.
He said no. He said no. It's his no.
Okay, let me explain something else then. My bad.
SpongeBob.
This is getting more confusing.
No, you're making it. It's not even over. You're overthinking that I'm overthinking. You just overthought.
You're overthinking.
You're overthinking.
I don't know about that.
Okay, so Minecraft, right? No.
Not right.
He's making the actual emoji with his teeth. Like, no.
Yeah. Or so, David.
You find another pathway, David.
Okay, so I was thinking about how my mind sees pathways, and I was thinking about the time and period of seeing pathways. And
just take Lego.
What? Legos?
Yeah, isn't Lego the same thing as Minecraft?
No, okay. It had like it was not even like that big of a deal. It was it could be like any video game. I just thought the first example that came to my mind was Minecraft. That's it. Okay.
Right.
But what was important?
Makes sense.
when you try to, it's that depends. Like, are you in the? There's a lot of different time zones of where you're thinking that connect to other, like, consciousness is like, the hall of mirrors. It's like there's only you're some part of mirrors that are reflecting at other mirrors, and other parts you're just digging in the cave gathering resources, and you can kind of like scrape some energy there of like what your plan is or what your pathway is. But then you have some points in the playthrough where you kind of sit back, and now you're like actually thinking about more different, like maybe like fates is the right word, where like my NE everything is like, I feel like it's a bigger everything than some other people's everythings, because it's looking at a lot of different things. And so it's like trying to figure out the pathways of and all these things, and seeing how they're gonna go. And then yeah, it's what Stan is saying, where you all these steps just start summoning, and then you have to do, yeah, right, it's what he said. I can't do Z unless Y is done, yeah, and I can't do Y unless X is done, and then you optimize them. So something with two independent dependencies, I try to do them in parallel, right? So a lot of projects will work together, like painting, and then prime. You have to prime before you paint. So it's better to get those done as a whole project, but you can still do the screws or work on cleaning the house, but there's still painting. And after you do priming, you have to do the painting, and then that's painting. It's a bigger category there. I just thought of it as like Minecraft, not in like an anal sense of the culture or anything, but like I thought of it like how I would go when I was playing the game, like how my mindset would go, where I'd have just like, I'm just looking for the basic needs, the basic tools, and then you get to this point, and then you get to certain points, and then now you're getting to the end of the game, and then after the end of the game, there's possibilities, because like if you're on a multiplayer server, what's going to happen after that. You just seen it a lot of times where you're like trying to, it's going to be one of these things, and then you got to know your tribe members too. It's like the Winchester Mystery House. It's a cesspool of consciousness. That's any pathways. Uh, if you're wondering, I don't know.
Are you focusing more on the way than the path?
The way, is that like the journey, not the destination?
Between a way and a path, what's the difference?
Well, if you're playing Minecraft or you go for a walk, the path is like, like you can beat Minecraft, or you could make like a fortress and gain these certain amount of materials, or do something creative. That's like the path. But then like the way is just like what you do as you're, like the way that you do it. So if you just play without a path, then you just end up in a cave, and then you end up getting these resources, and then you end up making a house. It's just like the way that you did it, rather than the path to get to it. If you go for a walk, you don't have to go somewhere. You just want to. The point is just to walk. Then you don't need a path necessarily, unless that's what you want to do.
Yeah, just going for a walk.
Literal.
The path is the goal for just going for a walk.
Well, that's the way. What you're doing is walking.
Right. So the goal is just to enjoy the path and not care about a destination. That's different from actually having a goal.
It's like Stan is talking about like more the intricacy of like the way that something's done, where like because things depend, as something has to get done, there's things that depend on these other things, then that has to be taken into consideration. You can't just go about it however you please. You have to take that in consideration, and then if you can make it more efficient as well by like multitasking the right things, because you see that I can, yeah.
Like David, your greater path is to move out of your parents' house and have your own place and have your own job, right? Sort of thing. That's your greater path.
Yeah. Sure.
Right.
That's gonna happen.
And so then, like, college is just like a step in the greater path.
Well, yeah, it's part of it. Yeah.
And so then, like, you've broken the greater path down into like you already know what all of the steps are on moving out?
I mean, okay. Well, if you gotta know me myself, I don't have that much of the planning ability, down at this time. But yes, I can imagine some sort of future like that, what you're talking about, and then I can also imagine how I would get there. And like I'll think about that sometimes, but not all the time. I just don't put that much energy into that a lot.
Is that not why you're going to school? Like, why are you going to school now? Isn't it for a greater path? Like, doesn't it fit into a greater context? Because it feels like NI, like it feels like NI with NI, every little step needs to serve the greater path.
Oh right, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I don't feel like it's like that all the time. It's a little hard to narrow down.
Like it has to have a greater
long-term path. There's a lot of potential paths. Very right. Very good.
Hi, Lauren. Hard to narrow down.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, sure, I'm right. Yeah, I want to move out and be myself, have my own job, but like, there's a lot of different, there's a lot of different attributes to that goal where it's like, it's very simple in and of itself, but there's a lot of different ways that can happen or timelines that can happen. Or and if I'm certain of any one of them, I'm going to lose out on all the other ones. I don't want that.
So keeping your path open enough to not go in too far into a path, like going too far into a path is death.
Is death? It's gonna be a weird. Yeah, it's just not gonna be like if you're trying to lock down your life at like 20 years old. You got like a lot of hell coming towards you because it's not gonna want to work that way. You want to go out there,
Well, I don't mean to bring up NI like all the time, but for NI is like no, like I wanted like not me personally, but you see some people with NI, they're just like, oh, I'm gonna be a businessman by the time I'm 25, and they're locked in on that goal. And then it doesn't matter what path you take. You just keep whatever is bringing you closer to that goal is the right step to take. Whatever is pushing you further away from that goal is the wrong step to take.
Mm-hmm.
Like NI is really simple.
Yeah, like sometimes I like if I have a goal, I just see it as like there's a pile of work that needs to be done, and you just have to start moving it. There's like no point. There's no point in planning out the intricacies. It just all needs to be done at some point.
Yeah, you waste time planning.
That's such a simplified, view.
But like it sounds like in order to go all in on a path, you need to make sure you know all the intricacies and the end of the path before you even start the path. Or am I wrong? Claire and David.
Yeah, no, I think definitely like NI can plan a little bit faster, and you'll slow down doing all the intricate SI details and stuff like that. But I think what the strength is that the SI does get a lot faster over time because it's building its.
I agree.
I think it's building that routine.
Because it's building mini pathways, and then you can Lego them up.
You build Legos. There you go.
Well, yeah.
Done.
But it's like if you already have the pathway of getting out of the door, and you already have the pathway of driving to a place, so then you just you don't ever have to process those ever again. Whereas like SCNI, every day I have to reprocess getting out of the door. Like it's not a one and done deal. It's like, but once you figured out how to get out of the door, you don't need to think about it anymore. You've already processed it. You've already optimized it.
Yeah, that's right. Depends on the door for sure. There's some doors that are my sworn enemies, but
but
those heavy doors.
It's like once you've already sequenced it out, once you've sequenced it out, you don't need to think about it and process it and resequence it.
Right.
Wait, David, I have a question for you. Like you were talking about, you said you have vision in your mind of when your sister's house is going to be done, right?
Yeah.
But just in my experience of like moving houses and stuff, like you're never done. There's always some, you finally relax and sit on the sofa, but then there's one more thing that needs done?
Well, yeah, I think one of the things is when we were first starting out on the house, like probably earlier this year, I was wondering like how long that she was going to live in the house. So the house is really close to our parents' house, so like just to our like our hometown, you know, like you can see it. Maybe it's like the friends energy, or like yeah, just want she's a 4, wants to plop down, be around her family, be around her friends.
She wants to drop off laundry. She wants to come eat dinner. Save on groceries. I don't know.
Yeah, she wants us to, and she's playing the friends game, and that's what I was discussing a lot of that at the start. It was like, Abby has done she's done a really good job at getting a lot of friends and being able to interact with a lot of people, and having people, to help her out, And I think the end goal is like I think she's probably going to sell the house or like at least rent it out in about 4 to 5 years. I don't think she's going to be there.
I mean, that's people do that, eh? They buy houses, they fix it up, and they sell them, and they make a lot of money.
Yeah. So I think like I'm painting I'm not like getting paid or anything, but I'm painting somebody else's house when I'm at her house. I do think of it like that. So because we're gonna fix after we do all these renovations, we're fixing it up. $40,000 to like $70,000 up in price.
Yep.
So it's gonna
that's how it works.
Yeah. Or maybe the end goal is you just forget that you were even like moving in the first place. You just wake up one morning.
Yeah.
And you just live there now.
I do have to ask about your
Is that what you
personal
mean?
like history, like your history with moving houses, because like I haven't actually moved houses, and this is the first. My sister, she's the oldest, and she's the first one getting a house. It's the first time we've done this as a family, so it's like it's something I'm getting used to when it's like the first time. Like, whoa, I gotta like adjust all my I just gotta like figure out what this problem is. I've always felt that. But I felt that like as the youngest child, I feel like my siblings are older than me, and they that's true, and they just have like higher levels up in life than me. Like I could always see like I'm a few levels behind them in like everything, and all my stats and whatnot. But like for you, has your family moved a lot? What has been your experience with moving?
Not a lot. I mean, I don't know how much is a lot.
You moved
but I'd
countries,
say-
man.
You moved countries. At least that's something. Just once? You moved countries once?
Moved countries twice.
Twice.
Like
Yeah.
I was born in Scotland.
Okay.
Moved to Doha, lived in Doha, moved back. So that's like 2 big moves. But obviously the first one was when I was really young, so I don't remember it.
Yeah, you remember that. That's right.
But yeah, the big. What do you want to know in particular? Like, I don't have a lot of belongings, so for me it's easy.
That's right. Yeah, right.
I can kind of just live out of like 1 or 2 suitcases.
That's right. Yeah. I was
But
wondering,
also,
like, yeah, about moving and how much, like, you have siblings?
I have 1 sibling, yeah, which probably makes it easier. Only 1.
Older?
Younger.
Younger. Okay, so then yeah, you're the test.
This is all important information for the pathway, David. Like knowing all of this stuff.
Everything's relevant for sure.
Really?
No, it's like the information that came to me. Like the specifics.
I'm not
of the
criticizing. I'm just trying to understand why.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like find a clear answer. I'm like, I don't know the answer, but like I'm close to it. But it's something like, why? What do you mean by all this information? Is it pertinent information? What do you
You're asking questions as if it's pertinent information. Like this, you're missing information. Let me ask questions to get this missing information, but I don't see why it's relevant.
Relevant to what? It's
I think he's just trying to build up like a picture of my experience and compare it to his.
Is that what you're doing?
I say that's somewhat fair. Yeah, somewhat.
How is it not?
That's fair. No,
Okay.
it's just. I guess what is meaningful to is meaningful. I guess it's meaningful to Samuel. It's like I guess you don't find it as important, but.
Obviously, it's meaningful to Samuel. I'm just like, so you're just trying to connect to Samuel. That's cool. I don't mind that.
Like,
I thought you were trying to figure out pathways on how to get him to move.
No, No, I mean like the experience of moving. Like, what is it like? You know, like the first time you did it, oh, you're young, so you probably don't remember. And the second time, you probably didn't like. It was probably your first time. You know, you even said it's called the big move. Oh yeah, like it's a different sense of move. If that makes sense.
Yeah, obviously moving countries is different to like moving 10 minutes away from where you currently live.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That connects somewhat to my situation. Like 5%. But it's there.
When you move countries, you have to live weeks without your furniture because it all gets shipped over in a container.
Like stuff like that. Like I would never know about that.
It's just like being on holiday, you know, living out of a suitcase.
Right.
Limited belongings.
Yeah, how do you plan that? I think that'd be interesting because how do you plan vacations or like holidays?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things. Like, you got to have dates first, right? That's the first step for you guys. You need a date.
Yeah, when you start to prepare. Yeah.
Well, then you got to look at plane tickets, because dates are dependent on plane tickets. You're not always going to get the right date.
Yeah, this applies to everybody. Yep.
Yeah.
What about packing? I like to travel as light as possible.
Me too. I don't go so heavy.
When have you traveled, David?
Me?
Yeah. What's the lightest possible? When have you ever packed the lightest possible for traveling?
I've done a lot of traveling.
Okay. All right. Prove it.
Name 10 countries.
Yeah. Where have you gone?
Sorry, my mom owns an 18-year-old travel business.
Oh, that's okay. There's missing info. An 18-year-old travel business.
Yeah. It's hers.
It's hers.
We
so
travel
what,
a
she
lot.
sends you places? Oh, you travel a lot. Cool.
I recently missed a vacation because I had to do homework. Here. I was on the live stream.
And you like traveling?
For the most part, I like it the least amount though. Out of my family. Everyone else likes it more than me.
Right.
I do like it.
What do you like about it, if anything?
It's really basic, but I just like seeing the other cultures, like just seeing everything and taking it all in.
Is that a slinky?
Yes.
You stopped. It is a slinky? Okay.
But it's the same slinky. It's the same slinky. It's always been. Okay, sorry.
I don't remember ever a slinky.
You don't remember a slinky?
I don't remember a slinky. I don't know why it sounds like a slinky, but it sounds like a slinky.
Okay, I'm glad we cleared that missing information.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? We're talking about why I like to travel.
Traveling. I like traveling on my own, not with other people. Traveling with other people is annoying.
Oh, super annoying. Yeah, no, yeah. I've been on so many family vacations where like I know the pattern well enough, like what day we're gonna get mad at each other, like what's gonna be that dinner. Like all these are like I'm ready for these, you know? When is Stephanie gonna fucking blow her head out? The FI rage. Like that's just coming. All of it's coming. I'm just like usually I'm sitting
I didn't grow up with sisters, so yeah.
Oh, it's the best. I'm the only it's the best. But no, not making fun of my sisters. They do pretty good. Yeah, there's something with my mom where she just can't. She messes up some sort of wording. Just every vacation, she's saying something. She's saying something wrong, like gondola or gondola. Like can't get it. She can't get it straight. Or like when we went to the UK.
Guru.
Guru. Okay. So no, yes, I do it. That's where I get it from. That's where I get it.
Yeah,
from.
Sure.
It's
That's
generational.
Yeah.
But like the worst one is like we're in the UK and like she would be giving directions in the passenger seat. And she wouldn't be able to give directions. She like say to like turn right and then point to the left, like vice versa. If you said like that like all the time, like at least 3 times a day.
I love seeing that when someone puts on like their left blinker and then they turn right. It's like what?
Yeah. Turn right. That's the left. Because like, oh well, we are in the UK, you know. That's because she was in the opposite passenger seat, which looked like she was driving.
Is everyone like that? Like you say left, and they immediately think right, or vice versa.
Oh, right. Because of the passengers, like the driver's side is different, so then left feels different.
So in America, the rights are easy.
Right.
Yeah, rights are really easy to make, and lefts are hard.
Right.
And that's how she feels it. She just feels like, oh, it's a hard turn. It must be
So
a left.
It must be a left, but it's actually a right.
Yeah. She goes off of the FI.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's funny. It's it would be off the emotional response to the situation, and then the patterns recently built.
Well, yeah, you're talking about how she's representing left and right. It's a representation thing.
Like, yeah, she would point the right way to go every time. She would point the right way.
Right.
She would like
right.
Turn right, and she points left. It's like,
how do you guys think of left and right? Because I can like picture the image in my mind of like when it first clicked for me. It was like sitting at traffic lights, and I like know the golf course is on my left, and there's like traffic lights on my right. I always think of that image. Or do you just know? You don't even think about it.
Instinctual now, yeah. I don't remember.
Right, like right or left, or like east or west.
Left,
right
yeah,
or left.
right or left.
Where's east or west from?
No, what do you know? What about it? What about right or left? Like,
how do you know which side is right?
Yeah, when did it? Like, do you remember when it clicked for you? And if so,
like, why are you not making that mistake like your mom is?
Is it just something you know, or?
She makes it for a different reason, but it's not that. It's like, it's just I don't know. It's like, I don't have a specific memory of like when I knew right was left. Like,
you mean
like,
right was right?
You know, like,
fair enough.
No. I'm saying when right was left. I don't remember.
No, he's asking how do you know that your right side is your right side or your left side is your left side? How do you know that?
You just always known. I don't.
You
How do you
just
know
know.
the alphabet is? How do you know the alphabet's ABC? Like they taught me in school. I don't remember when.
Yeah,
I got brain
no, that was my point. Like, is there a point in time you can remember where it clicked for you that you always go back to?
There's I get a lot of aha moments. I get one every like 30 minutes. I've never had one about, oh, this way is right and this way is left.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had that.
That you can remember, yeah.
That would have been a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. It was in like grade 1 or something.
It happened. I think you're right in saying that it's a possibility that like everyone's had one. You know? Nope, not Alex Boss.
That's funny. I remember the north, southeast, west. Yeah.
Oh right.
I remember it's like never eat shredded wheat, and then I would just keep telling myself that until it was like an imprint in my mind, and then I didn't need to say the never eat shredded wheat anymore. So
Everyone knows, Everyone knows north and south. It's like up and down, but how do you remember east and west? I always picture like a world map.
I just know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Well, like I said, never eat shredded wheat, so I know that east is always.
So you're going like clockwise.
Yeah.
It definitely is not soggy waffles. Sorry.
Yeah.
I imagine the compass.
The other way. Not what she eats.
Not what she. That's great. That's good. No, I imagine the compass like on the map and like floating above us.
Yeah.
That's how I imagine it.
It's floating above us?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's like there's a big compass and it's like pointing everywhere.
It's big. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yep, you have to imagine it. Yep.
Well, that is.
No, it's there. You don't have to imagine it.
Consume NT way of looking at it.
I know. It's. I mean,
Like-
what else you do? You just put a big compass on, like a sim, bro.
That reminds me of a riddle that my I think an ETI friend told me.
Isn't it like right now? Like I know I'm facing north. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's just the one where you know if you. It's just I forget how it is, but it's just if you're trying to get to the North Pole, and then like why is it that whatever, and then you realize you have to look at it from the from that perspective, and then it makes sense why the riddle makes sense. I forget what it is though.
Are you telling me the end of the riddle without telling me the riddle?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how you solve a riddle. I don't know what the riddle is, but this is the solution.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? What? Okay. Where is north? Where north is? Yeah. So if I'll face in the face, if I'll try to face towards Benjamin, I'll turn this way. Boom. He's like that way.
No one
but like,
can see you. No one can see you. No one knows what this way and that way.
I'm
you
doing.
mean.
You just gotta believe I'm doing this and that. Okay. That's why I'm
What?
going this way. You gotta imagine me sitting in a chair and then pointing at Benjamin.
I don't want to imagine
across the
you.
entire- Okay. Well, sometimes you don't get a choice. All right.
Yeah, I didn't get to choose the Minecraft example. So.
Damn it! I'm just saying you gotta imagine like a line from where you are, where the other person is.
Why do I have to?
Because it said so. Oh my god! All right, let's read. Anna Sarah. When I think about right and left, I still picture myself in Mrs. Lagstad's classroom in the first grade. Oh, wow! And she remembers her name too. I think about the orientation to the chalkboard, in which side was R and which side was L. Wow, that's first grade. You said first grade, Claire. You're right.
Yeah. What?
Who said that?
That was you, David.
What do you what? Okay. I don't know. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I read it a few times in my mind. I'm not reading it out loud. Nope. No.
I believe you. I believe you.
Agala mula la mana. What did I just? Did I just summon something?
No, I just wrote out a bunch of letters, and I'm like, I bet Dave will read this out loud.
It looks like read aloudable, you know. There's a lot
Yeah.
of la, you know, a lot of mu, a lot of mana, a lot of agula mana, a lot of mana, something like that. No, that's interesting. Claire said the first grade, and then Annie over here confirmed that it was indeed first grade. So,
Yeah, I
that's a
think
good
for me
quiz.
it was like grade 2. I started practicing the northeast, southwest.
There was this INTJ who was thinking about how the letter is written for left, like it's an arrow to the left, and then right is kind of the foot of the right is kind of pointing to the right, and so like that's how he remembers which left and right.
That makes a lot of sense.
That makes no sense. Wait, the L is pointing left though.
Yeah, L is pointing left.
No, the point is going left, but
no, the L is pointing to the right. The L is pointing like the short side is the right. Right.
That's the pointer. Well, just imagine the corner as the point.
Oh, it's pointing like south left or
Right.
southwest. Okay, I see it now.
Anyways, that's what this one INTJ was saying. That's how he figured it out.
No, that's good. You need that in school. You need like those kind of shortcuts that work for your mind. Helped me a lot, like remember Spanish, verbs or words. Yeah, you need those like fun connections.
Do you know where north is all the time?
You have to. That's how you start making the virtual compass.
No, I don't know where any direction is at any time until I look at the sun. And at night, you can just look at the stars.
Fair enough.
But it's like
A lot of times you don't really need to know direction anymore.
If you take like a reference point and you just get your mind used to it, then you can kind of just hold that reference point all the time. And then you get used to it.
Oh, that's smart. I know what you mean. Yeah. Like you have like let's say like you're on campus. You have like a point on campus that like it's like a really high north spot. You could walk
Yeah, but
around
then they
campus.
drop you in the middle of Vietnam, and you have no idea which way is north.
Yeah, you need a reference.
You need a reference, yeah. You need
Yeah.
at least a map of some sort. But like to map out the entire like campus, that's what you would do in some sort of way.
Yeah. But so if you look at the sun, then do you now have a reference where you could know where north is without having to look back, or then do you have to keep looking back at the reference? I guess is the point.
If I've moved, then yeah, I gotta keep looking back at the sun, figure out where the directions are. Yeah. Since we're in the northern hemisphere, the sun is always
I think
a
you
little
make
bit
more
to the south.
references. You can make a lot of
Yeah.
references, I think.
The sun is always a little bit to the south in the northern hemisphere. So like when it's at noon, the sun is pointing south. But like in Australia, the sun would be pointing north at noon.
Yeah, I think a reference point is like a place that you will be at a lot. So I my new house that I'll be going to, I gotta fix that up. The actual college campus house. I'm gonna know like where stuff is relative to that house. So it's gonna automatically create a reference point for me. Where like this is north. I wouldn't think of like this is north of it, this is south of it, but like this is this in relative to my house because I'm always gonna think about how do I get home from here? How do I get home from here? Where's home? It's like, oh, you have to know like I'm heading more west. I'm gonna be more away because the house is on the
What if you're indoors with no windows? Why do I need to know which way's north if I'm indoors with no windows? I don't know why I would need to know which way's north.
If you're a Muslim.
Oh yeah.
And you have to
there's
pray.
that. Sure. Well, then just download an app on your phone.
Well, like what I do is I imagine it. Like imagine your house.
Or magnetize a safety pin and then let it float in water.
Okay, that's a bit advanced. So see where a map is, and then
put it on a cork
compass,
and let the cork orient
take
itself.
the compass off the map and like scan the room with it or scan the house. Just go between every room holding the compass and like just see which way is north in every room. Oh look,
Which
it's all this way.
The imaginary one?
The one that's floating above us. Yes.
But that compass doesn't work.
Yes, it does. It has to. It works. I'll tell you that it works.
It doesn't work. What is it? It's just always there. It's always pointing. You're always aware of which way's north. And if you lose track of it for 1 second and you've been turning around, you don't know which way's north anymore.
No, but it's like it's always pointing north. You have reference points that like tell you like every time you move the compass into a new room, that compass has that room in like it's like there. So if you ever return to that room, you know which way the compass is going to point. Like let's say you're walking in the woods. You're walking in the woods, right? And then like you put down like a fork that faces north, and you accidentally like run into it, you get lost, and then you eventually circle back to that fork. You're like, oh yeah, this way is north. We're supposed to be heading in the north direction. So you'll just get back on your. You could have lost the compass, but you can get it back through all these sorts of reference points.
I have no idea what all this internalizing is, what all this. Why are what are we talking about this for? What's going on?
It might be interesting actually if there's some kind of difference cognitively, because it makes sense to me to have like the compass there, and then like I don't need to track it. It's just I just create the representation of the direction, and then
See, he used it, representation.
Yeah.
Where'd you pull that word from?
The previous conversation, but also that's just what I would say.
Right.
I just don't see why you'd ever need to know where north is, full stop.
Yeah.
Like in.
Well, it's just it improves the direction, your sense of direction.
I think that sense of direction.
I don't see how that's
your
useful for me.
Yeah, it's like it's not like useful. It's interesting. It's a one-off skib where I'm like, hey, I wonder if I could like take a compass and like go everywhere with it.
When you ask for directions, what's the perfect answer for you? I'll answer first. The perfect answer for me is
a point in the direction.
point in the direction and
Yeah.
and like a distance, like it's 10 miles that way. I'm like, all right, thanks.
Okay, we've literally gone in this conversation already on this.
Did we?
We were with, it was like a while ago though. We were with.
But
Kelly,
you
I
but
think,
you want
talked about
but
this.
you want actual instructions, or you're also okay with just the pointing 10 miles that way?
No, we talked about like one of the intriguing things was like we have all the SI instructions in our mind, but we want to give like the least amount possible.
Right.
Short. So like we know you're gonna pass
I
X
remember now.
road, you're gonna pass Y road, you're gonna pass Z road, and then when you get to alpha, you're gonna have to go to beta. But like we just want to say, oh, just go all the way to beta, and then turn right on Saffron Lane. The situation calls for it. We want to like give you the directions. Like you'll see all those roads, but you only get like the end road or whatever. You want to make it simple. You want to narrow the sensory down in your mind for the directions. Because you hold those on, right? You hold the sensory, right?
I mean, it's a lot to hold.
But like if it's a visual thing, it's like not that hard to hold because you know what direction you're heading in. It's like, sometimes I would imagine like wherever I'm going, I imagine like there's like a beam of light just like down from wherever it is, and it kind of stays there. So you kind of know where you're going. If that makes sense.
You know what? Meeting someone for the first time and trying to remember their names enough. That's already too much.
Oh yeah, I'm horrible with names.
Yeah, I can't think about names. They're too slow and too similar to other people's names.
I'm really glad people have put their names here, so that way I remember their names.
Everyone can change their name.
I know
Like,
Claire's John, but we call him Claire now.
Yeah.
John Wick, yeah, his hidden identity.
If someone changes their name like every few minutes, I would have no problem at all.
You would have no problem?
If multiple people too, yeah, and I wouldn't mind.
Why?
It just my brain just does it.
You would update their name, or you would just call them by their original name?
That would be their name. Like if they say this is my name from now until you get another update, then that would be their name.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, I get that.
I would remember the past ones too, and then I would start getting a sense of like what's going on, like why do they keep.
Oh, I've seen that, right?
I would just delete the past ones. I would form like a whole.
Oh no, I know what you mean. Like I've seen that with people that change their names a lot, or like especially with like Discord profiles.
Yeah, we had an ENFP in Discord, Dallas, and I figured out that he had an SI for why he's changing his name and how he changes his name.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was, but I knew something triggered it. And I was always trying to I was always trying to track, okay, you changed your name. Why? What did someone say? What did someone do? What's the actual, because I know he had a rule. He made his own arbitrary, any Dom, but he makes his own arbitrary SI rule of when you have to change your name, and he has to stick to it like obsessive compulsive style.
Interesting.
So it's like, and he doesn't want anyone to know either, because that way they could be abused and he could be controlled. So it was like this hidden SI rule that could control him, but he didn't want anyone to know. It was really weird.
So you don't know? Yeah,
I don't know. No.
It's something. No, it's something so stupid you'd never guess it.
Right?
Like,
yeah.
It's like when someone says exactly 42 Ds at the end of the Discord chat.
No, you would change it often. And it would be related to the conversation in some way. And some people would,
the ending would connect. Yeah.
It would connect, yeah. I don't know.
What I'm more familiar with is someone who likes to have like anime pictures in their profile, and then they'll change their name based on the character that they're into at the time. Yeah.
What is that? Why do people have
why did you
anime
pick Claire?
profile pictures?
Because they like the animes.
It's kind of the same thing.
They like the animes. I don't know.
It's
yeah,
kind
but I know they like it, but it's like I like pizza.
They really like it. They really like it.
It is pseudonym. It's a pseudonym, but yeah, there's an anime character named Claire.
Oh, really? Is that why?
Yeah. Remember when you told me to be a character as FI advice? Well, I did that kind of.
Nice.
Oh, what is Claire from?
I'm not in any Dom, so when I do it, it sticks for a long time.
So you're trying to channel your inner Claire and embody Claire, the anime character.
Yeah, but it's like a huge combo. It's not just one thing. It's like a really big combo. So it
The combo SI multiple meaning punch. There you go.
yeah, it's like FISI, just full combination counter
Claymore wiki, Claire.
Yeah.
I see.
He's a Claymore?
Well, I've never heard of this anime, but I don't hear about a lot of animes anymore.
I don't know how popular it is.
Zero Chen anime image board. Okay. I don't.
It's
Claire
it's a
Claymore.
Demon Hunter.
Is that
Demon
it?
Hunter. I know Demon Hunter. Okay.
No, I'm saying that it's a type of a Claymore is the type of demon hunter, and she's on a revenge mission. So
Demon Hunter or Demon Slayer?
no, I'm not talking about another. I'm talking about Demon Hunter, the actual word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it's like
it's her class.
For some reason, that character gets me out of my complex. And
right.
Like being willing to be exposed.
Right. Connecting to her identity lets you do things that you normally wouldn't do.
Yeah, it's a counter to the spinning in circles.
The John identity.
Yeah. But and then with that counter complex, then it would then another complex, the complex I actually want to form could be formed. It's kind of yeah.
Is it working so far? Is it good? Is it good strategy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. It's yeah, I probably wouldn't be here because I wouldn't be willing to do the exposure.
Nice. Well, are you happy that you're doing this?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like really, really clear that exposure is like the solution to the TE last problem for me.
Exposure, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like the last week especially, it's like mind boggling me when the more I'm realizing how much I don't understand in the world because I'm not exposing myself. Because even if I see it, if I'm not like doing the TE, then it doesn't matter. I'm not actually doing the TE, right?
Yeah.
So the exposure, like the sort of like physical exposure, doesn't matter that much. But then it's like actually like engaging with it like that. Then it's like, oh my god! I was like, I didn't realize.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So the word I was using for all of the extroverted functions is exposure. To get to improve with them, you need to add exposure to extroverted functions, and for the introverted functions, it's focus.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So if I wanted to work on more FE, it's just exposing myself with the FE. And NI, it's more focus.
Yeah, if you wanted to learn Spanish, you'd go to like Spain or Mexico.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
And did you do that with the YouTube channel? Your YouTube channel, because you have to do interviews and stuff, and
yeah, I mean, it was definitely a big first step for me to start all this stuff. Yeah. And I never would have been able to go 4 hours straight like this at the beginning either. No way.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, there's people on the Panelverse that are going like 12 hours, stuff like that. I'm like, nah, no one's going to watch 12 hours.
They're crazy. Yeah, I don't know how they do that.
Yeah.
No, I can't. It takes me a week to recover. If I do something like for 4 hours, it takes me a week.
Right. But it was exposure. It was like at first I could do 20 minutes and I accidentally booked 2 interviews in the same day, like one after the other. I was like, okay, let's try it. And I was like, the second interview, I was wrecked. I was done. I couldn't do the second one. Yeah. But yeah, with exposure, you build the muscle.
The muscle.
No choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's it like with being extroverted OPS type? Because you still have to, like, it's still going to be just as hard, but you're extroverted, so.
Yeah, I don't know if I am really, or if OPS really can track that. I don't know.
I think I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
About your type.
What's your type, Samuel? What's your animal stack?
Consume, sleep, play, blast.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense for me.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of what play can be tracked as, when they're tracking it as pinging, it can also just be infodom. Infodoms do that back and forth. Like,
yeah. You're double activated play, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you're technically a glass lizard? So
Technically, I'm supposed to be a glass lizard, yeah.
Yeah. So do you do people see you as like iffy?
No.
No.
No. I mean, at work, I stay locked in my office room, and I had to, like, since I've been starting to work on FE, I've been like interacting with people and eating with them at lunch. But like normally, no, I would naturally just lock myself in my office and eat on my own. And
yeah, sometimes I feel like we don't fully resonate with Dave and Shan's, like, was it anecdotes? Like, you're asleep less, so you're supposed to just collapse at night, just fall straight asleep.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna collapse after this stream for sure. This is like different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when I was typed this masculine TI at the top, I totally did not see that, because all their anecdotes are like thinkers love to argue, and I mean,
you also have the any eyebrows for some reason. I don't know what that's about.
Any
they're not any eyebrows enough.
They are.
It could be.
It's just archetypes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just really extreme, like stereotypes or whatever.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah. I always just try to remind myself that in ancient Greece they used 4 different types of body fluid to treat people medically.
Right.
So, what are we doing?
I mean, they had other ancient types of medicine too, like acupuncture, right? No, something like that.
I don't know.
They focused a lot more on nutrition and herbs and stuff. I mean, it seems like medicine today is really just dealing with symptoms and not causes, for the most part.
Well, that's what it is. It's in the name, isn't it? Medicine. Herbal, I don't know.
Whereas like ancient times, they were more focused on causes, and they saw that as nutrition for some reason.
Yeah, that's what they could do.
I'm just thinking of like Hippocrates quotes in my head, like walking is like the greatest medicine.
Right.
Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have yellow phlegm, then eat this.
Yeah, like the Vedic stuff where they analyze your stools and stuff for what kind of Vedic type you are and what kind of diet you need to do. All that stuff's interesting.
Yeah. Put your hand up if you remember the leech craze in the 1800s.
Right. The bloodletting, yeah, the bloodletting.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, why does it make sense? I mean, feels like I don't think it actually does, but it feels like it. But it is so disturbing.
What leeches?
Leeches are bloodletting, yeah.
Oh.
If someone like convinces me, I'd probably do that. Yeah. I mean, at the time.
I mean, you could just go donate blood. That's the same thing as bloodletting.
That's what I was thinking. If you've got too much iron,
yeah,
or something.
But these specific leeches have properties. We fed them these medicinal plants, and now they're
sure, Clay.
It's an infused leech.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll catch some unsuspecting person with that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
That's
snake
a
oil
key
stuff.
thing. That keeps hitting me over and over. Just realizing, like, that there are people who take advantage of others and people who are taking
Right,
advantage
yeah.
of. And it
You've
just
got
it
the
just
grifters,
so
right?
ways.
They go with their miracle tonic to like this new town. They're like, I've got a miracle tonic. It'll cure your baldness. It'll do this. It'll cure your pain in your hip. I got a miracle tonic, and then sell it, and then you leave before you can get in trouble, and you go sell it in the next town.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like an FI Dom will hear about that and think they understand it. At least this is like for me, I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. I get how that works. And then like not understand like the nuance of the reality and how that's happening in lots of ways.
Yeah. I'm sure I've told this story before. There's this company that sells these special medallions, like these little ring medallions with the special, I don't know, they say they have a whole science behind it, and it's all bullshit, right? But it's like, it's special ions that, you know, it's an ionic medallion and whatever. And they're selling it for like $100. And so one guy, he gave it to his daughter, and his daughter was getting sick. So they brought the medallion to my lab, and we're like, we're doing gamma spectroscopy. So we take the medallion to figure out, you know, if it's radioactive, and it turns out it's radioactive. It's pretty radioactive. And it's like, you put a radioactive medallion around your daughter's neck. Of course she's not feeling great. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. And then,
well, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it turns out they're just selling radioactive waste rocks from China for $5, and they're selling it for $100 here. Yeah.
Oh no, the scammers won.
Yeah.
They got
be
you
careful.
that time.
Be careful in those crystal healing shops.
Right.
Crystal healing shops. What do they sell there? Crystals that heal you?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Sedona?
Shanghai.
That's the capital of all that stuff.
Where's that?
Capital?
Sedona? I don't know. It's somewhere in the U.S. near Arizona, somewhere.
I haven't heard of a Sedona. It almost sounds like a person's name.
Have you been there?
No, but I used to watch this Penn and Teller's bullshit. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Anyways, like every other episode, they would go to Sedona to like
do what?
To like find a new thing of bullshit they could debunk.
Oh, like the crystal light. Oh, all these little.
Right, right.
healing-
There's this one episode where they went for like dolphin birthing. So you get in the water when you're gonna have birth, and you give birth with dolphins. And apparently they're like really good at giving birth. And so the lady who's doing the dolphin birthing, which was her idea or whatever, she's like, "Oh, I haven't ever done it before. These are going to be my first clients." And they're all convinced, and she had them all convinced that dolphin birthing is the thing. And she's never done it. She's like, "Oh yeah, we're going to try it." The dolphins just know how to give birth to humans. That's how it works.
Yeah,
and like
I mean,
she's charging them for courses. She's like training them. She's like, "Okay, now we're going to squawk like dolphins. Let's all just do dolphin sounds for an hour. There we go. That was good. All right, give me my money and go home." Like,
oh yeah, I've seen those. It almost sounds like the Andrew Tate, you know, toxic masculinity. You know, his.
wow. All right, Annie. That's
You went to whoa. Annie is one of the scammers.
Annie escaped Sedona. She escaped.
I always knew.
So yeah, you know what it's
Annie.
like there. It's like that there, right? Dolphin healing, dolphin birthing.
Yeah, was Annie? Were you birthed by dolphin, or what's the case?
Birth by dolphin. I don't know what ever happened to that episode, or if she ever ended up giving birth. But that's like a lawsuit waiting to happen. You're not a midwife and you're not a doula, but you have this crazy weird idea, and you're getting people to go along with it and pay you.
No, that stuff also happened. I don't know what it was called, but basically it was like women's training to get all their anger out, and they just brought them in the like the woods and just asked them to pick up a stick, bang, and yell as loud as you can, just for like 30
Right.
minutes, and like have them go like some random forest. They just bought some random forest, and they just make money off of these ladies. 'Cause it's healing. You're feeling nice. You're feeling better.
Yeah.
You're yelling. You're getting all your
Well, I
anger
mean,
out. This is good.
It is good to not bottle stuff up, I guess. Right, Claire? Would you go into a forest and start yelling and banging sticks on things to get anger out?
Maybe I should.
You should.
You should do it for free, though.
What are you mad at right now?
I think when I go to walk in, I try to find a forest to walk in. Like by the time I'm there and I'm walking, I don't feel like yelling anymore.
Right.
So I have thought about soundproofing my closet so that I could yell as loud as I want.
That's such a good idea.
It's a lot of work. I should follow through anyway, but bottling up, yeah. But you gotta the outlet has to be. But the way I see it is like it's gotta come from you. Like it has to be something that you want to do, and it has to do the least harm possible, right? Because some outlets might cause harm. But if you could think of something, like even if it's really weird, and you can do it and it doesn't cause harm or bother, the least harm and the most you want to do it, and then it that helps you with the bottle up stuff. But you could just journal though. Like you should journal and go for a walk, Like that's like the basics.
Like if you have someone with psychopathy who likes injuring animals, like don't do that.
Yeah, but they should be talking about it. It has to come out somehow. Like it.
Right.
Right, but so there's got to be something that makes that instinct feel better somehow. That's like the least harm.
You just made me think of
What does it require?
The instinct doesn't feel good. It needs to feel better.
What?
Yeah.
How does that help?
I'm asking Claire. Yeah, he's telling us.
What? Sorry, why does it remind you of Dexter? Sorry, now I'm thinking.
You were. Oh no, Benjamin. You said if there's a psychopath who likes to kill animals, like
Or
how do they do
harm,
that?
injure them, yeah.
Harm animals. How do they do that in a way that doesn't hurt others?
Right.
And I think of
How do you let it out?
the
Yeah.
character Dexter who only.
I mean, just
kills murderers.
Find a good job as a butcher. You're good. Go to a slaughterhouse and slaughter animals.
I think that a lot of surgeons are
Probably, yeah.
like that.
Probably some degree.
Because it just directs that at something that everyone wants them to do.
Right. Yep.
Like really badly.
Well, there was a nurse here in the UK that just came out as like having poisoned a bunch of patients.
There was some in the US like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and those are just the ones that you find out about.
Yeah. It's apparently it happens a lot where you have terminally ill patients and then nurses have to make a call and just let them die or something. And they don't always tell people that they do that. Yeah. So, and then that can get addictive and then they can go and look for that, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
They start
thing like
bending the rules.
They start bending the rules and then they get, and they feel like they're doing a good thing, like it's a mercy thing. They feel like it's positive.
Or that's like maybe they're like fake reason. Like,
or it could have been like genuinely at first they genuinely felt like say a person is super suffering, like really suffering, and they're just in pain constantly, and they're going to die anyways, and it's just going to be 10 days of right. So like some nurses are just like, you know what, I'm just going to pull the cord, and I won't have to hear him screaming. He'll be happy for it. Everyone will be happy for it. So like they kind of bend the rules like that. They do that. Like it's something that's known that nurses do that. And that sense of power over life and death or whatever, and feeling like you're doing something good by that kind of thing can get addictive.
Yeah. It's not a good spirit. It's like we have to try to keep people alive, even if it's just for the spirit of it. I think. I'm not trying to make rules, but I think the principle. Like if your grandparent is really sick, and you're like, why are we trying so hard to keep?
Well, I mean, yeah. Like if they're gonna die anyways, but it's just the machines keeping them alive. Like they couldn't live on their own, and so all you really do is all you really do is disconnect the machine so that they can stop suffering. Like you're not killing them; they're just gonna die anyways.
Yeah, it's like you're just. Yeah, at that point, the resources are just.
Like keeping them alive is cruel. Like what you're actually doing is keeping them alive, and that is cruel. So now I'm just gonna stop keeping them alive, right?
Yeah,
That's,
and then,
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
go
the
on.
person. Yeah.
That's how I feel about my garden shed. It's like just rotting from the inside. It's like, why are we doing all these little? It's like fully rotted and like 20 years old. Why are we spending like £100 on pieces of wood just to patch up?
Oh yeah.
No,
I mean that's completely different. But
it is completely different, but I can clump it together. It's the same as a garden shed.
Garden shed.
Dying woman,
Sorry.
dying
Sorry,
grandmother,
I was just
same as a
trying
garden
to
shed.
lighten the mood.
No, it's all good. You're good. But I think Claire likes this kind of discussion. He's got something to say on this.
Yeah, you're talking about death and bottling things up. You asked if it just needs to feel better, and I think because I think what's happening is the instincts. So it's not that we get confused thinking that it feeling good is a justification for something, like someone cheating on their partner. They're just trying to do it feels good, but they don't. You don't have to feel good. You just have to. It's the instincts. They just have to feel. They just have to be relieved and in control and contained. The instincts are going off in that direction for some reason, and you're uncontained. Why? Why are your instincts just going off outside of what you want for your life? Shit, have you seen the there's an album released recently by Party Next Door, and the album cover is just it's just pornography, but the nudity not being shown. And I'm like, why is this on Spotify? Why would I open up Spotify and see something so triggering my instincts? Because it's basically porn.
Right.
And it's get these instincts under control, you don't need to post. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to get
Your
at.
instincts under control. Yeah, I feel like that's very common advice for a lot of sort of things. You don't want to get up out of bed, that's your instinct, but you got to get up out of bed. You got to do stuff. It's basic stuff like that where your unconscious has more power over your conscious mind. The right goal, what you want for yourself, you know exactly what you want to do, but your unconscious is stronger. So that conscious loses, that program is smaller than the other ones. Is that close to what you're talking about a little bit with your instincts, just kind of replacing instincts for unconsciousness, somewhat,
or maybe even temptation or arousal.
If you're stuck in bed, that's also you're not
what they call sin.
acting on your instincts. You aren't experiencing the instincts. There's no potential danger. You're not trying to do anything.
I'm connecting it a bit to the Bible, but yeah, it does. With what you added, Vin, is like it's like the sins of the thing, and then like I'm tying it a bit to your unconscious side, and then it is like your demons. It is like Satan.
Well, I wasn't going to tie to that, but like you can create an arousal, like you can increase desire.
Yeah, temptation.
So
yeah,
like,
right. Go eat the apple.
Yeah, like the sociopaths with like the hurting others thing is like they get aroused to it. Something is generating that. Something is triggering it.
What is aroused to what?
To like hurt people. They get aroused to it or whatever. Like
people get aroused to what?
To their instincts.
Okay.
No?
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
Are hurt people tied to their instincts? Hurt? Oh, like when someone is hurt. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of it in the wrong context. My bad. Hurt. Got it.
It's like the instincts lead to all kinds of shit.
Okay.
And there's some reason for it, like evolutionary or whatever. Nature's put something through, and then you have to somehow take this bundle of whatever you are and like direct those instincts somewhere.
Direct them. Yeah, because they're very, very powerful. Like they can drive you. If you use them correctly, they can drive you.
Yeah, they're parts of you.
So like you have this really strong desire that you can't overcome, but like why overcome it? Why not use it to drive you? Why not enslave it as your horse and ride it?
Own it.
Yeah.
Own that thing.
That's also like a pathway thing too. I was looking into that as well. Like if you have a desire for something and you create a pathway for that desire, then the desire is going to push you on the pathway. And so like, it doesn't matter what the desire is, you can channel it through whatever pathway you want. And then, I don't know, sometimes even by the time you get to the end of the pathway, you don't want that thing anymore, but at least it got you through the pathway.
At least it worked. Is that what you're saying? The desire, it led, even if you didn't want the desire. Is that what you're saying? You desired something, and then when you got
even
it,
if you no longer want the desire once you've gone through the pathway, it doesn't matter. The desire was just a tool to get you through the pathway, anyways.
I think for my axis, it's like it's not like really like a pathway. I just keep thinking of like a chasm, and I don't know what the steps are to get across the chasm, but there are steps, and so I have to like take a step into a chasm and then step on something. And what is that? And it's like being able to see the steps requires the instincts to then see these invisible steps kind of happen, like come up. And it's like if I don't, and then what else that happens is without the instincts, I can be like, oh, I don't want to take the next step, or I just don't end up taking any steps, or I don't take productive steps because I'm just.
Or you figure out excuses why not to take the step.
Yeah, there's too many obstacles.
Too many obstacles. Yeah,
it's too invisible.
And really, what it is you just don't have enough desire. Because if you had enough desire, the obstacles wouldn't stop you.
Yeah, it would push you through it. But there's like, yeah, that would be simplifying. And then it's like, I think the point of healing is basically you just get back in touch. Or at least the way I see it, it's like you're going forward by doing something that moves you forward, as long as it's a step forward. That's like part of healing. But then also you're going like back and getting in touch with something ancestral and something instinctual at the same time.
But I mean, it's like you said, Claire, you can't just forget the instinct exists. It's gotta come out somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, yeah, so like if you direct it, it can be a very positive, strong force for you. Like the ambition with the ones, right? Their ambition can direct them to do bad things or to good things. It's strong and it's there. It's powerful, and you can tap into it. And like the tribalism, I wrote that on a Facebook post. Like tribalism can push you to cause wars and chaos and that kind of stuff, or it could push people out. Like it could divide you or it could unite you. Like tribalism is a dividing force, but it's also a uniting force. And so you can use the instinct for tribalism to unite rather than divide.
Yeah, like a military or police, the moral behind it is like we need to contain these situations and we need to protect, and like that would lead to less harm because you need the force. And so you would want people who have instincts to do that, but then you also have to direct those people in a way towards something good, to want like something good overall, like, or else you have just a bunch of police officers and military and leaders and stuff, which is the way it is, or whatever.
Yeah,
barbarians. That's a good thing, I guess.
I've heard you get a lot of psychopaths in like special forces, military.
You have to be freaking crazy to do stuff like that.
Yeah, and then when they come out, they turn to like crime. Sometimes.
Yeah, have you ever played a SWAT game or any special force thing that's somewhat realistic?
Rainbow Six Siege. That's not really realistic anymore, though, is it? It used to be kind of.
It's so difficult. I just like I wouldn't be able to do this.
Nothing is realistic really today.
Yeah, but I have a good enough imagination. I know it's not 1-to-1.
Right.
I just imagining like the real scenario where you're going into a situation where you have to breach the situation. You're going into a room, you don't know what's in there, but the people in there know what's in there, and you have to go in there with enough force to stop these people who are. And
I just think about.
Yeah, I've been
like,
there.
How tense I would feel in a situation like that.
No, you got the training. You know what all your teammates are doing, or whatever squad mates are doing. You have the training. You just rely on the training. You don't need to think. You don't need to stress. Yeah, it's very procedural.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. Yeah, actually, that makes my vision of what it would actually be like more clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It's like you see those piano players that are virtuosos, and you're like, I can never do what they're doing. But it's like they're not thinking about it; they're just doing it. They've already practiced it so much that, like, they're not. Yeah. It's not an insane virtuoso skill for them. It's just what they practice to do. It's just their training.
Right. It doesn't seem as amazing to them, or like they may know like even themselves are not that good in the grand scheme of things.
Also, but even if they are the best virtuoso in the world, right? They're not even thinking about what their fingers are doing. They've already practiced it so much. It's not a conscious thing. It's an unconscious thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something I would add to your pathways.
What we
discussion.
call it the asymptotic like skill. We defined that once.
Asymptotic
Like
skills, yeah.
Yeah, that you think you're getting better really fast, and you realize you don't have much, and then you go back up.
Right.
So yeah. That's still happening. It's still happening. You know, at least at my age, I'm still trying to learn new skills. It
You
does
drumming?
feel that way.
Are you the drummer?
Am I the drummer?
You're the keyboarder. You were.
the
I
keyboarder.
tried sending you some messages one time, and then you sent me back some drums, and I'm like, oh, all right, whatever. I guess you guys are drumming. You can't hear my messages. Fine.
No. Oh.
I was like,
oh no.
You sent me back the messages, so I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's your answer. You can't hear me. All right, no worries.
No, I listened to everything. I just didn't.
After, right?
No way.
Oh, you didn't know what to
before.
say, so your actual answer was drumming. You're just like, this is my real answer. I'll send you a voice message. Okay, I'll send you one back.
That's how
That was
I
your
thought I
response?
needed. I was like, yeah. I was
Right.
like, oh yeah, this is like. I was reading what you had to say. I was like, yeah, that's good, man. Here's some drums.
Let me just chat GPT response.
Listen.
Let me just put your message through chat GPT, give an automatic response. There you go. Is that good enough?
Yeah, no, there's nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Let me just drum.
You gotta
Let's
get that
just
out of
do
your
some
mind.
drums. Is that a good response? Did that go over
No,
well?
you were like celebrating. You said the celebration. You liked it. So that's my defense.
I was like celebrating that. Oh yeah, you're practicing drums with your friends. Great. You can't hear my messages. Enjoy. Get back to me when you can.
You didn't say get back to me when you can. You didn't. You should.
Well, I don't know. It was just unsaid. It was like I thought you were saying. I thought I understood what you were saying, and I didn't. Who responds with drums? How is that a response?
I do. People all the time.
You can't respond with just drums. Someone messages you, you can't just respond drums. That's not.
I didn't know what to say. You okay? How about this? If you had a better response, then I would have replied.
All right, so it's my fault. I got it. Okay, no worries. I deserve the drum response.
It depends what the message was and what messaging platform it is.
I deserve
it.
No, he's right. I deserved a drum response.
Like
Next
our
time,
generation.
Just ChatGPT responds me or drum responds me. It's okay. All good. I deserved it.
No, I know. No chat GPT. Drumming was.
I shouldn't even just have messaged you in the first place. That's just all. That's how it works. I got it. I got it.
You are.
The messaging was the mistake.
Messaging was the mistake. Yeah.
There you go. You taught me. You taught me. I learned my lesson. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, stars. We got to call them stars now. Is that okay, Claire? Can you adjust to stars from David?
Oh yeah. As soon as I saw it, immediately, boom.
There you go.
No, and like a week later, I'm wondering like, why don't people message me? That's what's happening. It's my fault. It's actually
Why don't people message me? Because I just answer with drums all the time. That's why people don't message you. See, no, I don't respond to drums with everyone. Just you, Benjamin.
David just didn't
Yeah,
respond.
that's actually right. You're the only person that I responded with drums with in my entire.
At least you
that
got
was the
a
only
response.
response I ever done.
Oh, at least I got a response. He
What-
doesn't
what-
respond to you,
what
Claire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I wouldn't take it personally.
You got more. You got more than Claire.
I got
You're
more than
doing
Claire. Yeah.
And I asked a question too.
Me too. I asked a bunch of questions. He just got drums back. One time I got back a picture of lasagna and I didn't even ask for it.
Oh, that's funny.
No, you were those were doubters. I had doubters. They're like, "You're not making lasagna. That's a great excuse." I'm like, "It's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
use
had
that
to
excuse
go.
next
I had to
time.
make."
I gotta go. I gotta make lasagna. It's a great excuse. I love that.
It was not an excuse. It was an actual fact. And
Well, you actually made the lasagna to justify you leaving. That's fine. I'll make a lasagna. That's worth leaving.
You think? So you're saying? You think? You think I want? You think I wasn't planning that?
You wanted
have
to, you wanted to get out
lasagna?
so bad. You wanted to leave so bad. You made an excuse of making
No, I
lasagna. You
didn't.
actually made a lasagna.
Put pineapple on
No.
lasagna?
No, okay. That's not it. I'm literally crying right now. That was so wrong. I made it. I actually was planning. I was planning on making it that entire day. I was, like a week,
all right.
like a week.
That's how the story
about
goes.
it, so.
Okay, I got you.
No, okay. So think about it from my perspective. I have this lasagna a lot, right? So I don't ever just make it on a whim. I always buy all the ingredients I need for it, like in that week in advance. So I'm like, I want to make it this week, and so I don't know when. So it was just by chance it was on that day. It wasn't an excuse. It was.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good story. I'll have to think about how to get you on that story.
You have to make a corn lasagna now.
Good narrative. No corn lasagnas. Doesn't shepherd's pie have like corn in it though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No. It shouldn't.
No.
Which
Maybe
should shepherd's
peas.
pie have? Peas.
Maybe. Maybe.
Peas, carrots.
Yeah. Peas can go on the side if you want.
We're back to food. We often talk about food here. That's actually true. We talk about food a lot. So there's always something about food, you know.
When did you start thinking about all this instinct stuff, Claire?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I've been watching Young to Live By channel.
Oh, okay. All right.
And they keep talking about how common they see people get stuck in archetypes but they need to go into the instincts to heal.
Okay.
So that's been a couple months. And also
yeah, that was one of my first rabbit holes, was realizing that we're instinctual creatures and we have complicated instincts that are driving us.
Mm.
And
I also realized
writing them all out.
Writing out the instincts.
Yeah. Well, because people talk about good and evil. I'm like, all right, what is evil? What does evil even mean? Like, what it's like, okay, evil is the desire. Yeah. It's like the desires. It's like the action, but then something caused the action. And so what caused the action? Oh, it's just this biological instinct that we inherited from millions of years of evolution. Okay. So why does this thing exist? Oh, it's a good thing, but it's getting used wrong because of how things are structured. Okay. All right. Makes sense. It's not how you use it right.
Like something like what, laughter could be used wrong. Like some people's laughs, people don't like some people's laughs.
Well, like the desire to dominate, for example, is an instinct.
Power, yeah.
Power, it's an instinct.
How are those evil though?
It feels like ego. Yeah.
How would that evolve?
No, how are they evil? You said.
Oh, how are they evil?
Yeah, we said.
So evil isn't the
instinct.
Good. Evil isn't the instinct. Evil is the action, and the instinct is what causes the action. So it's the incentives. Yeah, that's what I got to like recently more, is like the incentive structure is off. The instincts are being directed by the incentive structures. Like in China, they've got good incentive structures. They've got this social credit score, and you can't use washrooms in a public place if you don't have enough of a social credit score. So like they're like using these incentives to trap you in this rat maze. But like,
I'm sorry, but how does that actually work? Like, does everyone have like a wristband?
It works really well. Everybody behaves. No one's committing any crimes. They've got cameras everywhere watching you. They do facial recognition. If you break a law, you lose incentive score. If you help somebody out randomly or pick up trash on the street, you gain incentive score.
Are these video game? This is like, you're talking about Red Dead Redemption, right?
No, this is like real in China today.
So you can't like live.
They will do facial recognition, see that you picked up trash from the street, and give you social credit.
In what world? Where? What city?
In China.
The entire country?
Well, like in the major cities, yeah, they already have AI, in charge of each city.
Well, I gotta clean my room then. I gotta get, it's coming for us next. We gotta build up good habits, like like Jordan Peterson's gonna run this for America. He's like, y'all better have clean rooms or you're losing points. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's how it works there. It's like they gamified their society.
Yeah, it's literally a video game. Like ISTPs would win that game. Like you guys would, they like to get those tasks done. Cleaning
I
up
wouldn't
trash.
play that game. Don't control me.
You'd
I'd
play it.
figure out how to
You'd win
scam
that.
the game.
Well, it's not the tasks. It's just the social
control.
credit.
Yeah, it's the control over.
So what you're allowed to do socially is very controlled.
Yeah, it's controlling your.
So how
incentives.
how does the social credibility system work there?
I mean, there's vending machines you can't use if your social credit goes too low. You can't use vending machines. You can't.
But
you can't use public restrooms.
How does the vending machine know?
It's all connected to the system. It's got facial recognition. They're tracking everybody all the time.
That's a lot of technology to put everywhere.
It's a lot of technology. Yeah, that's what they invested it in. While the rest of the world was investing in all this other BS, they were investing in that.
We got big bombs, guys.
Yeah,
I feel like I would like that, at least in the idea of it.
It's 1984, the book in China right now.
Well, now they're gonna do that, but for our virtual reality systems. Like you pick up trash in the virtual reality world, you get points.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also you want to get married, you compare your social credit score, and then the girl's like, you don't have a high enough social credit score. I don't want to marry you. It's like that's how you go on dates. They match you based on your social credit score. I don't know how it works.
If it was actually my actual credit,
probably something like that.
If they did that in America, it'd be our credit card scores. So I'll be doing pretty good so far. I don't have much debt. Credit score.
All right.
Yeah,
now, you just inflated your ego, Stars. Good for you.
Okay, let me do it again. Okay. I got a peacock on my sensor all the time. So a week ago before I joined the live stream, I already told you this, I think. I installed the new CPU and it took me 4 hours to do it. I got update the BIOS 10 times. The thing was overheating. It was a lot. It took me a while. But I got it and I did it and I felt very techie at the end of the day. But
so you need points for it. You need to get points, social points for it.
So I need to get my social points for it, though I did say some cuss words a lot. So maybe not.
Well, you did say it to us, so you got the social points from us. Good job, Stars. Yeah, let's do FE Jubilee.
FE Jubilee for Stars, guys. And all the stars.
Well, Stars is the name of your social credit. You got Stars.
Yeah, you get the the teacher.
Yeah, the gold star. Yeah.
They're like, oh, good. You know what? Right is between left, and they give you that star.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a bronze star for that. You should know that by now. But you'll get a gold star for your CPU.
No. The Canadian ice skaters, they hate that.
Okay. Minus 4,000. Nice. Now it's now it's like one of those Dragon Ball scanners. What's your power level?
Oh, goodness.
Minus 4,000.
Power level increased to 6,000 because he went into the super mode.
It can't be competitive. You can't have competitive social credit. It has to somehow be incentivized to just be the way
being a good citizen. Being a good citizen is the incentive.
It is. It is about being a good citizen.
Yeah.
May I ask Samuel, with his social credit score of negative 4,000, can you tell us what
that means? There's a warrant out for your arrest. You have to go spend some time in jail to.
What can or cannot you do?
Yeah. You get 1 social credit point per day in jail.
Yeah.
That's 4,000 days, buddy. Then you get out. You can't use public restrooms yet. You got to rebuild it from scratch.
Where did it go?
See, you walk into McDonald's and they're like, you can't walk through. What do you mean you can't use?
You're not allowed to walk through the door. Yeah, your social credit. They're not allowed to serve you if your social credit is too low. They lose social credit if they serve you.
Oh, they lose points. Okay.
There you go.
What if they serve you an accident? What if you sneak in and they don't know?
They still lose the points. They should have known. It's their fault.
The person's value.
How do they know?
You jaywalked. You lost 5 points.
You have to This sounds like that one book. I've definitely read a book about this.
1984. Yeah,
world.
this is exactly that. They got all their ideas from that book. George Orwell. Guaranteed.
All the
You know,
Chinese people.
I don't know if they've got like a required social credit score for you to have kids or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Limit on the kids. The amount?
What's that, Claire?
They
Kid
had a
limit.
limit. You can only have one kid before, and then I think
They
I
used
heard
to have that. They don't have that anymore.
Okay. But people are still doing it because they got used to it. I think I heard that.
Yeah, that's possible.
Wait, if that's the way of life, like it's probably like a religious thing at this point now.
But back when they were doing it, they were like killing their daughters because they all wanted boys.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. He's down to negative 3,999.
Yeah, I picked up some litter in the virtual.
He got it from Stars. Social credit.
He's cleaning up some litter in the virtual world.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys didn't hear about this. Yeah, it's gamification incentives.
If I can search this up and find stuff, right?
Yeah. Search it up now.
China. What about China game point system?
I can't believe it's not like talked about more, like by or made fun of.
I mean, it is talked about quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm probably living under a rock.
Chinese point system. My Wi-Fi.
All right, bring it up. Let's share your screen. Have a real discussion on this.
My Wi-Fi is not working. If somebody else can bring it up, my Wi-Fi.
What is this? Is it like the lasagna? What's going on?
All right, I gotta go, guys. My sister's
Is this like the drumming?
This is the drumming. Chinese. What do I say? What is it called? Chinese point system? That doesn't make sense.
Chinese social credit.
Oh, social credit.
Social credit China. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to go.
You gotta go?
I would search it, but
Yeah.
sorry. Bye, Claire.
Bye, Claire. I'm gonna have to go to at some point. Here, let me bring it up.
Okay.
Bring it
Bye.
up.
Well,
Bye. Thanks for
bye,
joining,
Claire.
man. Appreciate you.
I don't know. My Wi-Fi is.
Social credit China. So the China social credit system rates individuals based on the aggregation and analysis of data. In some trials, this has involved single numerical score, usually between 1 and 1,000, like a FICO score or letter grade from A to D. 2024, how it works. Where they've got images. Here, let me share it. Oh, hey, welcome back, Jared. How's it going?
The ticket attack thing, it's overblown. It's way overblown. It's not as bad as what they like. The internet is. It's all fake, man. The the extent of it and how widespread it is and what they do. It's just like China's the land of fakes and facades. They'll fake anything, so it's not as bad as a lot of the places would have you believe. My wife's from China, so I know. I've been there like 3 times.
She's from China?
Yeah, she was there during the pandemic. And
George Orwell in China, digitization is a method of total social control.
it exists, but man, you got to understand, like,
Minus 50 for running a red light. Minus 50 for demonstration against the administration or corporations. Plus 10 for having a Superman sign or to help somebody on the street.
it's way overhyped, though. It's like,
Charge card debts 2 times not repay. Okay, minus 50. Public commendation, 100 points. Wow, how do you get public commendations? I'd be looking for those. It'd be a Superman on the street. There we go. It's the ISTP gaming. To find money on the street and return it to the owner. Oh, I would. Hey, Dave, I lost money. Oh, you lost money? Let's just keep losing money and returning it to each other. That's great. No parental care. Oh, if you abandon your parents, you lose money? That's good. Lose social credit.
How much do you get back for those? How many points?
To adulterate products and market them? What the?
What do they mean? Adulterate product.
Bribery is minus 50.
That's to make fake products, I think.
Drunk driving is the same as a light? Dude. Minus 50. Be part of an illegal religion event. Minus 50. Okay.
What? There's illegal religions?
Have you seen the footage of like the concentration camps they got in Western China? At the Xinjiang, like they were rounding up the religious people, the Muslims over there, and putting them into camps.
A lot of stuff is not.
They had like facial recognition stuff that they're.
A lot of stuff is not loading for me. Is Jared here? Is he loaded for you, Benjamin?
Yeah, he's talking. You're interrupting him.
I'm sorry, he's not loading for me. Damn. All right, let me refresh.
Yeah, just come back. Your Wi-Fi sucks.
If you want a good channel to learn about China, that China show. It's these two guys that used to live there, and they like evaluate stuff and say what's going on. They have like some smaller clips and some live shows and stuff, but
so it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. Yeah, look, there's got cameras everywhere.
Yeah, those. If you know how China works, guaranteed only 1% of all those cameras work.
Okay.
Like it's so corrupt and so badly run that.
Oh, so it's so bad that it doesn't work. So it's not that bad because it's so bad.
Yeah. It's just total incompetence and corruption. Just make it so that it's not like the visuals that you see are like scary, but it's not as widespread as you would think. I think it's
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. It's just a couple major cities that are trying to, and they have like these pilot programs where they'll try to do it in one city.
I mean,
and have like an example.
They're not stupid over there, and they're not stupid over there, and they've got a lot of. If the government says do it, you do it.
Oh yeah, they if the government will come and they can go into your house anytime they want, and if they want to get you, they will find a way to get you. There's no doubt about it. But I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's widespread or as incentivizing as the.
I heard about this too. That they're doing apps with facial recognition, and you can see the credit score on over their heads, over the heads of the other people. You can see their social credit.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it continues and gets more pronounced. That's the China's plan in the future because of they have their economies going down and they don't have as much consumption and their demographics are crashing hard because of the one-child policy and then just urbanization and stuff like that. They're scrambling, and the last thing they have is like authoritarianism and ultranationalism. That's the two things they're gonna hang their hat on to survive. And I wouldn't be surprised if they develop it even more and becomes more pronounced for sure. Yeah. But
I mean, I saw a video of someone who went to visit China, and everyone in China is always on their phone, always looking in their phone, always dug into their phone.
Yeah, they're probably like 2 or 3 years advanced on how ingrained tech is.
They walk down the street looking at their phone. They sit on the subway on their phone. Like everyone is always looking at their phone. No one's talking to each other. Everyone's quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, when I visited Beijing last time I visited, we were hanging out with some of my wife's schoolmates, and he was on his phone, like his boss, like 100%. Just his boss, he had to be working almost like 24/7, just
on
his phone. And that was like 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, before it came from pronounced here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess like you can look over there and see the future a little bit.
Yeah, and who knows how it sort of develops. And I'm pretty sure that the communists don't want to give up control for sure.
It's like farmers here in the UK. For some reason, you know, when you see a farmer drive past in a tractor, they're just always on their phone, like one hand, like.
Because that tractor's slow, buddy. you gotta do something while you entertain your brain.
I know, but like.
Hey man,
You gotta drink beer.
I gotta spray the crops and play Tetris.
I know, but there's got to be like a point in time where you run out of things to do on your phone. Like you just got to put it down.
Oh man, you could be on here live streaming with Benjamin.
Good.
Yeah, there's the whole farmer streamer
Farmer
community
stream.
out there. Yeah.
I mean, like, it is a form of, people like justice. It is a form of justice. Like, people like getting rewarded and punished. Like, they like a just world. People are looking for justice in the world.
But
So I mean, if this works well, I can see people kind of getting addicted to it.
But when the system is so corrupt and
Yeah.
corruption is built in, that's when it's dangerous. Especially like, I would be scared in China for sure. Like here, maybe in US or other countries, if you had some kind of government algorithm that would, I don't know.
I mean, anything can get too strict, right? And if there's nothing to moderate how much the people can handle, you can just keep tightening the noose over and over again.
And I think that, you know what, that's pretty much what the elites have been doing in society over thousands and thousands of years anyway.
I mean, if you see people like Joe Cool going around challenging the cops the way he does, it's not that bad over there. Just saying.
Yeah, man. I was like, holy cow, you.
I know. Is there a YouTube channel called like Auditing China?
John Cena. What the hell?
You know why they did that?
How is this a meme?
He offended some Chinese, something I can't remember, and he made this. He learned to speak Chinese and gave this whole apology. So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so people are
memeing
him. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, you remember that? Just like for a movie or whatever. Was it Fast and Furious? I'm not sure what.
Is that what happened? It was for a movie. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was for a movie. Somebody got offended, so he learned how to speak Chinese and he apologized.
I mean, I could see this getting carried away. Just saying.
Yeah, and
like, this is an actual
I don't
picture.
see how anyway it's accurate.
Like this is accurate. This is an actual picture in China. There's no like.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't see how I can never see this actually working. Like I don't. My dumb brain. It just
it
doesn't feel
in
like
China it
works.
With
in China it works.
Okay, the social credit. It's not for the humans' benefit. It's only for the communist government's benefit that they're doing.
That's right.
They're like, you see those cameras. Those are probably around the where the head honcho dude lives. It's like it's not like you go to the cops and try to get your bike.
You don't need cops. If you have social credit and like automatic punishment, automatic reward, everyone's falling in line. It's like you don't really need cops. It's like Demolition Man. You remember that Demolition Man?
I'm telling you how it is. If you try to go get help in their system, they won't help you. They don't care. It's like it's just going to be more of that higher up.
This one
with the electronic surveillance.
Demolition Man. I don't know about this.
You never seen this? He swears and he gets like a fine that pops out of the wall when he's swearing.
Man, I can't even remember that movie. It's been so long.
We have something similar happening in the UK now. It's called a low emission zone. So if you have like a diesel car older than like 2014, you get a fine.
Are you kidding me?
They limit where you can drive into.
Yeah. So like,
you can't drive into the city or something.
They'll be like marked off in the city center where
there's
you're just
Demolition
not allowed to
Man
go through.
game. How did that look? Oh yeah.
And in some of the bigger cities, in like London, there's like vigilantes going around like taking the cameras down and destroying it.
Yeah, here they're not allowed to actually touch in this society, so their high fives is like air high fives.
Well, they're prepared for COVID. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's other cultures.
You guys haven't seen this?
Demolition Man? No.
I've probably seen it, but I don't even remember anything about
Yeah,
it.
so like Wesley Snipes is a criminal from the past, or like from that time, and like he wakes up in the future where everyone's pussies, and so then they actually have to wake up a cop that's also from the past to catch him because everyone's pussies. Yeah, it's pretty much what's happening. Like all the
like
kids
real
these
life.
days are
Yeah.
pussies.
All we need is the international man of mystery to come back, and then.
And this was like the one guy who was resisting them. Remember him? Did he die? What was his name? I'm an asshole. Oh no, he's still alive. Remember he
what's
sang that song, I'm an asshole?
What's that actor's name? Dennis Leary.
Dennis Leary, there you go. Yep. Anyway, yeah, it's exactly the social credit system in the future. Everyone's pussies. You don't need good cops. That's basically what the story was. The whole plot of the story.
There was a Black Mirror episode that had the social credit thing. Did you see that one?
Oh no,
I've
I didn't
seen
know.
that.
Have you seen that one? Yeah, it's
Yeah, at
pretty
the end,
good.
she just loses her shit.
Yeah, the girl's trying to do all this stuff, and yeah, she loses her cookies at the end. But man, that's how dystopian it could get.
But I mean, it is on to something. Like there is a problem with our incentive system in the way things are today. Like there is an incentive problem. I don't think like more control is the answer, but I think like.
So yeah, if you could do it in a positive way, it's like instead of the stick, you want the carrot, right?
Right, you want the right carrot, yeah. Because right now, what's the actual carrot in like the system? It's
go to heaven.
No, well, yeah, it's take advantage of people as much as possible to earn money, right?
Yeah, what do you mean with like corporations and?
I mean, like, there's good ways to do it. Like, if you earn a lot of money and you're creating jobs in that way, then that's okay. But then if you're just like, because what is money at the end of the day? It's power to buy labor of other people, power to buy things from other people. So if you have more than other people, you're able to sort of enslave them, right? So the incentive system is not to be a slave and to be a master, I guess. I don't know.
Can't we
Kind of
just
how
all get
incentives work.
along?
Yeah. You're muted, by the way, Stars.
Yes, people born richer. You're enslaved to people born richer than you. Yeah, something like that. I've heard that a few times.
Yeah,
From
or
a few different places.
Or the other thing with the incentives is like the whole Moloch argument, where if you don't play dirty, then the people who play dirty are going to beat you. So everyone has to play dirty.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Isn't there like a game theory where it says like if you cooperate more though, that eventually the cooperating group comes out higher than?
Oh yeah, like the prisoner dilemma.
Yep.
Right. That assumes like a limited population where like everyone is connected across the world. And so like if you have a little cooperating group, that's great. That cooperating groups might do okay. But then like the people who are just scamming everybody are going to come out on top. Or like it's like if you have a business and you know like there's the problem of like people's image and comparing themselves and feeling bad about how they look and getting anorexic and all that kind of stuff, right? So you're like, oh, I'm going to have a magazine where I have like models on it, but I'm not going to use Photoshop and I'm going to use realistic looking people. Well, you know, your magazine's not going to do well. So unless you use the tactics, you're not going to do well. Like it's the new standard.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I actually see that on TikTok with like these like amateur chefs. They all do they all have the exact same cookie cutter video format. So being an amateur chef is not enough. You have to do all these dirty like tricks, like having the looping video. Like you start the video like showing off the food, and then at the end it's like, and that's how you make a end video.
Isn't that sort of go to like the life cycle of trends and stuff too? It's like if you exploit something, then it's just like everybody has to follow that, and then it just goes down and down. And
it goes down and down. So you have to jump on the trend early enough to make something out of it, or create a trend yourself, which is hard and random.
It happens all the time. But
yeah, like the hot couture girl, right? Like she created that trend. Good job.
It happens all the time. But like it's so hard to do it yourself.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Yeah. People win the lottery all the time too. Just like, not you.
Someone will win. It's just not
yeah.
Right.
You can't bank on it. You can't bank on the lottery.
But you're saying the scammers win because the people that sell out the lottery tickets make more money than actually selling tickets. The winning tickets, out. There's some math there.
So it sort of goes like with like a cycle of history though. Like you have it building up, and then everybody's scamming, and then there's some collapse, and then it starts over.
Well, that's the same thing with Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin only goes up in value because more people are buying Bitcoin. And it's like everyone who has Bitcoin is like, oh, you guys need to buy Bitcoin too, because it's a pyramid scheme. If they convince you to buy Bitcoin, their Bitcoin's worth more.
Yeah. And it's like the self-bias of their preservation of what they've done. Also,
and then you get all the investors being like, oh, Bitcoin's going up so much, I'm going to invest money in Bitcoin. So like you have a whole bunch of money pouring in. But then by the time you get to it, it's like, oh, let me invest in Bitcoin. Oh, it crashes. Shit.
Always feels too late. Yeah, I always feel too late.
Too late. Yeah.
Like unless you're like the first person on it.
Yeah. Yeah, my cousin, one of my cousins,
go ahead.
Bitcoin, and
he lost a bunch.
They're bragging. Oh yeah, bro, do this. Haven't heard anything recently.
Yeah.
They never bragged how much money they lost afterwards.
They don't. Yeah. By the time the masses get to something, it's already too late.
Yeah. That's especially with money or.
But yeah, so like that's the incentive thing, right?
That's the incentive thing. Yep.
Is it?
The social
credits. You just lost 5 social credits for drumming on a message, and then for lying about lasagna.
I did not lie about the lasagna. I did not lie about it.
It's like those in those comedy movies. It's like you're a no good, dirty, gay pirate, ass monkey, and asshole. It's like, hey, I'm not an ass monkey. Oh, I didn't lie about the lasagna. So that means, what does that mean about the drumming?
The drumming was the drumming. And they drummed a drum.
Right. Yeah. You didn't lie about the lasagna. Okay. Gotcha. Got the message.
The drumming, I might have said some mean things in the drumming message. Let me apologize for that.
Why?
Those are some impactful points I was making.
Yeah.
I was coming at you rapid fire.
Well, I mean, you're just the first in the trend. Everyone's going to join in, and you're gonna profit. You're the one who coined the term gateway capitalism. You're the first.
I hope the world knows that.
Yeah,
That was
the world's got to know that. Gateway scam.
Gateway scams. Yeah, so I was thinking about that because we were talking about scams, and that stream we wanted to do a scamming tier list. So I'll set that up sometime.
Where does objective personality fit into
It's
there?
it'll be on there. We will.
Oh, it has to be on there.
It has to be on there. Yep. But yeah, we're gonna.
Did anyone get
Yeah.
Did anyone get an email today from objective personality saying like you're one of them like 100 most recent type, so here's a limited time opportunity to pay $89 for a personality profile?
No, I got something that said you were selected out of a random lottery draw out of 10 people in objective personality, and you have this opportunity to pay, what was it, 89 for you?
Yeah.
I got 69, man.
You're...
They
I don't know.
Prices.
I haven't checked my email for a while, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I
am.
No, did you really get it?
Yeah.
You really got an email like that? They're really okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but it's because
I thought you were joking. I thought we were joking.
No, wait. Sorry, what? I missed what you just said.
No, I
was
no,
full
I
of shit.
checked.
I didn't really get that email, but he actually did get that email. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I checked in
The email. What was the email? Like, you got chosen to.
He was he got chosen out of one of the last to pay more money to objective personality.
They're reaching out asking you for money. What? What do you get out of it?
You know how they're working on these like profiles,
right?
Oh yeah.
So they're saying,
yeah.
They're saying
they want to give you access for money, and
yeah, they're saying you pay $89 and you get the first edition. You get to be like
you get to
Well, it's like I think it's like Benjamin and like the Neuralink. Like he would go like third generation. Like I would not take the first. I'll take the third generation.
I think they're using you as a guinea pig, man. You have to pay
No, they said that during the live stream. They are using you as a guinea pig, but they picked you because you're one of the low drama people. They want the low drama people in first.
No, it's not for me. It's because I dragged my mom into OPS. I got her typed a couple months ago.
Right.
So it's in my account, but it says, "Hey, my mom's name."
It's for her. So she's a low drama person. She hasn't been emailing them. That's why they didn't. That's why they didn't invite you there, David.
Yeah, of course they did. I didn't get anything.
You didn't get anything. You're not a low drama person.
Yeah,
I don't doubt that. I mean, I'm not. I'm
put
not
sunglasses on in live streams. I saw you on the one live stream.
You talk me in the live stream. You see me talking in the live stream for like 10 seconds. You get a good idea. You get a good enough idea.
I can't believe they have a list of like no drama people.
I don't know. I don't know if they do or not.
I don't know if they're honest
definitely
in
aware of
the lottery wheel. I don't know why like who would set that up. They'd just be like scroll, click. Like,
but yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam.
Yeah, like why is it like you
$89? Why is it $90 for you to be a guinea pig? Are they giving you the money to be a guinea pig or what?
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can paste it in the chat.
You got to pay them to be a guinea pig. That's fine.
I know. Yeah, like if you're gonna go test and help them out, try this on. I don't know why. Like it should not be $90.
Okay, I'll pay one of you to go be a guinea pig, and then you're going to be a Confederate and throw a monkey wrench in their data.
Well, now they're going to try to loop you in more for the next one. Be like,
I mean, I guess Dave worked really hard on the profiles, but like $89 a person.
I know for
they're gonna
already paying customers.
For already paying customers for like something that should already be free anyways.
Yeah. All right. There
it should already be free, and there's no
like, oh yeah, I got my type. I don't know what that means. Oh, pay an extra $90 and then you'll know what it means. Well, all it takes is one person to pay the money, and I guess you only get access to your profile, so you can't copy all the profiles. I got you.
Yeah. So it's really behind the paywall.
Yeah.
Well, I thought their idea was to like choose people that got their profiles. Like if like let's say Benjamin was like they didn't actually type you, did they? You didn't actually go through typing.
I did, yeah.
Oh, like whenever you got, let's say you were like the 2000th person, like it would say like you number 2000. I mean, like I think the profiles are ready. I just don't know if like
No, the profiles are general. So like if you're a decider,
yeah.
If you're a decider, you get a decider blurb in as part of your profile. If you're censor, you get a censor blurb as part of your profile.
So you don't really need to like pay for this. You just need to have like a bunch of friends that have one of your coins.
And then
I guess, yeah. But I mean, at the same time, what's in there? Like you don't already know.
Yeah. Well, supposedly it's 25 to 30 pages.
25 to 30 pages. Yay! You get to read.
Oh, that's why they sent it to the blast. ISTV.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Get this consumer
Right.
to go read it for me.
That's right. The blasters of the
Make
scammers.
sure he's a censor too. Yeah.
Make sure.
No, this is not for me.
It's for your mom. Your mom's probably a blaster.
No.
No.
No. She's blast last though.
Well, there you go. We will be updating the profiles at least once a year as more and new modules are added. This first version is about 25 to 30 pages and includes
it's the numbers.
It includes chapters on your exact social type, observer, decider, temperament, first function, animals, last animals, sexuals, and a bit on the hero's journey. Just a bunch of bad advice that will throw you off a cliff. I wanted to sneak you an early one before everyone else. And if you get a chance, send me back some screen captures of any spelling errors and such. Yeah, just help me. Help me fix the spelling.
I know. I read it. It was like, yep. It's just like an SE. You need some SE help.
My stuff.
So if you want to be in this early group, use the purchase link below. I'll see your email, come in, and contact you from there. Don't worry if you don't know your social type or have a coin that needs to be rechecked. We will work with you to get your full type finalized before making you your official profile. Official OPS profile first edition. Official. I thought they don't like to use the word official. Here they're actually just using the word official. These are official types.
Well, I'm sold.
These are officials.
Official OPS profile first edition. $89 payment from. Thanks again for all your love and support, Dave.
I'm in.
There is an audio to go with it. This is diabolical.
I can't lie, but like that last sentence, thanks again for all your love and support. I've seen ChatGPT write that like at least 100 times on my own.
Right. Yeah.
That same line. No. Okay.
Well.
No, yeah, interesting the numbers. I was wrong about that. He's talking about the in time of purchase of purchasing the profiles. So my first thought was something else.
I think it's like 23andMe. They'll update it and you get access to it forever, sort of thing.
Yeah, but there's an audio that went with this, and he said it's $89 for like this special. Whoever got this email, this special people. But then after that, it's going up, and he's like, I have staff to pay. Got to put food on the table.
Yeah, I mean their YouTube channel is doing less well, and there's less people coming in for typing. And they could probably, do a circuit and get more people if they wanted to.
Yeah, I can see why they're doing this.
Yeah. But like a circuit, like get on like Tom Bilyeu show or stuff like that. Reach out to. Yeah.
But this email is so like not subtle. Like I only check my emails because I saw in the Discord other people had this, and everyone's just like scam.
Yeah. I'm sure it's getting a very negative reaction. Not even a doubt in my mind. Sorry, SEFE, right? we know how this is going to go over with the tribe. We know. We just know. Not going to go over well.
I'm a root, and I'd be like, oh, okay.
Would you really? You wouldn't buy it. No,
I think I might actually.
No, don't do it.
I think, yeah, I probably might be convinced. Especially if it was really fine tuned and it was like, oh, we're revealing something about you. I'd be like, okay.
But you didn't even get typed yet.
I know it. Good thing.
So if you get tight, maybe you'll get the offer.
Yeah, maybe I should go get typed because I want to be in a secret club.
You can get official.
Your
It's
club.
an official type now. Official profile.
Official.
Yeah.
You know, at first, what I thought they were doing was like reaching out to one person of every type to get like their input on a profile.
Yeah, no, I think it was just a stress test on their system, really, to see how much it will actually bog them down. If they reached out to 100, they're probably assuming that, I don't know, 10% will catch. Like it's bait, right?
Yeah.
Here's a little hook and a worm. Let's see who it catches.
But yeah, if they do another, they could do another 100, another 100. You could be like the 5th time they've tried
The
100.
5th time they've done it because no one's bitten yet. It's like, let's up. And I can see Dave changing one word here, one word there to see if it works. Dude, this email's already way too long. Dave would never read this email himself. Just never. This is way too long already. And he wants to give you 25 to 30 pages of consume.
Yeah, I'm down for the consume. That's what I'd want. But like it's like marketed towards me. So I'm like, yeah, I'd want to consume. I just want to see what the ideas were. But like, I don't know. I feel like I'd already have a good idea about what's in those 25 to 30 pages.
It's not going to be any new information. It's all old information.
It's all going to be like
it'll be
It's,
all
not, it's like the classes. You watch the class, it's like, this isn't new. It's a new person. Sure, it's a new SE, but it's not new information. It's the same information about a different person.
Yeah, right. It's the same concepts that are happening.
Right, yeah. So here's the same thing.
Yeah. They get him about that. The same shows, the same hair, the same backgrounds. That's like Dave changed his background. So look at that. He's made it brown.
What?
He's got like the brown background now in his videos.
On his videos? I think are they living in the same house? Did they move? Did one of them move? I don't know what that is. Like,
thinking.
Yeah.
I don't. They talk about it, but there's no SI clarity. So good luck.
No SI clarity.
It could be in the same house.
Sounds like Maisie is still bothering him, so that means he's still in the same house. But like, is it a different room?
There's like another house.
Did they divide the house and be like, you get this half of the house, I get this half?
They got like a studio, I think.
Yeah, they got like one in the basement and one upstairs or something.
Where they can be separate though. Like what's going on with that? Why are they separate?
I thought they wanted people to live with them.
Yeah.
I thought that was
within conquer.
If they're not living together, that cancels everything out. If they're not living together, I thought they had people to come live with them.
I don't think the background didn't change. He just didn't turn on the lights. It's the same.
No, like they were doing a video together, and then he was in one room and she was in another room.
Yeah. But
they were doing it on like
earlier that his background's brown, but yeah, it's brown. But I just
that's true. Benjamin's talking about a different point when, like they called the Lisa Linda podcast where they are.
Yeah,
they're gonna be doing more of those apparently, where they talk in separate like studios.
Yeah, and they're like streaming on, but they're in the same house, one upstairs, one downstairs, right?
Is that how it works?
I don't know if they're actually in the same house. I feel like they're in different like studios or houses.
No, I think I remember they were saying one was downstairs and one's upstairs.
All right,
but what's the
studios? They could divide and conquer. So. Because Dave's doing the one thing and Shan's starting to do more of the live stuff. So
yeah, it's too much. It wastes too much time to go downstairs. I agree. It's too much. Yeah.
No, I feel like
better to just work up until the deadline and then turn on the camera and you're good.
That's where my coffee.
And go right back to work. Yeah.
I'm downstairs all the time. My coffee's down there.
Yeah.
I feel like they're in different places. I feel like they're different physical locations.
Dude, are you an observer? What are you doing? No.
I feel like they're not.
No, it's the decider. He thinks they're fighting.
Is that why?
No, that's not even why. But it could be a possibility. I have to make sure. But like, are they? No,
I can't help but fall for that. Theory.
I can't like put the picture. I'm trying to have a picture in my mind. It doesn't feel like the picture. Like I see the picture. I'm like, it doesn't make complete sense to me that like one would be upstairs, one would be downstairs, like that.
Well, you haven't been married, so maybe you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I've lived around married parents long enough. I don't know.
Okay, maybe yeah. Sometimes you can get a clue from your parents and be like, you guys don't get along so well, eh?
It'd be
Well, that
hard
shuts
to
you
get.
up there, David. What's going on in your home? You okay? You need a hug?
Shut up.
You want to talk it out? You want to talk it out?
All right. Yeah, don't forget, guys. I know some traumatic things have been happening to you, but just go talk them out to the tribe, and you'll be okay, and everything will be right.
Right? That's it.
And that's it. Good luck on
Just
your
talk
journey.
with people. Just talk with people, and you're good. That's all you need.
And you're done.
Come on, ISTP. Social credit minus 399.
Blast
You do your
Are you
SPE.
having all of the problems in your life can just be solved by talking to the person, effing with people? You're done.
Yep.
So you obviously don't believe that.
It's overly simplified. Yeah.
Oh,
Overly
yeah.
simplified and generalized and not useful for anyone with TI. But
I was there's like this guy, like, so the CEO,
just process your emotions with other people. Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks for your advice.
Yeah, that was backed up. Okay, but something else. There's like this CEO of this one place that I don't remember the name of it, but like she has like her entire like #1 scam going on. That's all I could see it as. But she's doing meditation processes. She's like doing the channeling thing, like whatever. Daryl.
Is she in Sedona?
She's not in Sedona.
Okay.
I
don't need to know where she is. I just keep going. It's fine.
No, I know. I'm trying to find it.
Joke. You don't need to find the sensory. We're good.
No, it's I'm looking.
He can't help it. He has to do it. This is like OCD. He has to. It's just like.
Oh, Setburn. That's what it's called. That's not okay. Setburn, the CEO of Setburn.
CEO of Stepford. That was important. I never would have understood. It doesn't matter.
No. Okay. It matters because it's what we were talking about.
All right.
So like the person that was commentating was like an ISTP, lead TI, and like the person, the CEO was like a crazy like I don't know, like maybe like TE, some sort of like FI person, and like she was talking about FI, and it just didn't make any sense to the guy. It was just you can see the miscommunication where it's like.
Right.
Or she was like doing her meditation practices, and it's like, all right, now open up your soul to the universe and let the universe heal you. And he's like, how do I have the universe heal me? Like, how do I set that up? Like, how do I like, do I gotta like book a reservation like at this time to have the universe come heal me? Like, he's just like doing a lot of TI on it.
Make this make sense. Like,
I'm just supposed to like sit here and let the universe just like heal me. Like, I don't know.
I was seeing Nietzsche was talking about that too, where he was talking about old philosophers and psychologists on all of their psychology is just their own pathology. Like all of their advice and all of their psychology, and like, but then he talked about Dostoevsky, for example, and he said Dostoevsky is an exception. He's actually talking about real people and their pathology, and it's actually useful to read him, but it's like literary psychology. It's not like actual psychology. But anyways, he's like picking out the psychologists who are just talking about their own pathologies. It's funny. It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
Their own types, yeah. The advice for their own type, projecting.
Man,
But yeah, it was interesting that he was able to pick up on that.
It's so easy to do, though. I think because you're
Right.
just swimming in that water, and that's all you.
You think everyone's like you. Yeah, you think everyone has the same functions as you, does the same thing as you. And so when you describe psychology in general, you're not describing psychology in general, just your own pathology, your own psychology.
I think you're totally right in that. Like when I think about if I try to truly give someone advice, I'd be like, be from the bottom of my heart. I have to do it in a sense of like, yeah, this is what I've gone through, and this is what I've learned from that, and those pains and those scars. Like when I really think about that advice and like jumping out of it, it'd be great advice to myself.
Right.
Giving it to anyone else would feel like I'm just like I'll be hypocritical and tell you to do this and for me not to do that when like
Here, let me tell you how to do FI. I don't have FI, but I'll tell you how to fucking do it. Sure. Yeah, great.
Something like
that.
that. Yeah, I thought. Yeah,
Don't process emotions with other people, dude.
That's what this
That's
little
exactly
like,
how FE works. Yeah, you guys know how FE works. That's great advice.
profile, man. You're gonna see it on the profile. You know,
You're gonna see it right on the profile. Yeah,
growth
path.
Growth path for lead TIs. Boom.
Growth.
Counseling meetings, donuts, orange juices, Monday mornings.
Pi fixes everything.
Pi fixes everything.
No, it'd be like
4.
that movie Fight Club where he sneaks into like therapy session, like group therapy.
Right.
Just bawl your eyes out for an hour. Done.
Bawl your eyes out. Yeah.
I can sort of sympathize with that because like I try to give my kids advice and it's the child has to learn themselves. It's frustrating because you want to be like, hey, here's the shortcut. You can avoid this pain. You can avoid doing this. You can.
But you really can't.
I have an ISTP buddy who is going through a dating experience of the sort that I went through, and I'm like, you don't want to do this. So, okay, you'll learn for yourself. Are you sure? Are you sure? You're gonna get scarred for life. You're not. This is not gonna be good for you. Just saying. Yeah. All right, I guess you got to go through it yourself. Enjoy. Yeah.
It's sort of the irony because you want to help someone, but you can't help anybody really. They have to.
I couldn't have helped myself. No way. I would never have listened to myself.
Yeah.
I have to go through that shit and realize how dumb I was. That's how it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's hard to let go sometimes for me, anyway.
For sure, as a parent,
yeah. It's like because you had this little kid ever since they were little, and
right,
and then that they turn into teenagers. It's like what the f, man.
What's the same thing if you're trying to get like, let's say you have someone with FE, and then you're trying to help them build their TI. You can't just give them your TI. You have to help them build their own TI. They have to do it. Like you can't. There's no escaping it. And no matter how much they try to escape it and try to get other people to build their TI for them, it's not going to help. Not going to help.
Yep. Only
gotta do the work.
Real experience.
What was it you said about the extroverted functions? They're just exposure.
Yeah.
So if you want to do FE, just expose yourself to it.
I mean, if you want to get good at FE, you got to start exposing yourself to it and just take into consideration. It might take you like 5 years to actually get to a point where you can use it correctly.
I think it's the Darren Brown timing. When I think about if I had FE goals, what I would want to reach is like I've done it before. I've done it a lot of times where like there's that Darren Brown timing with your FE you have to get right. Or like you don't have to really. If at least it's my FE, it's kind of really unconscious FE. It's like if it's a demon, feminine, it's like I forget about that FE. But like
a big part of the demons is you don't feel comfortable failing with them, and a big part of getting comfortable failing with them is that exposure. Like, eat corn pizza on stream, humiliate yourself. It's okay.
Yeah, you get the Darren Brown timing where you get your FE figured out. Like it only comes like maybe once a year, but you're like, I know, it's possible. Like it's really hard to do to always get it right all the time. But I know it's like I have a proof of the concept. Right? I can use that and find my way through because I'm like, yeah, I can do this. I know how to do this. But like, is this really the day that happens? But I think of the Darren Brown timing. I don't know if that makes complete sense, but there's a timing to FE as the function in the communication and how your mind interacts with it.
I mean, Darren Brown put in work. Like it's like to get the person to draw the picture on the show. He followed them around for 3 days beforehand, putting these images in their head, putting this number in their head, and then he can guess the number they're going to give because he put it in their head. But he spent 3 days like working on the person. Like from the airport, putting up signs, tracking their path to their hotel room, like making sure they're in the right hotel room. Like all of this stuff is like, it's not just timing.
You can see the extreme on the observer with that. I think you can see like that's observer IJ extreme amount of control. I think it's the same thing with the deciders. We're doing that extreme amount, but for other people's identities. We're always like we're doing that game, but with the deciding coins, if that makes sense. So it doesn't look like the same as Darren Brown's. Like exact, like he has so many crazy ones out there. I don't even know how he does it, but yeah, I think it's the same sort of game, but observers.
The payoff is like 1 minute, and the work he puts in for the payoff is like days, weeks. Like getting that guy to commit the murder, or like whatever. What was that one where he got a guy to be?
He got a guy to
bury a
shoot.
body or something.
To shoot another
somebody.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a guy to shoot somebody. So like it took a long time to get the guy to that payoff. Like if he could have done it faster, he would have. Right.
It was a science experiment, but Darren, and he was successful.
I watched the one where they got the guy to land a plane. They even talked about Dave and Sean. They've talked about that episode in the class, and they said like the guy's an ISTP. That's why I watched it.
Or they got like a KKK member to like take a bullet for a black guy or stuff like that.
I haven't heard about that.
Yeah. You didn't hear about that one? Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, like a neo-Nazi or something, a neo-Nazi with like a swastika tattoo or something, and they got him to take a bullet for a black guy, or like risk his life.
For real, Darren Brown.
Yeah, Darren Brown. Yeah. But like he engineered the whole thing. Like it's not an accident. He had to engineer the whole thing.
He does a lot of planning. Darren Brown is the lead.
The whole narrative, the whole story. He had this one black actor tied to them in like a basement together, and they had to escape or something like that. Like some long story of like building a bond together, and then he ends up taking a bullet for him once like some other white guys tried to kill him.
He's in the UK though. That's like completely out of his like KKK stuff. That's United States.
Yeah. No, he did it in the US. Yeah.
Oh really?
He could be aware of it. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, not national. You know, he has been all over the world.
And then there's like a lot of it, I'm sure, is just magic and it's fake. It's not real. Like it's a scam. A lot of it's probably just a scam.
Clever editing.
Clever editing. It's a scam.
Think about how many of them.
It makes it look like he's doing some mentalism, but it's really just a scam. Like they're all actors in on it, sort of thing. I'm sure
it could be possible, but
there's a lot of It is. He does that too, so you don't know which ones are real.
I know it's those leading eyes, man. They're fabricating something that's like so crazy. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
so what would be the opposite? Like Owen Cook.
Owen Cook just
like for
exposing everything.
Yeah, being for the exposure of dating or whatever. Like go out and.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Go out and fail. Go ask girls out 100 times and fail 100 times, and then feel what that feels like and process that, and that's the exposure.
And you'd be comfortable, and then you would start being your own DI or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Darren Brown's tricks sound funner though.
I mean, you saw the flipping the coin. It took him like 10 hours to get 10 heads in a row. 10 hours of flipping a coin. And then having a genuine reaction when it happened, like see, it's just normal. Like he didn't have, like, how can you not get worked up and super happy that it actually worked? He's like, yeah, there you go. Like that was the best part of the video, and he knew how he had to react once he finally did it, like way before.
You think it's faked?
Well, he had to act, right? He acted as part of it. It's not. He did get the 10 hits.
He's not tired, like he's not annoyed, like he's
right. Yeah, like there you go. I did 10 in a row, and it's just normal, and I'm a magical. Like it's obvious. Savior state. Yeah, he had to be in a savior state when he succeeded.
He had to be in Dumbledore territory there.
Yeah.
What his leading eyes? Or I'm a little confused, but he he's playing his magic trick, but not like in the right way.
No, like he's trying to flip the coin 10 times in a row, unedited. But it took him like 10 hours to get to 10 flips, 10 heads in a row.
Right.
Out of random chance, you can get 10 heads in a row. It just took him 10 hours to get there. And after 10 hours of flipping coins, he was just like, there you go. Like he didn't get super excited.
He's probably drained. He's probably tired from doing the 10
No, Come on, man. You know how FE works. Like you flip 10 coins in a row after 10 hours. That's fucking celebration time. You can't contain that shit.
So you're saying it's fake. You're saying it's fake.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's faked. I'm saying his reaction was faked in order to make it seem like
he got it first.
It was not 10 hours.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was part of the plan.
That was exactly.
He probably celebrated after the video.
Now you got it. Okay, thanks.
You weren't being clear enough about it.
No, yes, I'm sure.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay. All good.
I'll take it.
Take it. Just take it. I don't know. I like Darren Brown. I don't know what we're talking about. The flipping coin thing was like easy, but yeah, that's like part of the.
You like him because he's bald. That's it.
Bald Brothers. Yep. Got me there. Yeah, I would hire a bald guy. Just because he's bald.
Is there such thing as the bald KKK? I'm just wondering.
The bald KKK. What? Where's that coming from? What in the any is that?
I don't know.
How did you put that together?
It's good with a little bit, but I don't think they. Yeah, there's not one. I'm lagging.
Not only am I a member, I'm a fan. Not only am I a client, I'm a founding member. You don't know that commercial, the Hair Club for Men. You don't know that?
Oh man,
from
yeah,
like
yeah.
the 90s.
I know that one. Yeah.
And it's like really cheesy. It's like, how do I know this product works? Because I'm not only the founder of the company, I'm also a member. And it shows him when he used to be bald.
And the product doesn't work. And the product doesn't work. It's the Hair Club for Men thing just doesn't work.
Yeah.
it's just a scam. It's a scam.
It's a scam. Oh, I want to make that tier list so badly now. We will be.
Put Hair Club for Men down as a scam.
I need to ask in the comments, like, what do you guys like favorite scams? Like, I need to know.
Yeah, ask on Facebook.
There should be a lot.
I'm sure someone has made a top 10
I'm
scam
sure
list.
there's that. Yeah, there's probably top 10. We'll find it. But we gotta add our own personal scams.
Top 10 scams 2023 fraud.org. Top 6 scams to watch out for in 2024.
It has to be things that like everybody knows about. So
CoffeeZilla, have you seen that guy's channel?
yeah. He is really wrote really well edited videos.
Yeah, what was that one? The Jake Paul did had some kind of scam with like little creatures or animals or something.
I don't know if I've seen that one, but it's like Jake Paul. It's like Jake Paul to scam people.
Yeah, there's been several recently.
No shame to Jake Paul. It's just his. Never mind. Yep, I lost it. Sorry.
I had a friend that was a scammer, and then I sort of couldn't be his friend again after I found out he was a scammer, but like a real scammer. He tricked some people out of a bunch of money, and then afterwards he pretended to be a lawyer to try to get their money back and scam them again.
Jeez.
Oh no.
It was bad.
In where I live, the multi-marketing scams are like off the chart here because there's like a homogenous population with the religious leaders. It's like always religious leaders are like scamming and doing these multi-level marketing.
Oh, the believers are the easiest to scam for sure.
Yeah, it's like the part of your brain that's like suspending disbelief. It's like overridden by your faith, and you don't see it. You're like, okay.
Yeah, or like you put people in social acceptance situations where they feel bad not saying yes, so they're kind of forced.
When I was a poor college student, I went to this one seminar thing, and it was like a scam to sell knives. And I was sitting there, and I'm like trying to be polite, and he's like going through his whole spiel.
Right.
These two girls just stood up and walked out. And I was like, oh, I should do that too. Dang it.
Right.
Just being polite the whole time. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
They've got those guys on the street with the card tricks where they like find the thing underneath the card or find the queen of these cards. Right. Something like that. And like you have a whole bunch of people all there betting and having a good time and giving money and losing, and like you like see the right card and you're like, it's this one. They're like, no, you got to pay to play, and then he turns it over, and you end up being able to catch the card every time, and the guys are losing all their money. And it's like everyone is in on it. The guys losing their money are in on it. They make sure that you know the card is right, and they make sure they know that you can win. And so then finally, once you start investing, they just tear into you. Yeah, they tear into you. And it's like it's like a sleight of hand too. They get rid of the queen, so the queen's nowhere. So it doesn't matter what you guess. And then when they go to reveal where the queen is, they do the sleight of hand again, and they show you the queen. It's ridiculous.
That reminds me, when I went to Vegas, I tried to play poker, man. I suck so bad. This one guy though, he was like just railing all the tourists. He was just like I watched him for a while afterwards. He just like raking it in from all the tourists, and he knew how to do it to play them. I was like, oh, there's a good scam right there.
Yeah. I was pretty good at poker in college because I would feel guilty when I got good cards. So it would like make it look like I had bad cards. So then people would, for some reason, bet
guilty.
Against me. Yeah, I felt guilty when I got good cards. I'm like,
why?
Because I'm gonna take all their money. Like,
you felt
I felt guilty. I'm number 4, man.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm taking your money.
So yeah, I would like get this huge like sense of dread and guilt on me, and people would just pick up on that and be like, "Oh, you got nothing. You're just bluffing." And no. I actually had good cards.
So if Darren Brown was your coach in poker, man, you could make a whole bunch of money, I bet.
Pretty much, yeah.
You got a good scheme there with the guilty good cards.
Right, and like I would like be like, don't bet. It's like you're gonna lose. Like that vibe. Like don't. Okay, fine, I'll match you. Like they were raising me.
Like, reverse psychology is working. You're like, no.
Yeah. They were raising me, and I was matching them.
I'm trying to save you guys. No,
stop it!
I got take your money from you. Yeah.
Wait, do you guys believe that Darren Brown actually has like a mental house that he walks through?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the Mind Palace thing?
Yeah, you really believe that?
Yeah. It's his representation of his memories.
Oh, representation. We're back to
it. It is.
That's so hard for me to get my head around. Like,
ask some of these feminine censors here.
Ask the masculine.
I'm supposedly feminine sense.
Dave has a fucking imaginary compass floating over his head.
That's just one of the things.
It's just one of the things, yeah. He's got a whole bunch of other angels and demons walking around his room, don't worry.
Yeah. I got me from other timelines coming in, coming out.
There you go.
Don't know what they're saying.
But they're all just representations.
Yeah, they all mean something.
But they're representations. In info space. Yeah.
Info space. I don't. That's too advanced for me. They're just there. That's what I don't know how to go above beyond that. They're just there.
I don't believe he has like a mind palace that has like several rooms, and you can go into a room.
He built it though,
and then, but it's like
definitely do that. You can definitely.
But it's like so much detail within the room, and then there's a coffee table.
You could do it.
It's got even more detail.
You could do it.
Imagine your own room, like your own house. Like you can imagine that pretty well. You use that. You start with that, so you don't have to build something.
You don't even have to start with that. You can build whatever you want. It's fucking Minecraft in your mind. Stick whatever you want wherever you want, and then you'll always know where to find it.
Yeah, make sure the compass is pointing north too.
Kind of, it works like on a big scale, but I can't imagine like.
I mean, Dave right now is studying for an exam or doing homework or whatever. So all of that information, he can like go into his mind palace, stick it somewhere, and then next time he goes into his mind palace, he just goes to that same spot and he'll remember everything.
That sounds kind of right. I feel like I'm inscribing stuff into books. This feels like what's my mind doing. I'm like taking thoughts and like you like close the book after we're done with the topic.
Or like Jared, you talk about a topic, he just pulls a book off a shelf. It's like right there.
It's like that, yeah, but in your mind.
Oh,
in your mind.
You don't know, but I Darren Brown you all
Did
week.
you?
I had several accounts plotting, making your.
Oh yeah, you had the books already. You only have one book there. You're taking it out of the library. You're like, I'm going to trick them into getting this book out this
I'm gonna
time.
steer it that way.
Steer it that way. This is the one book I have from the library.
It's the Pathway Guru, right?
Oh yeah, the path.
The pathway. The pathway. What, Dave? Say it again.
The Pathway Guru.
Oh, okay, all right.
Where'd we go? Oh,
I heard something else.
Yo, did you hear the Pathway Guru?
Guru? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, he said the Pathway Guru.
Now there's the Pathway Guru from last week.
There he is. There's the Pathway.
And here's the vector space from this week.
Vector space. Oh, there's
talking about the cell. Everything's coming from the cell now.
Everything's coming from the cell now. There you go.
Oh, yeah. But next couple of weeks, Benjamin's talking with the guy. So maybe is that him?
Yeah, that's him. That's what he looks like. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Same eye color too. How did you know that? That was good.
Yeah, blue eyes.
Yeah.
Just pull that out.
And he's got those little dinosaurs on his head too, that look like antenna.
Yep, that's how you know
Brontosaurus antenna.
the alien lizards from the normal people. So
Does he do mind palaces?
I don't know. Where are you on this whole aliens thing? How is it suddenly okay to talk about aliens as if they're real? How is that like a thing?
you asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't believe in aliens at all, man.
Yeah, me neither.
Funny.
Dave, how are you believing in aliens all of a sudden? How does that even work? Because Congress agreed to it?
Aliens? No, they're probably not here, but there's the likely chance that they're here at the same time that we're here is like, we're like a pop-up ad in the face of the universe.
Yeah, that's how it is. It's like
Pretty
all
much.
these galaxies are like flowers blooming at different times, and
Even if they were blooming right now, we're not going to get the light from them for 100,000 years.
yeah, it's just like I think that's how it is. It's like civilizations come and go and pass, and we'll never.
Maybe they're just on a completely different plane. They're in the fourth dimension.
Okay, yeah, they
travel through.
Or maybe they're us from the future. That's one thing that's possible. They could be us from the future.
Future?
Like
we're dead.
artifacts that
I
are
think we're
showing
dead.
up through the Matrix.
No, we all evolved to be short. There's no reason for us to be tall anymore. We all evolved to have like light skin because there's no reason for us to go outside anymore.
Oh,
We're all bald because what's
We
the
have
point of
big
hair?
heads because we're all smart and
We're all
AI
smart,
generated.
big heads. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
We're all
than
like what?
halfway.
We're all like Stewie Griffin.
No muscles. We don't need any muscle mass because we've got robots lifting everything for us.
We're just Stewie Griffin at the end of the day.
And then we can time travel to go back in time and see these weird apes we used to be.
I think that's
the long arms.
I want to see Trump.
Time.
Yeah, Trump.
I want to see the bloody ear.
Is that up for auction by chance?
I don't think anyone found any pieces.
Oh, dang it. Buy that thing.
He could say he fought Mike Tyson though.
Mike Tyson? Oh, 4 more months. We're closer.
4 more months.
Wait, who's fighting Mike Tyson?
The Jake Paul.
Oh, okay.
It's
He's
November
gonna
20th.
get railed, right? There's no way he couldn't get railed.
Who? Mike Tyson?
So lose for him.
Paul's gonna get railed.
Jake Paul's gonna get railed.
Loses
You're betting on Mike Tyson?
I think so.
Yeah.
Even though he's
I hope so. He's old, so I know what being old is like. So
how old is he? He's like what?
60?
Close to 60
something. Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's still massive.
Yeah, but I don't know. I know what being old is like, so I don't know. I hope he wins. I really hope he does because Jake Paul deserves to get smacked by his elders.
Yeah.
How dare you challenge a legend and think that's okay?
It's that thing that Jake Paul doesn't really care about boxing. I
He
feel that's
doesn't care
one.
about boxing. Yeah.
That's one thing that's helped me see the ones a lot. It's like that was probably one of the first examples. Not like first, but like I feel like it got in there as a good.
He's just stepping stone up,
But,
right?
but if he loses, he loses. Like that's over for him. He deserves that.
You think
it doesn't
not
matter?
over
It's not.
for him,
It's not
right?
over for him because
Dude, imagine the flex you can have. I beat Mike Tyson. Dude, that's flex.
But
Yeah,
I
it's
don't-
over.
he'll probably just do something else if he loses,
It's
right?
the lily padding of it. Yeah.
He'll have to take some time to recover. Like he'll have to disappear from the social scene for a little bit for people to reset.
Yeah.
Him getting his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It'll humble him at least for a little while.
Yeah, at least for a little while.
He's just not a real boxer. Is what.
I know Jake Paul will fight anyone but an actual boxer.
Pretty much. But that's why I kept thinking that what's that guy's name? The ISTP? Is he ISTP?
Nate Diaz.
No, not Nate Diaz. Another one. They had him typed as a 1.
John Jones.
I think he's Irish.
Savage?
No.
Oh, McConnor.
Yeah, Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah, so I didn't have him typed as a 1. I don't have him as a 1.
What do you have him as?
Probably a 3. He just wants to be good at fighting. He doesn't care about. He doesn't have a scam. He doesn't have another game. He just wants to be good at fighting.
That's what all the other 3s do.
He's not trying to
crafts.
Because like Jake Paul, you're saying he's like he doesn't care about boxing. This guy cared about MMA.
Yeah, that's what tells you the specialist versus the generalist.
Right. Yeah, and they had him typed as a 1, but I don't think he's a 1.
Yeah, and that weightlifter guy that Dave liked, he didn't really put his all into weightlifting. He was there for the friends, right?
Right. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Number 2 inspirational guys. Yeah.
Kevin Hart. I just watched that video a little while ago.
I didn't see it yet, but he's not a 1.
Oh, really? Why? What do you think, Ben?
I'm too easily persuaded. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
If you tell me he's not a 1 and give me your reasons, I'll be like, oh, okay. Like, oh, okay.
He doesn't have a plan outside of just being friendly and joking around with people.
Yeah. So wait. So what do you think he is, if not a 1?
Because we were talking earlier about ambition. He has more ambition, though, right?
He's got more ambition, sure, but he's the funny guy. He's the comedian. He's SCF. He's self-deprecating, dude. He's short and he's self-deprecating on how short he is to get laughs.
Because
That's not a 1
move.
move.
Number 1 at funny, so
double deciding.
He wants to make people laugh. He's just
he wants to be number 1 at being funny.
He wants to be friends. He wants to be friends with everybody. You can't be friends if you're above them. You can't be friends if you're like putting them down and bringing yourself up.
He's not the most professional one I've seen.
He's not, not a 1. Oh, and you could say he's an alpha. He's an alpha 1 that's pretending to be a 4, but that's BS. He was always Kevin Hart. He was always doing the same thing. He was always self-deprecating. I remember seeing that on like his comedy where he's just like self-deprecating himself in front of his wife and how short he is and how much of a pussy he is. Like a burglar breaks into my house, I'm gone. Bye. My kids can deal with everything on their own. I'm good.
So the question to ask then is that an act?
It's an act, but it's a self-deprecating act that one don't do that.
Well, does he have any other businesses or stuff going on?
No.
Like branding or
scamming
or something?
He dressed up as like a girl as well to get laughs. Like he's not a 1.
Oh, you know what makes sense is Dwayne Johnson being a 1.
Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, supposedly.
Rock?
Is it?
Yeah,
is he the 4?
I thought he was a 2 or something. Or yeah.
No, he's definitely 1. Supposedly, he like every movie he's in, he's not allowed to lose a fight.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I mean, that could just be for his image. That could just be for what he's.
Yeah, I guess, but also like the aggressive transition from like WWE to acting.
He does have scams though. He is jumping on bandwagons.
Yeah, he does do this. The number. I feel like he's number 2 thing.
Yeah.
Doing all the silly commercials and stuff.
He's doing all the commercials, selling out all that stuff.
He also kind of like outed himself on that Joe Rogan podcast a while ago. I didn't watch it, but everyone's now seen him as like just a
I'll have to
just a
watch the
pussy.
video. This is what we started off with, so maybe we can end with this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, he's out of touch, I guess, which is weird for an SEFE. How do you get out of touch with culture? How does that happen?
Who's out of touch? Is it Dwayne?
The Rock. The Rock. Yeah.
How's
He's out
he
of touch. He's out of touch with the culture.
He is?
Yeah.
Is he what? Just he's in
Why?
the Hollywood bubble, and that he thinks that's what's real.
There's that, and then it's also dated. It's all very dated. I don't know how that happened.
I think
He got old.
When you get older, man. Like I can feel it in myself.
Maybe.
Like you just it just starts running out from underneath your feet, and you're just like, this is lame. And you don't even like the music and movies and stuff now. I don't enjoy them as much.
Yeah, I'm same. Not good.
Fair.
The old movies were all really good.
This made WrestleMania's most disliked video ever, and through some terrible podcast appearances, a completely out of touch fundraiser, and his reputation as a walking, talking advertisement, the world's fakest celebrity
Those are two, bro.
ever seen a fall in Instagram followers. But the biggest contributor might be his endless list of lies on everything from his movie earnings to fast food consumption. For example, back in 2017, The Rock posted this photo to his Instagram claiming, "I've never been to In-N-Out before," which didn't
Yeah.
till
A long time ago.
later, when in August 2022 he'd post the following video.
This is the very first time that I have ever tried an In-N-Out burger or In-N-Out fries or anything from In-N-Out for that matter.
He therefore claimed for a second time it was my first ever time eating In-N-Out, yet he might not have been guilty given he also said this.
I've picked up some In-N-Out burger before. For some buddies of mine, I've never tried it, so this is a first.
That would be until December 2023, when The Rock claimed for a third time he'd had my first In-N-Out burger experience, also pretending like he'd never even tried fast food before. I didn't know the lingo, didn't know who to pay, where to pay, didn't know shit, before adding some self-congratulatory comments about leaving a massive tip. This led to mainstream media articles and a 6 million view Penguin Zero video.
This is the third time he's done it. He keeps pretending that he's trying In-N-Out for the first time every couple of years. The other two videos are still on your Instagram page.
Forcing The Rock to...
Yeah.
Man, they're so desperate for content, they just do whatever. Is that what the deal is?
They're selling In-N-Out or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's selling out. It's just all scammers. Yeah. And he's out of touch. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't get the out of touch. I just feel like
like I can see being like trying to be scammy, but to be out of touch where you don't know where it's landing, then that's weird to me.
No, he's 100%.
They got more. Yeah, they got more here.
Like everyone can see he's like one of these weird Liam Neeson actors that plays the exact same role.
Thanks to the fans who reminded me that I went to In-N-Out years ago and totally forgot about it, but there was another lie that did way more damage. Black Adam was released in December 2022, yet after its theater run ended, Insider published an article reading, "Box office bust, Black Adam faces theatrical losses." The article explained that the film needed to earn around 600 million worldwide to break even. Yet box office experts believe Black Adam will stall out with less than 400 million globally. Now the movie stands to lose 50 million to 100 million in its theatrical run, although only 3 days later The Rock was saying the opposite. Waited to confirm with financiers before I shared this excellent Black Adam news. Our film will profit between 52 and 72 million fact. Also attaching a Deadline article which stated, "There's some snarking going on out there that Black Adam is poised to lose 50M to 100M, and that is simply just not true. The movie is bound to break even and be in the black." Well, it turns out this article was written with false information that The Rock had personally leaked to the journalist to make his film seem profitable. After 25 years, we finally found out what The Rock is cooking: the books. But the thing that's really cooking his reputation is perhaps the cooking itself, as The Rock's longest running and most off-putting lies are on the topic of diet and exercise. For example, The Rock claimed to be eating a suspicious amount of food.
Anywhere between 6 to
well, I would say possible, almost 8,000 calories a day.
Which was quickly shut down by Greg Doucette.
There is no way The Rock burns off enough calories to average 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day and look like this. If he actually ate those kind of calories, 6,000 to 8,000 a day, he would be 100 pounds overweight.
Who went through The Rock's entire daily diet before adding this.
He described about 3,000 calories, maybe, but where do we get the 6 to 8 total thousand calories?
The Rock also uploaded a raw, uncut leg workout, which he called intense and unlike anything I've ever done, which Greg went on to criticize.
But look at the grimaces on his face. Notice how hard he seems to be pushing. This is 2 plates on each side. A man of The Rock's stature, size, and strength, I would believe that this would be a cakewalk. Many bikini competitors could lift this much weight. And I'm not trying to strength shame him here, but I believe that you're lying when you say that this kicked your ass. There is no way that this was difficult for you.
Highlighting The Rock's most notable lie of all.
There's not a fucking chance in hell he's clean.
No.
Not a chance in hell. As big as The Rock is, at 50?
On the topic of steroids, Johnson has said he hasn't touched them since he was 18, when he tried them before college. Sure, you get a lot of people out there who will suspect and say shit. They want to negate the hard work you put in, although it's strange to see him only getting bigger, despite now being into his 50s. Eddie Hall gave his voice on what Dwayne might be using.
I would believe that The Rock would be on TRT, which is testosterone replacement therapy. A very good thing to do. It's actually very good for you, very healthy for you.
While Joe Rogan theorized he was probably using more.
You can't even get there with HRT. That's not HRT.
Which was again echoed by Greg Doucette.
Not only do I not think he's natural, I don't think he's on HRT. I think he's on the kitchen sink. Whatever he can take.
Really?
I think he's on all of it. And then you don't get big like that into your 50s compared to your 40s and 30s. But you see some photos of him in his 30s, he's way bigger and leaner now.
This has helped him to earn the following title.
The Rock is the fakest celebrity in Hollywood.
And nothing solidified this harder than The Rock's recent Joe Rogan episode. I was very hyped for this podcast, but it was honestly...
Anyway, yeah.
The Rock?
There's a lot.
And I need some TR, whatever that stuff is. I need to be juicing that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, you need to impress your Chinese wife.
We need the kitchen sink.
We need everything but the kitchen sink.
I'll be snorting this kitchen sink in a minute here. Drying that up. And
yeah, how did we get on The Rock?
because he's fake.
He's a number two.
He's close to Kevin Hart.
Number one. He's number one.
He's with Kevin Hart a lot.
Dude, but yeah, Hollywood
They are together.
is fake anyway. They do that to preserve their power. I don't know. We were talking about when you get up to the top. So he's trying to. Oh, this movie is good. We're good. We're making lots of money.
Yeah, like the delusional narratives that the ones do. The patting themselves on the back with the fake narratives and the lies now.
Maybe he's being puppeteered to say that.
We won the election.
And then try to foist it on.
There was a big crowd. Everyone was there.
There's the big red wave.
They were all cheering.
I love the. It's just like I love Trump's SE reporting.
Right before they rioted.
Right.
We're all cheering.
Like there was a time where he just wasn't popular. No one showed up for any of his shit. There's like 100 people in the crowd, and he was like, "No, there's 100,000 people all the way from end to end." And no, but now he's popular. Now, like it just ends up coming true. Like the narrative and say a lie big enough, long enough, it just people start believing it. It's just crazy.
There you go. Like I actually believe that Rock went to In-N-Out Burger, 3 times for his first time.
3 times for the first
That
time.
makes sense to me.
Yeah, could he possibly not remember? I mean,
I just forgot again for the third time. And then the emoji with like the embarrassed face, like it's the same emoji every time.
Sorry guys, sorry.
I went there yesterday and I'm not embarrassed. It was delicious.
I need to get some In-N-Out over here on the east side of the state, of the country.
On your hot dog day.
It's hot dog carousel, hot fudge Sunday. Yeah, day.
And they're all made of
Hot
stars.
fudge Sunday day. And they're all made of stars. I don't know why I chose stars because it's the first thing I saw.
Yeah, he might be a one if he's putting like together delusional narratives like that to prop himself up and to protect his ego. That's what the ones do.
What do you think about Liam Neeson? Because he does similar thing. He just plays the exact same roles. He plays the exact same roles in every film.
Oh, the same roles is not one. the same roles, could just be his casting. Yeah,
He's typecast.
Just the way he's casting. Yeah.
No, but just like and it's like quantity over quality.
Yeah, like
I mean,
He
fair enough.
used to be a
If-
good actor. He used to be really quality before he jumped in on Star Wars.
Yeah.
some of those were.
Before Star Wars, he was a good actor.
I mean, fair enough. Like he's probably making a lot of money.
Yeah.
I would do it. I would do it too.
I mean, it's work. Like you do work, good work, bad work. You get paid. That's how work is. You feel sorry for people though that get stuck in like a really bad movie and they don't know it until it's out and just like, oh, whoops.
Oh yeah, man, that must be horrific for some of those
Yeah.
actresses.
Yeah, I know. What was
The
that
guy
one
who
movie
played Joffrey on Game of Thrones, he's screwed. No one's gonna hire him again.
Yeah.
He did such a good job. No one will ever hire him for anything ever again. Everyone hates him.
He did a good job?
Yeah, he did such a good job being a villain that everyone hated him so much.
Same.
He got death threats. The actor got death threats for doing such a good job at being hated.
Have you been watching the House of the Dragon? It's like the sequel to or the prequel to
Right.
Thrones. There's
Right.
an actor on there that's having the same problem.
The same problem.
Yeah, he's getting.
Who's that guy? The guy who played Lando Calrissian in Star Wars couldn't get any other acting gigs because he betrayed Han or whatever.
Oh.
And like he would get death threats and people hated him too. He's like, it's my character. My character betrayed them. You pretended to be their friend and you betrayed them.
That is
the film world. Yeah, this scams of it. Yeah. There's I think one thing with like like Seinfeld, like people didn't want to cast George because he's like a dingy idiot.
I mean, that role was perfect for him. I don't know what other role would be good for him, but
I know he struck gold, right?
yeah, that was a perfect.
It was perfect for him, yeah, for the show. But like, it's like
Yeah.
after the show. That's the question. And they did a Curb, HBO Curb episode about that. About like,
Did you guys ever watch UHF? Did you ever see UHF?
What's that about?
I remember it, but I
The Kramer actor was in that.
Huh?
Oh no. What type's Kramer? Is he ENFP?
It was Weird Al Yankovic's movie. Let me look it up.
Okay, I'm remembering it a little bit now.
Here we go.
I don't see it.
He was really young here. Yeah, it was before Seinfeld.
No, you're on the wrong tab. It's not sharing the tab.
Oh, it's not playing. Damn it.
Yeah, I still see The Rock.
Okay, let's see.
You can press like share this tab instead. I think that's it.
Yeah.
UHF. Okay. Why?
Oh, Joe Miller, you just found the marble in the oatmeal. You're a lucky little boy, because you know why? You get to drink from fire hose!
Oh, I don't.
You don't want to watch? Why?
Can't watch.
It's from the 80s, man.
Kramer from the 80s.
You guys never saw UHF? That was a good movie.
That was hard for me.
I don't think I've ever watched. I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
Why was that hard for you, Dave?
Oh, it hurts my soul.
Why?
Seeing Kramer in a different place.
Oh,
he's not in the Seinfeld episode.
Quit typecasting Kramer, man.
Yeah.
I can't. It's in all of us.
That's where he was before Seinfeld. Yeah. He was a janitor who loved his mom.
I would like to, but I'd really like to, but we all typecast. Everybody gets typecasted.
You have trouble with the representation. You can't change names to stars and just start calling them stars.
Yeah, you just called me Dave, so that's the point I was making. There's here. How about this? So we did a lot of nicknames in high school, and it's like sometimes you call a person their nickname so much, calling them by their actual name is like a weird thing to do. You know what I mean? Like
And
my cousin's name is Beans. His name is Beans, and it's just always been Beans. And everyone that was in our group, like, if you call him by his actual name, it's like weird. 'Cause you
Yeah.
only, But I grew up with him. He's my cousin. I grew up with him. I can call him by his real name, and it's okay. I'm like the only person that can do that. Everyone else has to call him Beans. But since I have both, I can step into both pathways. Call him by his
Pathways.
actual-
You could just use different sensory words instead of pathway. Are we talking about labels? What's going on here? What are we talking about labels for?
What pathways is what I was talking about? I was talking about pathways of like, I can call him Josh or I can call him Beans.
Those are labels.
Yeah, labels.
Pathways for the-
What?
Pathway for the labels, so.
Because of your pathway, you can call them by two labels.
Well, no, just because I grew up with him.
Yes. You could probably also send them messages where you're drumming.
Definitely, yeah. But I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, because you actually like him. You only do that to people you don't like.
Yep, that's right, Benjamin. That's 100% right.
Yeah. I think that was like the only movie Weird Al did, right? Was Weird Al in any other movies?
He probably had some cameos, I bet, but probably none other that were big.
He probably has a cameo in his own movie, I mean, like his autobiography movie.
Weird Al.
I never saw his biography movie with Radcliffe. It's funny they got another ENFP to play him. So really funny.
My sister said that it started out good, but then it wasn't as good. But
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Is he an ENFP, the other guy?
Radcliffe, yeah.
Radcliffe, yeah.
They got another ENFP to take his place.
He was in Halloween 2 for some reason. And Atop the Fourth Wall, which is a TV series. No. How did UHF only get a 6.9?
Polka Your Eyes Out.
Oh, it's 1989, so it's almost not the 80s anymore.
Yeah, I think those ratings are not as accurate for older or for the newer ones. I think they're jacked up too high.
Halloween 2 only got 4.8. I haven't seen it. Weird Al Yankovic as Weird Al Yankovic. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I remember seeing him in that movie where he actually got murdered.
He's playing himself in the movie?
Yeah, he's playing himself. He got murdered, and then like he's like looking at his blood and like screaming, doing yeah.
He's like a ghost. Okay.
Can we look it up? Weird Al Yankovic in Halloween. I don't know.
Halloween 2. Yeah. Weird Al.
Our next guest gained infamy.
Well, I don't know why
He doesn't get killed.
Why are they doing that bit? And, I was like,
It's
it's such
just
a
for a
staged
cameo.
bit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It was in the movie.
It felt so bad, like seeing them do that in real life. But yeah.
Did you ever listen to his music when you were?
Me, no, not particularly.
No.
Social credit negative 3,999.
Did you, Jared, ever listen to Weird Al?
Oh yeah, yeah.
How old are you? How old are you, by the way?
I'm 49.
49. Yeah, so you should be. Yeah, you should.
Oh, yeah, we listen to it all the time. Even now, my kids like it because it like has their songs. My wife likes it because it has her songs.
Yeah, he's been around forever. He's
So
the same.
we just have a Weird Al playlist, and it plays everybody's style of music, and we can all get along for that when we're in the car. So
Nice.
You have a Weird Al playlist for your family?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's how we bond, man.
Yeah, so UHF, I guess it didn't do well, but like it was like he was doing parodies of movies and TV shows instead of music there. So like he had like an Indiana Jones parody, like all the old movies at the time. Close Encounters with the Third Kind parody or whatever. Like all of those popular movies of his time. I don't know. He did a Rambo. See if I can. Yeah, here. Here it is. So bad.
He's on that TRT too.
It's like so bad. Yeah.
These muscles are so big. Whoa! Caught it in his teeth.
Yeah.
He's awesome, bro. I'd love to do that. All right. That was great. Yeah, I love the cheesy old movie editing.
Weird Al
Yeah.
TRT, man. That doesn't get any better than that.
UHF was like the channels for like all of the worst stations because they couldn't get on like the VHF or whatever. Remember that when you had like the dials? It was like the antenna channels.
Oh yeah.
And then UHF is like ultra high frequencies for like all of the bad channels. So the whole plot of this movie was him running a UHF station. It's just dumb.
Funny though. What an upgrade or something, or downgrade to one of the lower channels?
Yeah, no, UHF is already a bad channel, so he was just on the bad channel with like bad shows. He had one show called The Wheel of Fish. I can't believe I remember all this stuff.
Yeah. How are you remembering this?
Because it's funny as hell. The Wheel of Fish, like instead of a Wheel of Fortune, you roll and you get fish. Really? I can't believe you guys serious? Here.
Today, one of these lucky contestants will win his or her weight in fish right here on Wheel of
Wheel.
Okay, let's play the game. We start with yesterday's winner, Miss Phyllis Weaver. Are you ready, Weaver? I sure am, Cooney. Okay, you get over there and spin the wheel of fish. Go ahead, give it a big spin.
Oh no.
I mean, this is NE, right? This is how NE works.
Oh, red
Yo.
snapper. It's very tasty. Okay, Weaver, listen carefully. You can hold on to your red snapper, or you can go for what's in the box that Hiro-san is bringing down the aisle right now. What's it gonna be?
Pathways, man, pathways.
I'll take the box! The box! You take the box! Let's see what's in the box! Nothing! Absolutely nothing! Stupid! You're so stupid!
I mean, that was wrong. She should have gone with the red snapper.
Yeah, that was one of the shows on this channel.
The Wheel of Fish.
Yeah. We used to send that to each other when we were doing RPGs back in the day when you get nothing from a chest. It's like, oh, that was a 1 hour run and you got nothing from it. All right. Nothing. Wow, what?
He said stupid. He's like, stupid.
That's NE, no? That's what NE is. Wheel of Fish.
Wheel of
Fish. You get all the studio audience all doing the right SI.
What they're talking about, like the idea on how they executed it. Like, what do you mean? Like they had the SI script.
If you saw like the game shows from back in that period of time, like Wheel of Fortune, and like all the crowd is cheering and all doing, like they got all of the SI, all of the sensory is right, except for like the actual context of the game. You're winning fish, like that part they changed, but everything else is it like gives it legitimacy, and it's a non-legitimate thing.
Is money versus fish? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I like it. It makes sense to me. Yeah, Wheel of Fish.
It makes sense to you.
They spin the wheel. And they
get a fish.
All their heads flop around. And then they get a fish. Yeah. That's what it makes. That's how I see it now. Wheel of Fish.
What?
The Wheel of Fish.
Yep. Yeah, and the bad stereotypes for Asians as well.
Whoa. There's no bad stereotypes for Asians in there.
No.
Wasn't there?
No. Back during that time, you could make fun of. Yeah, I saw a video today actually where an Asian was making fun of Americans, and he put his eyes like this. He's like, "Look, I'm American."
Yeah.
You see that one? Can I pay with my credit card? Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, that's what I told my kids to do. If they get made fun of, they do that.
Right.
You do this to me, like, we'll just do this to them.
Right.
No. Yeah, no, that's right. What do you have to say about that? We make fun of people? Yeah. It's funny.
I mean, they can make fun of your kids. Your kids have Asian blood. They're going to do well in school and beat them in the job market in the end. So
Cross my fingers on that one.
Yeah, it's hard work.
It's true, guys. Asian invasion, man. Asian invasion, man's coming. Watch out for that.
That's what your guys called themselves in your debate team or something?
Yeah.
Is that what
robotics,
it was? Robotics club? Yeah.
Asian invasion. Yep.
Your kids speak Chinese?
We tried to teach them, but
Chinese school?
yeah, we had like online school, and
I remember all of the Chinese kids when I was young all had to go to Chinese school on
yeah, it didn't work.
Didn't work.
Yeah, when they were really young, we went to China a lot, and my daughter, she can say the tones correctly,
Oh, that's something at least.
but she can't remember any of the vocabulary or structure. My
Right.
son, he can remember the vocabulary and the structure, but he can't pronounce it correctly. So
together they've got the whole information space. They can
yeah,
talk.
maybe. Put them together and they'll be a super spy. So
Right. He tells her what to say in the wrong tones, and she'll translate it to the right tones.
yeah.
But your wife didn't talk with him. Your wife speaks Chinese.
Yeah, she speaks Chinese, but
It's not spoken.
She is not a teacher. She has no patience. So she's off doing her business stuff, doing entrepreneurial stuff. So
yeah,
she just wasn't around as much.
And she got herself an artsy guy doing all kinds of weird little aliens.
Yeah. Then I fell into being the stay-at-home dad. So
nice. That's a good gig.
Yeah, I can't complain, although I do.
Yeah. Well, guys, it's 3 a.m.
Holy cow.
For me. Yep.
3 a.m. Ben.
Holy Moses.
Yeah. So sorry to our 2 watchers, but we've got to go. Our 2 viewers.
We got to go. I'd like to share something really small.
Yeah, go for it.
It has nothing to do with me. It's a play story, but
is it a time where you send
I learned about there's this girl that do it.
No, okay.
No, not that.
Keep going.
I'm lagging a bit. There's this girl on. I'm so bad at explaining things, so keep with me. But basically, she does OnlyFans, and she's having her 13-year-old son edit all her pictures. And this should not be legal. You have like this woman, and her son is like her picture editor for OnlyFans.
Thank you, David. That's a great closing thing to do. I like that.
And
was this the SI step? Was this your pathway?
It was a step. It was a step.
It was a step. Did it bring you closer to your goal?
It brought me closer to God.
It was a good step then. It was a good step. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, don't do that. If you're watching, we are advising against doing OnlyFans and having your 13-year-old son edit your videos.
Usually advice is type specific, but this one we can make a blanket statement and
yeah, I mean,
not for that
at least she can probably afford a therapist for him.
That's right. Yeah, she can afford a therapist. That fixes everything.
Yeah.
It's A-okay in my eyes now.
Or a pie.
You just get to
pie also fixes everything too.
And he's learning editing skills, which is useful.
Yeah, you'll be able to edit anyone's,
anything he can edit. Yeah, it's like he's desensitized to content.
He's got a bright future ahead of him.
No erections for you. Poor kid.
Poor kid. Yeah,
he's probably gay. Just saying.
Yeah.
And if he's not, that's probably what he should do. It's the best path forward.
Best path is to be gay.
That's how. Yeah, that's his pathway. That's what the pathway guru tells him.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David. Appreciate it. Are you still with us? Social credit minus 3999.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's late for me as well, so
yeah. It's all good, man. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. Appreciate y'all.
Peace.
Ending stream.